The following is a presentation of The Day.
A gorgeous Friday afternoon at Dodd Stadium sees the 2024 ECC Baseball Championships about to get underway. Up first, the Division I Championship, a rematch. The East Lyme Vikings and the number 1 seed Woodstock Academy Centaurs. All the action, of course, live for you on game day. The 2024 ECC Baseball Championship is sponsored by the Connecticut Crush AAU Baseball Program. The Crush baseball program was founded in 2005 by Michael Wall, and over the past 19 years, the Crush has coached over 1,000 players, with many of them earning college baseball scholarships and contracts to play professional baseball. The Crush currently has 14 teams, ranging from 9U to 18U, with players 6 to 18 years of age, and the mission of the Crush is to build strong baseball players who excel on the field. The program puts a high priority on building character, promoting family values, and giving back to the community. If you're interested, go to www.ConnecticutCrushBaseball, that's ctcrushbaseball.com for more information. And as our first batter of the game is about to step into the batter's box, we should also let you know that our first batter of the game is brought to you by Batter Up Baseball Camp, the premier sports camp in eastern Connecticut for boys and girls ages 5 to 13. Batter Up is entering its 31st year this summer. So if you want your player to learn great skills from some of the best coaches and players in the state while having tons of fun playing and competing and making new friends, send them to Batter Up. For more information, contact Camp Director Bill Bacetto at billbacetto@gmail.com or go to the website batterupsports.com. Casey O'Neill, and at some point I'm going to be bringing in a whole host of people, including Mike DeMauro. The sports doctor, Keith O'Brien, will be lurking here shortly. The great Lee Elsey. Coaches, fans, players, it's time for some baseball. Stepping into the box for East Lyme, the catcher, number 22, A.J. Montejano. On the mound for Woodstock is senior Riley O'Brien. We'll have more of all of the lineups in a moment. But the first pitch of the game, fastball just high. Home plate umpire Eddie Nenna, anchoring a great crew along with Kevin Moreland and Josh Schwabe. And the second pitch from O'Brien sails high. It's 2-0. East Lyme played earlier today and advanced with a 7-3 win over Killingly in a game that saw 2 home runs here at Dodd Stadium. 2-0 pitches down and 3-0, and O'Brien in danger of walking the leadoff hitter. Of course, it was an O'Brien last year that won on the mound for East Lyme. Gavin O'Brien got the win last year for the Vikings, and in this rematch this year, it's Riley O'Brien on the mound. He throws a strike, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch, fastball down, and a leadoff walk for Montejano, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Garrison Biggs. Biggs, the left-hander and son of head coach Jack Biggs, a fine sophomore, left-handed hitter with some pop, will step into the box, and we'll see if East Lyme wants to do anything here, get things moving in the first inning. O'Brien from the stretch. Montejano leads off first. Fastball down, ball 1. Woodstock got here with a very exciting 3-1 victory over Fitch, which saw Brady Erickson throw 6 no-hit innings. O'Brien pours in a strike, and it's 1-1. Montejano has good speed, unusual leadoff catcher, but he does have good wheels down there at first. And the pitch. Biggs lays down the bunt. He's got good wheels. They're not going to get him. That is a base hit for Biggs on what might have been a sacrifice attempt. Biggs so good with the wheels, and East Lyme's got a little something going here. First and second, nobody out, and the first baseman, Alex Dreyfus. We mentioned 2 home runs earlier. Dreyfus had one of them over the Norwich Public Utilities sign in right field, a mammoth blast to get to the Vikings going in the game, first to semifinal. Hack and a foul straight back. It's 0-1. So as O'Brien going to try to work out of some trouble here in the top of the first. Dreyfus in the box. 0-1 breaking ball is outside, evens the count at 1-1. One from O'Brien. Fouled back and out of play to the left. Gets the count to 1-2. The left fielder, Liam Cochran, on deck, waiting for a chance to hit for the Vikings. And the 1-2 pitch from O'Brien to Dreyfus. Fastball high. Evens the count at 2. It was a breaking ball that Dreyfus hit out of the park. Got to be careful with him and that smooth lefty swing. The 2-2 pitch from O'Brien. Line drive, sinking in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Montejano is being waved around. Biggs, great base running on his heels. Gets to third on a double for Alex Dreyfus. And the Vikings strike first. And they're not done. They've got second and third, nobody out. And Cochran will step into the box. After Cochran, it'll be second baseman Nick Camby, then Tanner O'Brien, the right fielder, Dylan Joyce, who's on the mound today, and Aiden Cochran at shortstop, and Connor Tukey, the center fielder. That'll round out the 9 for East Lyme. The pitch from O'Brien is high. O'Brien's on the mound. Doing the catching is Tanner Graham. Over at first base for Woodstock, Big Brady Erickson. Second baseman Eric Mathewson. The shortstop Max Karate. And the third baseman, Caleb Simenow. Inside 2-0. Out in left field, Keon Lamarche. The center fielder, Noah Sampson. And the right fielder, Matt Hernandez, is the lineup for Woodstock. We'll get you their batting order, of course, when they hit in the bottom of the first. But right now, they're navigating this early deficit. It's 1-0. It's second and third. There's nobody out. It's a 2-0 count on the number 4 hitter. Nothing going right so far for Woodstock. After they struggled to close Fitch. They were up 3-0 going into the top of the 7th. Fitch scored a run and loaded the bases with 2 outs before Woodstock was able to close them out. East Lyme, of course, had a couple hours of rest after they put away Killingly. They were down early to Killingly, but scored a bunch late to pull away 7-3. The 2-0 pitch to Liam Cochran. Infield back for Woodstock. A soft flare to first base. Erickson will take it himself. It will score the run, however. So an RBI for Cochran. Heading over to third is Dreyfus. And into the box will step the second baseman, Nick Camby. So an early 2-0 lead for East Lyme. It'll be interesting to see if Woodstock brings the infield in. And right on cue, here they come. And O'Brien will go out of the stretch. Breaking ball is fouled into the net, 0-1 on Camby. So down 2, but with 1 out and a runner on third, Woodstock's going to bring the infield in, see if they can keep this thing at 2. Camby's job, of course, will be to find a way to get Dreyfus home. Soft ground ball, that's going to freeze Dreyfus at third. Across the diamond, play is made by Simenow, and that's your second out. And a big out there for O'Brien. It'll bring
the right fielder, number 8. Tanner O'Brien.
The right fielder, Tanner O'Brien. So we'll have an O'Brien matchup here in the top of the first. And if O'Brien can get the other O'Brien, it'll be a 2-0 lead for East Lyme as the curveball in for a strike. The 0-1. Fastball by O'Brien. He was late on that pitch. After seeing the breaking ball, the fastball snuck by him, and O'Brien Centaur is on top. Check swing, yes, he went, and that will strike out O'Brien on 3 pitches. And East Lyme off to a great start with a 2-run first inning. The Woodstock Centaurs are coming to the plate for their bottom of the first appearance. I'm going to bring in Mike DeMoro. And Mike, that was a good start for East Lyme. I was going to ask you, did you want to be the team that got a break, or did you want to be a team that rolled right into the final? But East Lyme looked really good there to start.
I want to be the team that has the most runs at the end. Well, this is the first lead East Lyme has had against Woodstock this year. They lost up there, and then they lost at home 2 weeks ago. So I'm sure they are feeling much better about themselves.
Well, one of the reasons East Lyme has been so successful over the past few years in the ECC tournament is they have had arms, and they've gotten to the finals in position to throw a high-level arm. A lot of the teams, including Woodstock Academy, I mean, you're seeing their number 3-4 guy here in the finals, whereas East Lyme coming at you with Joyce, and Dylan Joyce is one of their top pitchers. We saw it last year when East Lyme won with Gavin O'Brien in the final. East Lyme has been able to have an arm ready in the ECC finals, one of the few teams that has.
In March, just before practice began, Dylan Joyce was pitching in indoor and touched 90 more than once inside, so he can bring it. His issue that I've seen this year is sometimes can't throw his fastball for a strike as consistently as he would like. But when he's got it going, he's got it going.
Well, if you're wondering what's different about the broadcast, it's my color guy for the last few years, Jeff Joyce, is down in the East Lyme dugout. He is the pitching coach because his son Dylan is on the mound, and his other son Liam is likely to close this one today. So he said that he traded his broadcasting shoes for father and coaching shoes as Joyce sails one high. Max Karate, the shortstop, steps in, left-handed batter for Woodstock. We'll be talking with Mike in between each and every inning, getting caught up on all things baseball. It's a 1-1 pitch to Karate from Joyce. Fastball grounded to the second baseman. Up and getting him easily is Camby. Over to Dreyfus. One out here. And a good start for Joyce. With that fastball, which has a lot, not only velocity, but a lot of run, Joyce can succeed pitching to contact, but that requires some command of the strike zone. Mathewson, the second baseman, and one of the leading hitters for the Centaurs, steps in against Joyce. Change up high, ball one. The 1-1, breaking ball high, it's 2-0. Biggs at third for East Lyme, as that ball is lined into the right center field gap. On his horse and making a running catch is Tanner O'Brien. O'Brien takes away extra base hits from Mathewson. Great outfield defense for the Vikings. That'll bring in the left fielder, Keon Lamarche. The big right-hander will step in against Dylan Joyce. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Fastball high, ball one. So that's Biggs at third, Cochran at short, Camby at first, and Dreyfus over at first base. Excuse me, Camby at second, Dreyfus over at first. The left fielder, Liam Cochran, the center fielder, Connor Tukey, and the right fielder, Tanner O'Brien. Montejano behind the plate, and Joyce with the 2-0 foul down the right field line into the Centaur bullpen. Count is now 2-1. Great pitching in the previous semifinal between Fitch and Woodstock. 2-1 is high, as opposed to the first semi where we saw a home run from Killingly down the left field line and a home run from East Lyme to right field. Hard to get one out of here, although the flags are blowing straight out today. 3-1. Inside and high, and Lamarche will work a 2-out walk. And there's a frustrating thing as a coach, especially as a pitching coach. You get 2 outs, you got a 2-run lead, and you walk the 3-hitter. Free passes are killers, and it brings Brady Erickson, the first baseman and UConn commit who threw 6 no-hit innings in the semifinal win over Fitch. And Erickson takes a fastball inside, 1-0. You know, you got a 2-run lead, you got 2 quick outs. Put it in play. You know. 1-0. The pitch to Erickson. That's a beautiful pitch on the outside corner with a fastball. Strike 1. So 1-1. Dylan Joyce from the stretch. Erickson steps in, open stance from the lefty. Breaking ball. Did he go? No, he didn't. He held it up. 2-1. Caleb Simnow on deck waiting for the Centaurs as that pitch sails outside. And so after quick 2 outs, Joyce walks the 3-hitter and is 3-1 on Erickson. 3-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Strike 2. So full count, 2 outs. LaMarche will be taking off from first base. And the 3-2, and Joyce throws over and almost throws it away. And Alex Dreyfus with a nice athletic play over at first base to keep that one from heading down the right field line. We'll do it again. 3-2. There goes LaMarche. Fastball up and in. And a pair of 2-out walks here in the first.
The third baseman, number 6, Caleb Simnow.
And that'll bring up the third baseman, Caleb Simnow. So after getting Karate on a ground ball to second and Mathewson on a line drive to right, Joyce has walked the next 2. And that's certainly the frustrating aspect of things. You got great pitching in East Lyme, but Joyce has to find a way to harness that stuff. Dreyfus will play behind Erickson, so he'll have a big lead off at first. Fastball right by Siminow. That had some good pace on it. It's 0-1. The fastball in, 0-2. Fastball high, 1-2. One-two, swing and a miss. Montejano will head over, throw him out at first, and that'll end the inning. No runs, 2 walks, 2 left. And after 1, it's 2-0 East Lyme. Now that strikeout, as well as the strikeout in the top of the first, and all strikeouts in these 2 championship games are brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes, the premier premier AAU program of Eastern Connecticut. For more information about the Hurricanes and what they might be able to do for your player, contact Scott Chasen at www.cthurricanesbaseball.com. His email, scottchasen@me.com. You can find out more about the Hurricanes, and they are sponsoring every strikeout. So we're at the through 1, 2-0. And I'll bring Mike DeMoro back in. Well, Dylan Joyce certainly lived up to your scouting report there in the bottom of the first.
Well, he needed 11 pitches to get his 3 outs. But you could see on the 2 walks, he just kind of lost it a little bit. But I think with him, the more he throws, the better he'll be. And I'm not just talking about this game, but I think as he gets older, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, he does have the velocity. He comes from a pitching family. His father, Jeff, was an outstanding left-handed pitcher. His uncle, Mike, was also a great pitcher as well. And, he's certainly got one of the great pitching coaches to work with him in his father, Jeff. Also one of the most literate pitching coaches as well. So, Dylan's probably going to have to, hear Joseph Conrad references in the middle of his pitching. But Joyce will step in on cue. He's the DH, and he's hitting for himself. So Joyce will lead off. He's pitching and DHing. He's the 7th batter, and we start the top of the 2nd inning. East Lyme up 2-0. And the pitch. Chopper to third. Long throw across the diamond is made by Siminow, and an easy start to the 2nd for Riley O'Brien. The 5-3 putout brings up the shortstop, Aiden Cochran. Cochran, another one of those arms that East Lyme possesses. He's a strike-throwing machine and a fine shortstop. The sophomore hits it right back to the box, and Riley O'Brien will make the 1-3 play. And Connor Tukey, the center fielder, is going to come up next, and I think the message is going to be you can't swing, right? You got to have to take one here because that's an incredibly quick 7-8 for O'Brien as he's 2 pitches, 2 outs. Tukey stands in, and O'Brien, fastball burned right in. So after a shaky start, Riley O'Brien has gotten himself into a little groove here, trying to make a short work for the Vikings in the 2nd. Fouled out of play to the left. It's 0-2. So O'Brien has locked in, certainly here on the bottom part of the Vikings order. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball and checked his swing. He did not go. 1-2. Montejano, the leadoff hitter, waits on deck, hoping he can take the shin guards off and hit. Fastball inside to the backstop. It'll even the count at 2. Two-two pitch. Strike 3. And that'll end the inning. That strikeout sponsored by the Connecticut Hurricanes. So that's a hurricane to end the top of the 2nd. An easy 1-2-3 inning for O'Brien that time. Will bring Mike DeMauro back in. And East Lyme's issue for most of the year has been their offense, and it really looks like after you get through the heart of their lineup, things get a little bit easier to navigate.
Yeah, I think that's why you're going to see Jack Biggs bunt more, run more, just to try to get things going that way. You're right. They have had they have had a scoring issue a lot. Okay, so I wanted to bring this up to you. When you were coaching, did you ever mind when your pitcher didn't get a hit and he could just go back to the dugout and rest?
So my philosophy was that if my pitcher wasn't hitting in the top of my order, I was finding a way to DH for him.
Okay.
So Joyce hitting 7th, but yeah, because I want him off the base paths as much as possible. So for me, I'd consider if he's going to hit 7th, maybe I do DH for him. You know, maybe I find someone else, because I get it if you're hitting if you're hitting in the middle of the lineup. When Alex Dreyfus is pitching, for example, he's hitting 3 and he's not, you're going to have to suffer the consequences. But maybe now the reverse of that is some guys, if they're playing every day anyway, if they're they're a positional player, sometimes hitting keeps them sort of loose and keeps them involved in everything. So it's really about knowing the player. But yeah, part of you is like, hey, listen, it's not the worst thing in the world to make an out and get my pitcher back settled. We're heading to the bottom of the 2nd inning, and the pitcher, Riley O'Brien, will lead off just like Dylan Joyce led off the 2nd inning for East Lyme. The pitcher, O'Brien, leads off for Woodstock. Breaking ball high, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Joyce. Fastball poured in, 1-1. Breaking ball sails over the top of O'Brien's head. It's 2-1. Joyce got underneath that breaking ball. 2-1 pitch. Fastball right by O'Brien, and when Joyce locates, he has very good velocity. 2-2 to O'Brien. Strike 3, swing, foul tip, held on, and there's another Hurricane brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes.
Coming to the plate, the right fielder,
And first
number
out
5,
of the
Matt
inning.
Hernandez.
That'll bring up the right fielder, Matt Hernandez. Hernandez, the 7-hitter and the right fielder, and Joyce puts that one right by him. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch. High and outside, evens the count at 1. Beautiful sunny day here at Dodd Stadium. Up and in to Hernandez, 2-1. If Joyce can get deep in the game, it's possible that you'll see brother Liam in to close this one out. Lined foul down the third baseline, evens the count at 2. Hernandez was out in front of that, got it off the end of the bat and hooked it foul. Two-two pitch. Time called as they are retrieving that foul ball as it's in fair play. It kicked off the wall down there and left, and we're good to go. Ed Nana says, let's play. And 2-2 pitch upcoming to Matt Hernandez. Joyce deals, fastball high, full count, 3-2. Swing and a miss. Another foul tip held on by Montejano, and it's another Hurricane brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes.
Catcher, number 9,
Hernandez strikes out. That's 2 here in the inning for Joyce, and that'll bring up the catcher, Tanner Graham. Joyce looking for his 4th consecutive K. He's struck out 3 in a row. Fastball in for strike 1. The 0-1 from Joyce. Breaking ball down, evens the count, 1-1. Fastball high, 2-1. This is where Joyce got himself into trouble last inning after 2 quick outs. Got a little wild. Certainly bottom of the order after 2 strikeouts. He wants to go after Graham. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Joyce delivers the 2-2. Fastball lined foul. And we'll do it again, 2-2 on catcher Tanner Graham. 2-0. East Lyme on top here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Vikings looking to repeat as ECC Baseball champions in a rematch of last year's game. The 2-2 pitch, breaking ball. Everybody thought that one was a strike. I think Ed Nena called it down, but East Lyme wanted it. They were starting to head off the field, and instead it's 3-2. Joyce deals. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. 4 consecutive strikeouts for Joyce, and that one is another Hurricane. It's a strikeout as we head to the top of the 3rd. We're through 2-0 East Lyme, and they'll hit in the top of the 3rd inning. I'll bring Mike Demaro back in, and 4 straight strikeouts for Joyce. He looks like he's starting to get himself into a groove.
Yeah, Case, and he's got his brother behind him, so you know he can air it out today. So I would say Jack Biggs is feeling pretty good right now.
I gotta think, that Liam is sitting there going, "Hey, Just give us 5 good. I'll come in and close this thing. And Dylan's thinking to himself, oh, no, you're not pitching today. There's no way I'm letting you pitch today. And then, Liam's going to be, come on, man, let's go. A little Joyce-to-Joyce shutout.
And too, Kicks, I think one of the things that's significant here is this is a really nice tune-up, or maybe more than that for the state, for the states, because this is a 20-2 team that Dylan is facing.
Number 1 in their bracket, number 1 in their division.
Next week if he gets a start, he goes, hey, I can beat those guys. I can beat anybody.
Sure. Woodstock in L, and is East Lyme in L?
Yes.
So they're in this. They conceivably they could match up again.
Yeah, and I would say that the next time they play, you'd probably see Dreyfus against Erickson,
which would be one of the premier battles in the state. We're going to see another one on Tuesday. Old Saybrook and Lyman. Lyman, who's playing for the Division II championship, is going to throw Dom Pompery on Tuesday. And all he's going to get is a UConn commit from Old Saybrook. So that'll be interesting. Here we go, top of the third. A.J. Montejano steps in, leading off for East Lyme. Montejano walked and scored in the first. And O'Brien high with ball 1. Fastball down, 2-0. 2-0 pitch is down to Montejano, and I'm not sure O'Brien has thrown him a strike in 2 at-bats. 3-0 pitch, Montejano certainly taking. Ball 4 high, and so for the second time in 2 at-bats, Montejano walks, and the leadoff hitter is on for East Lyme, and that's going to send head coach Connor Elliott out to the mound. The Centaurs do have action in their bullpen. Looks like Bradley Blair is down in the bullpen throwing for Woodstock. Garrison Biggs, the third baseman for East Lyme, will step in the box. Biggs in the top of the first in an almost identical situation. Laid down a perfect bunt to the third base side, which led to a base hit and set the table for Alex Dreyfus's 2-run double. Actually, it was not a 2-run double. It was just a 1-run double. Biggs scored on the RBI ground out from Cochran. 2-0 East Lyme here in the top of the third, but the Vikings with the leadoff hitter Montejano on, and Coach Elliott letting his third baseman Simino know what he wants for him to do.
The third baseman, number 15.
Biggs
Garrison Biggs
has pop from the left-hand side, but also has those great wheels. And as we saw in his first at-bat, can handle the bat as well. I expect East Lyme to do something here with Biggs. Line drive back up the middle, base hit for Biggs. Biggs is 2 for 2. And just like in the first, East Lyme has runners on first and second, nobody out, and Alex Dreyfus coming to the plate.
Alex Dreyfus.
O'Brien cruised through the second inning in the bottom of the order, but in trouble again here with the top of the Vikings order. Dreyfus sat on a breaking ball, fouled it straight back. 0-1 pitch. Fastball fouled back again, and it's 0-2. O'Brien from the stretch. The 0-2. Fastball high, 1-2. Be interesting to see if he has the courage to come back with another fastball on 1-2. The pitch. Breaking ball hammered to the second baseman. To the shortstop for 1, on to first. safe at first. So the fielder's choice will send Montejano over to third. Biggs is cut down, and Dreyfus is safe at first.
The left fielder.
And that'll bring up the left fielder, Liam Cochran. Cochran fisted one over to the first baseman, Erickson, in his first at bat. It did score a run, and he has a chance to do so again here. First and third, 1 out. And the Centaurs will put on a first and third play. Tanner Graham letting his infield know what that's going to be. Dreyfus leading off of first base. Expect him to run here first and third. O'Brien from the stretch. The pitch. Foul down the left field line. 0-1 on Cochran. Camby on deck for the Vikings. Dreyfus takes his lead. Montejano off of third. 0-1. Breaking ball just misses inside, maybe a little high as well. 1-1. Down in the Woodstock bullpen, Bradley Blair, the junior, is warming up with some urgency. The 1-1 pitch, throw over to first. Dreyfus slides back safely. Dreyfus leads the pitch. Beautiful breaking ball outside corner. 1-2 on Cochran. One, two, 1 out. First and third. Top of the third. There goes Dreyfus. Fouled straight back into the screen. It'll stay 1-2. So the Vikings had Dreyfus running there on 1-2. Let's see if they do it again here. First and third and 1 out. No, he does not. Breaking ball fouled again. So Cochran spoiling a couple of 2-strike pitches. Riley O'Brien pitched out of some trouble in the first. Trying to do so again here in the third. Excuse me. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He gets it by Cochran. A big strikeout and a hurricane for Riley O'Brien. That strikeout brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. And that's 2 outs, and it brings up Nick Camby. Camby grounded out 5-3, and what an out this would be for O'Brien. Breaking ball down the right field line, foul. With 2 outs now, Woodstock can elect to throw through to second base and go after Dreyfus. We'll see if East Lyme puts on any sort of play or if they'll play this one straight. O'Brien, the pitch. Fastball in, 1-1. Riley O'Brien from the stretch. Dreyfus leads off at first. Montejano off at third. Dreyfus takes off early, and the ball is fouled out of play by Camby. Dreyfus had that base stolen. He was gone before O'Brien even delivered to the plate. A break for Woodstock as Camby fouled it off. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the third. O'Brien from the stretch. Fastball high, evens the count at 2-2. If Camby can reach, Tanner O'Brien, the right fielder, waits on deck. See if East Lyme sends Dreyfus here on the 2-2 pitch. He does. And another foul ball out of play down the right field line. Dreyfus, who missed a little bit of time earlier in the year with a rolled ankle, suffered when he jammed it running out a ground ball, is healthy now and takes his lead off of first base. Deuce is wild. 2-2 and 2 outs here in the top of the third. There goes Dreyfus. Breaking ball lined and through for a base hit. Camby delivers a soft line drive, but it does the trick. And an RBI for Camby scores Montejano. Dreyfus moves up to second. It's 3-0 East Lyme. Tanner O'Brien will step into the plate. He struck out to end the first inning. He has a chance to do some damage here. First and second, 2 outs. O'Brien delivers. Ground ball into the third base hole, a base hit. They will hold Dreyfus at third, but a base hit for O'Brien will load the bases, and I think that might be it for Riley O'Brien. Dylan Joyce, the pitcher, stepping in, and I think we're going to have a pitching change. O'Brien signals to the bullpen. He wants junior Bradley Blair. And I'm going to bring Mike DeMoro back in just the way you want to be brought into the ECC championship game. Bases loaded in the top of the third.
So, Case, question for you. Given the way when you played, you could handle the bat better than most high school kids I've ever seen. Cochran is up 2 batters ago, first and third, 1 out, RBI situation. And the second baseman, Mathewson, is shaded way up the middle.
Yep.
Erickson is holding the runner on first. You could land a B-52 in the, on the right side of the infield.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please.
When you see that, do you try to change your swing to just kind of poke one through the right side?
So I'm a number 2 hitter, and my thing was bat control. So if I was in that situation, hitting 2, absolutely, I'd be trying to stay way inside the ball, look for something middle out, and I would be absolutely going in that direction. The difference is Cochran's hitting 4, and as your 4 hitter, you got to have the assumption that he's got more, pop in his bat, more ability to drive the ball, and so I want him driving the baseball there. I don't want him necessarily altering his swing for placement purposes. I want him to put one in the gap and break this thing open, especially for a team like East Lyme who struggles scoring runs. They've got, an early lead. If they could put a 3 spot up on the board and get some room, it would go an enormous way for them. I worry sometimes with teams trying to play for a run or trying to do things differently, that especially when they struggle scoring runs. The best thing for East Lyme in this game, the best thing for their psyche, would be to put up an 8 spot today. They scored 7 against Killingly. If they could come out of today, that's the kind of thing that could jumpstart your offense going into the postseason.
Interesting, though, Case. Their assignment today, all right, to win the ECC, we have to win 2 games, beat 2 teams we haven't beaten yet this year, and you have to do it with first pitch times 6 hours apart.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, listen, we talked yesterday. I thought you wrote a great article about East Lyme boys lacrosse. Sure, there's a Bacon Academy and a Waterford and a Stonington, like teams pop up. But year after year, it's, the Vikings are the team to beat in boys lacrosse. Well, Waterford's, all-time, New London's an all-time program. Fitch, there's a lot every year teams come through, but East Lyme has got a decade of excellence now. They know how to win this thing. I don't know that there's a scenario that Jack Biggs isn't prepared for. So Joyce in a unique situation to help himself immensely. He's up here with the bases loaded, 2 outs, facing the new pitcher, junior Bradley Blair. Joyce fouls it straight back. The count is now 1-1. So that Riley O'Brien, rough time in the top of the first, cruised through the top of the second, struggled here in the top of the third. Let's see if Blair can help him out. Blair looks like he's got some velocity as well, but he has struggled up in the zone. It's 2-1. Hit here would be huge for the Vikings. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Blair, a little bit of a three-quarter slinger. Going to be a new angle for East Lyme to pick up. 2-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Outside, nice play made by the catcher, Graham, in order to keep that one from heading to the backstop. That's the problem with that three-quarter sling, is it's easy to yank one, and that's what happened there. So full count, everyone's going to be moving, no place to put them. The pitch, fastball inside, and Joyce draws the walk, gets the RBI as Dreyfus comes in to score. Canby to third and O'Brien down to second. The Vikings up 4-0 with pairs of runs in the first and third, but not done yet, as stepping in shortstop Aiden Cochran. He grounded back to the pitcher in the first at bat, and boy, what would this do for the confidence of both Cochran and East Lyme if he could come through with a hit here. But Blair just right now struggling to throw strikes. It's ball one. This has been a familiar theme for Woodstock here in these championship games, as they have not had their top few pitchers to throw, and they've kind of gone with the depth of their team. And East Lyme is sensing an opportunity here to score. Like you said earlier when Mike said, they hadn't beaten either Fitch. Excuse me, Killingly, they got here, now they're playing Woodstock. They haven't beaten them this year. That's because they haven't seen these guys on the hill, and they're trying to take advantage of it. 1-0 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Evens the count at 1-1. The 1-1. That's just missed down. 2-1. Blair wanted that one. That was a good fastball to Cochran. 2-1 pitch. That's a strike. Outside part of the plate evens the count at 2. So bases loaded. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runs in. And the pitch from Blair. Yanks it, and that one gets to the backstop. Nothing that Graham could do, and that brings in the 5th run of the game for East Lyme. Canby comes in to score. O'Brien to third, and Joyce will head down to second on the wild pitch. The pitch to Cochran. Fouled out of play down the right field line. So it looks like O'Brien came out of the game as from a pitching standpoint and went over to first base. Full count, second and third, 2 outs. Fastball high, and Cochran with a good at bat draws the walk. So that'll reload the bases for Connor Tukey. The center fielder, Tukey, struck out to end the second. The pitch inside, ball 1. Bradley Blair from the stretch. Fastball inside, it's 2-0. 9-hitter Tukey. 2-0, bases loaded. Will he have the green light? And will Blair deliver a pitch he can hit? Inside, and that gets to the backstop. That's going to score another run. O'Brien in on another wild pitch. Joyce to third and Cochran to second. And a 6-0 lead for East Lyme. Almost assuredly, Tukey will have the take sign now with a 3-0 count and runners on second and third, and a struggling Bradley Blair. Inside, ball 4. And right now, the Centaurs are just looking to get out of the inning. The Vikings have batted around, and Montejano is going to come up to the plate. He led off this inning with a walk, came around and scored And he will have a chance to really break this thing open with the bases loaded here in the top of the third. Bring Mike DeMoro back in as Connor Elliott's out at the mound. And I know psychologically the next day's starting pitcher can go a long way, but how much can East Lyme draw from this, and how much does Woodstock suffer from this?
I don't think Woodstock will suffer at all. Okay, so I mean, you know, they didn't. Nothing against Riley O'Brien, but he's not at the top of their rotation. But I think for East Lyme, hey, we played Woodstock and Guilford and South Windsor and Glastonbury. We're going to go to the state tournament. There's nothing we have not seen. I think that's huge.
Well, Montejano with a chance here to break it wide open. Blair delivers with the bases loaded, and Montejano fouls it off. I love green light after the coach visits the mound, because after the coach visits the mound, you're getting a meatball strike. It happens happens every time, and Montejano was all over it. 0-1 pitch, bases loaded. Blair from the stretch. High pitch, swing and a miss from Montejano. He went chasing, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Montejano. Fastball chopped off the plate. Foul ball. Foul in the box and actually settled in foul territory. A lot of our ECC All-Star baseball players are making their way into the facility, as after this game and before the Division II championship game, those award winners will be announced. But here it's the top of the third, 6-0 East Lyme with the bases loaded, 2 strikes on Montejano, fastball outside, 1-2. Blair delivers. Popped up on the infield. The second baseman, Mathewson, settles underneath it, and a opportunity to blow it open. Montejano pops out to second, and there's your third out of the third inning. So we go to the bottom of the third. It's 6-0 East Lyme. Mike, you talk a little bit about East Lyme's schedule and the teams that they have faced. What about Woodstock? You know, they have the unenviable task, I guess, of being the number 1 ranked team in Class L. You know, they've played a good schedule as well, but is the pitching depth something that they're going to have to navigate around?
Oh, I think Erickson and Mathewson can beat anybody. Okay, but as you know, you do need 3 and sometimes more, because you go Tuesday, Saturday, and so if you want to bring, you want to bring the kid who pitches Tuesday back on 3 days, you can, but is he going to be short, or is he going to be short the next time he goes out? I'd prefer to have at least three starters in this, and I don't know how much pitching depth they have.
It's certainly, someone's going to have to give you valuable innings. We've seen teams with the 2 big guns, get to the finals and even win. But a third and a fourth guy is going to have to throw some meaningful innings in the state championship, on the state championship run. So, bottom of the third inning, Woodstock will have 9-1-2, and Dylan Joyce, after a long break, will get back on the mound. He has struck out 4 straight Centaurs, and he'll face the number 9 hitter, center fielder Noah Sampson, and before getting back to the top of the order.
Leading off for Woodstock, the center fielder number 10, Noah Sampson.
Joyce delivers to Sampson. Fastball outside, 1-0. Two-0 pitch. 3-0, and that's the downside of the long break as a pitcher, especially a pitcher who has struggled a little bit to command the strike zone. It's 3-0. Fastball, strike one on Sampson. Top of the order, shortstop Max Karate on deck. And a pitch down in the zone and a walk for Sampson leading off the third.
The shortstop, number 12, Max Karate.
Karate into the box. He grounded out to second base in the first, leading off for the Centaurs. And only 2 batters have put the ball in play thus far for Woodstock. It's been a lot of walks and a lot of strikeouts. Karate grounded out to second, and Matheson lined out to right. And from there, it was walk, walk, strikeout, 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 walk. Joyce delivers. That's a good fastball for strike one. I think if I were coaching Dylan Joyce right now, I'd say ignore him. You have a 6-0 lead. Stop throwing over first. If Sampson goes, so be it. Fastball driven to right field. No one's getting that one. Karate on his horse. It goes all the way to the wall. Sampson heads into third. They're going to hold him there on a long double from Max Karate. And the Centaurs have a little life here. Second and third. Nobody out, and Matheson stepping into the box. That ball was tattooed. Karate hit that one, and no chance at all for the right fielder, O'Brien, to get to that one. That one went all the way to the long right field wall here at Dodd Stadium. Second and third, nobody out. Matheson steps in. Little breaking ball on the outside part of the plate for strike one. The 0-1 pitch from Joyce. Breaking ball outside, 1-1. Fastball in on the hands, and it's peeled foul out of play. 2 strikes on Matheson. Matheson with the old school high stirrups. You can see them there from our pitch cam. And 1-2. Pickoff play at third. They are really, really interested in what Noah Sampson is doing out there. Running pickoffs with a 6-0 lead. I can think of one particular coach who would be cranky in the moment. 1-2. Fastball chopped to short. Cochran gets it on the second hop. Strong throw across the diamond. Gets Matheson, but Woodstock on the board as Sampson comes in on the RBI ground ball from Matheson. Karate will go over to third. And the left fielder, Keon Lamarche, steps in. He walked in the first, and he's going to try to get that second Woodstock run in. It's 6-1 right now, Vikings. Nice job by Montejano. Down on his knees to block and smother that ball from Joyce. 1-0. Breaking ball hammered foul down into the gazebo area in left field. It evens the count 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Dylan Joyce to Keon Lamarche. Fastball inside, 2-1. Joyce from the stretch, delivers. Good pitch inside corner, strike 2 with a fastball. And LaMarche now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joyce trying to wiggle out of a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the third. 2-2 pitch. Chopped foul, just staying alive is LaMarche. If LaMarche, after LaMarche is the first baseman, Brady Erickson. Outside with the breaking ball. Full count. Ground ball to short. Cochran gets it on 2 hops, throws across the diamond. Again, nice pick over there by Dreyfus, but Karate will come in with the second run for Woodstock. Back-to-back 6-3 ground balls, 2 outs, and that'll bring Erickson to the plate. He walked in the first, and nobody on base. The 0-1 pitch to Erickson, high fastball by him. 0-2 to Erickson. Fastball just missed. Joyce wanted that one. 1-2 to Brady Erickson. Just missed again. Hard to miss with the 6'8" Erickson, but these pitches just outside, 2-2. Joyce, very frustrated. He wanted both of those last 2. Fastball spoiled by Erickson as he fouls it off right in front of his dugout. Count remains 2-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Just missed outside. The count is full. Good at bat from Erickson. 3-2 pitch from Joyce. Fouled back. Count remains full. (3-2), 2 outs. The pitch to Erickson. Fastball freezes him for strike 3. And that's a hurricane. The 5th one for Joyce. Strike 3 ends the third. And at the end of 3, it's East Lyme 6, Woodstock 2. A couple runs there from Woodstock. And we'll talk to Mike tomorrow again. And that was a little bit of trouble first time Joyce has faced, and he worked out of it rather nicely. But what an example of the fundamental soundness of East Lyme, right? You scored those 2 runs, but East Lyme was not going to give up a big inning.
Well, Case, I want you to channel your dad here for a minute.
All right, without expletives. Okay.
Jim O'Neill, who led New London to two different Legion World Series. What would he have said, and in what tone would he have said it to the pitcher trying to pick somebody off third with a 6-run lead?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
He would have said 6-run lead. I'm going to say this without any inflection. Son, 6-run lead. Last time I checked, that's only 1 run over there. When that guy's worth 7 runs, then we can start worrying about him. Throw strikes. That's the summation of what he would say. It would have been done with a little more flair than that. But the idea is, nothing good can come from that, just from a risk-reward standpoint. 1 out of 100, you're going to pick that kid off. Probably 3 out of 100, you're going to throw it down the line and let the run score. And even if you do pick him off, so what? It's 1 run and you're up 6. So, it's one of those things where kids have to understand situation of the game. Speaking of the situation of the game, the Centaurs will send a new pitcher to the mound here in the fourth. It's Eric Mathewson. Mathewson, who had been playing second base, will come in and pitch now for Woodstock, and Jack Sumner will head over to second base where Mathewson was. And we will get to the number 2 hitter in the lineup for East Lyme here in the top of the fourth. And so Biggs is 2 for 2 with a bunt single in his first at bat, base hit back up the middle in his second at bat. And both times he had Montejano on base. This time he will lead off with the bases empty. Strike on the outside part of the plate. Mathewson gets a good call and gets off to a good start. It's 0-1. Biggs lines one into left field. And right there is LaMarche to make the catch. It's 1 out.
First baseman, number 24, Alex Dreyfus.
Dreyfus steps into the box. He's also 2 for 2. Excuse me, 1 for 2, but he did have a double in the first, and he swings and misses at that one. It's 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Alex Dreyfus. Pitch from Mathewson. Curveball grounded to first. O'Brien over and does it himself. And 2 quick outs here in the top of the fourth inning. And Liam Cochran will step to the plate.
Fielder, number 2, Liam Cochran.
Mathewson from the wind and the pitch. Fastball inside, ball 1. One-0 pitch. High pop-up on the infield. No man's land. The right fielder all the way in, puts it away. And that'll be a quick 1-2-3 inning for Mathewson in the top of the fourth. So just what the doctor ordered for the Centaurs. It's been feast or famine, and we'll head to the bottom of the fourth. We'll bring Mike DeMoro back in, and Woodstock, you know, a couple of innings they've had to navigate out of trouble. They scored a couple runs here, 6-2. How far do you expect Coach Biggs to go with Dylan Joyce before Liam Joyce, you know, gets his chance in this thing?
I'd say next sign of trouble case. I would guess. Interesting move here, I think, by Coach Elliott too. Case, I don't know. So the state tournament starts Tuesday, and even though Woodstock plays the number 32 seed, the last seed in Brantford, your best 2 pitchers have now thrown Friday, and that's no more than, you know, that's 3 days rest going into the states. I wonder if Connor Elliott doesn't plan to throw either of them on Tuesday.
Well, the question that I have is, if you were going to throw Eric Mathewson today,
that's right.
Why was he coming in now, and why didn't he start the game with him and see how long you could get from him? That's the question that I would have. There's the Stonington Bears. They're fresh off of 2 very impressive wins over Bacon Academy and Griswold. Bears are a very, very talented team. They got pitching galore. They can hit the ball all over the place. Underachieving in many ways this year, but gelling at the right time. The Bears are in the final against the Lyman Memorial Bulldogs. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning, the third baseman, Caleb Simenow, will lead off for Woodstock. But, yeah, there are the Bulldogs. Lyman settling in for what should be a real good D2 matchup tonight in our nightcap right after this one. But here it is, 6-2, East Lyme, bottom of the fourth, the 5-hitter up for Woodstock, and he takes a ball high from Joyce. Joyce delivers. Soft line drive into right center field. That's going to sit down for a base hit. Siminow leads off the fourth and gets Woodstock a leadoff hitter on. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Riley O'Brien, who has struck out in his first at bat. So Joyce from the stretch. Breaking ball, strike one. From the stretch. Fastball, swing and a miss. Good fastball from Joyce right by O'Brien. And the count is 0-2. Matt Hernandez on deck for the Centaurs, the right fielder. Oh-2 pitch coming. Joyce delivers. Fastball, swing and a miss. And O'Brien down on strikes for the second time with another hurricane. That is the
Right fielder, number 5, Matt
sixth
Hernandez.
hurricane on the day for Joyce. And that's going to bring Hernandez, who also struck out in his first at bat, to the plate with the catcher Tanner Graham on deck. Joyce delivers. Fly ball center field. Settling under it is Tukey, and there's your second out of the inning, and that'll bring the catcher Graham to the plate. Graham was also a strikeout victim in the second inning. So after a leadoff single from Siminow, it's been strikeout, fly ball, and 2 outs for Joyce, and he is looking to close this thing out here in the bottom of the fourth.
The catcher, number
Get
9,
the
Tanner Graham.
Vikings back onto the offensive side of things. Fastball, chopped to second. Canby fields, throws, and that'll do it for Woodstock in the fourth inning.
4-3 for out number 3.
Ground ball for the third out, and we're through 4. It is 6-2 East Lyme over the Woodstock Academy Centaurs.
Here in the Division I ECC Championship.
We'll bring Mike DeMoro back in. So Matheson going back out for a second inning again, which I don't have a problem with. Erickson and Matheson both throwing today. 3 days rest. Clearly Matheson's the guy you need to be on a pitch count here if you're bringing back him for game 1, which would make some sense. You know, he's on a throw day anyway where he could throw some pitches. I just don't know why you wouldn't start him.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange. And it's really the concept is the same. He's on a pitch count, you know, and maybe he shuts him out for 3 innings and you get a 3 or 4 nothing lead.
And then, yeah, I mean, and if you lose that way, so be it. But I just feel like that's 6 runs put them in a hole that I don't know that they can come out of. So we'll be leading off with Nick Canby, the number 5 hitter. So it's time for him to get in the batter's box, batter up style. And his appearance, Batter Up Baseball Camp, the premier sports camp in Eastern Connecticut for boys and girls ages 5 to 13. You want to contact the camp director, Bill Bacetto, at billbacetto@gmail.com, or you can go to their website, batterupsports.com. And I'll tell you, I have sent a lot of kids through Batter Up Baseball Camp. I have coached and volunteered at Batter Up Baseball Camp. If you've got a youngster age 5 to 13, boy or girl, that you want to have learn incredible baseball skills from all kinds of good coaches, make lifelong friends, compete like crazy, Batter Up at Baseball Camp is the place to go. 3 weeks, 3 different sessions in July and August, and you can't beat it. Batter Up Baseball Camp. So top of the 5th, and Nick Canby, the second baseman, will step into the box to face Eric Matheson. Matheson with a good fastball, strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch, high, 1-1. 1-1 pitch, fouled out of play. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch to Canby. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and a good start to the 5th inning for the Centaurs. And that's another Hurricane, brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. Canby strikes out swinging, and that'll bring up the first base, that'll bring up the right fielder, Tanner O'Brien. Mathewson delivers. High, ball 2. 2-0 on O'Brien. O'Brien struck out in the first and singled and scored in the third when East Lyme put up a 4 spot. And he's ahead in the count, 3-0. The pitcher, Dylan Joyce, is on deck. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Mathewson delivers. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, strike 1. The wind, the pitch. Fastball again. Same spot, same result, and we're full on leadoff hitter. And after getting behind 3-0, O'Brien took good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And he's down on strikes, and that is the second Hurricane of the inning for Mathewson. That strikeout brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. That'll bring Dylan Joyce in to the box. The pitcher on the other side for the Vikings stands in against Mathewson. He grounds one softly to short. The charge, the throw, and the throw is wild. Karate is going to get charged with the throwing error. He had time and he had a chance, but instead Joyce will be down to second on the E6, and shortstop Aiden Cochran will come into the batter's box with a chance to add another run to the 4-run lead the Vikings have right now. So Karate charged, had the play. I don't think he realized he had more time than he did. Joyce was moving down the line, but the throw sailed wide, and Joyce ends up at second. So Mathewson delivers to Cochran. Ball high. Cochran grounded back to the pitcher in his first at-bat, and he walked in his second at-bat. Also has played a rock-steady shortstop for East Lyme when they were in a little bit of trouble. 2 really fine plays by Cochran allowed the Vikings to get out of the inning with only 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. So Cochran trying to do something on the offensive side. He's known for a defensive star and a pitcher that pounds the strike zone. Anything you get offensively out of Cochran is a bonus. When his offense catches up with the rest of his game, he is going to be an all-star. 2-0 pitch from Mathewson. Swing and a miss is that one up in the zone and by Cochran. It's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Mathewson delivers to Cochran. Fastball just missed away. It's 3-1. Mathewson, the normally reliable strike thrower, losing the zone just a teeny bit here in the top of the 5th. 3-1 to Aiden Cochran. That's a good 2-seamer, tailed in onto the hands of Cochran, caught the inside part of the plate. We're full. 3-2. 2 outs, top of the 5th. 6-2 East Lyme. Mathewson delivers. Fastball is fouled out to the right. That'll keep our count at 3-2. Of course, after this one, you're going to want to stay put for the Lyman Memorial Bulldogs and the Stonington Bears in the D2 Boys Baseball Final. Pitch from Mathewson. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. He gets Cochran swinging for the 3rd strikeout of the inning for Mathewson. They leave 1, and as we head to the bottom of the 5th, it's 6-2 East Lyme. That's another strikeout and another Hurricane from the Hurricanes.
Fans, at the conclusion of
As we head to the bottom of the 5th, I'm going to bring on 2 mics. I'm going to bring on Mike DeMoro, and also here in the booth joining me is Mike Wall. So I've got 3 mics, 1 at my mouth, 1 in the booth, and 1 on the other side. Mike DeMoro, say hello to Mike Wall.
Hello, Coach Wall. How are you?
How we doing, Mike?
Hanging in.
Casey, thanks so much for having me on here, man. This is awesome.
Now, you've been here probably since about noon, 11 o'clock, something like that,
Yeah.
lingering around, so you got a chance to watch some of the games earlier. Talk a little bit, we asked this earlier, would you rather be the team that played first today and got a break before you play in the championship game, or would you rather be Woodstock who and roll right from win to the game?
So we were up talking with all the umpires and some of the coaches up there, and it's tough, right? Because you got to think Eastline plays at 11, then they got to sit, right? Good win, they got to sit. So sometimes that's tough, right? Sometimes does the body need rest? Do you want to go? Then there's also, right, with Woodstock, right? They come out, great win, right? Fitch gave them everything at the end. So then you want to get right back in again, especially if you're hitting. Right, so it's so tough. It's tough. Like if you want to go right away, like let's go, guys, let's go. Like it's different, you know. In travel, you're playing 20 minutes later, right? There's no infield, outfield, so you're kind of warm. You're ready to rock. Like let's go, you know. So I see the advantages and the disadvantages, you know. But look at East Lyme. East Lyme sat around for 2 hours, come right out, whap, 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 ready to go, you know. So it was there's tough, but you can also come out and be flat. You can be really flat.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really a lot has to do with that first inning, right? So East Lyme comes up, walk, bunt base hit.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful bunt.
Maybe if that doesn't happen, you get off to a little bit of a slower start. Noah Sampson, the center fielder, into the box for Woodstock. He walked and scored in the 3rd. And Joyce induces a ground ball to Dreyfus, and Dreyfus will take it himself. And that's a quick out here to start the 5th inning. Joyce has settled in nicely. He knows that not only is he on a pitch count, but he knows that his brother is waiting to come in the game and close this thing out for him. So we're talking a little bit about, sort of the mentality as a pitcher. When you know you've got somebody on the other side of you who is capable and ready to come in, freeing him up to sort of be easy. And then the early lead, and now Joyce is just sort of locked in. Karate will step in here. Karate grounded to second and then hit a long double down the right field line. Ball is flying out of here today with the wind blowing out. We saw that earlier. And there's another base hit to right center field. Karate jumped on that fastball and lines the single to right center field. And that'll get them into the heart of their lineup. The 2-hitter Mathewson, 3-hitter Lamarche, and the 4-hitter Erickson. Dangerous. And I would say right here, this is the danger zone inning. It wouldn't surprise me to see some action in the East Lyme bullpen, right? So even with the 4-run lead, here's that heart of the Woodstock order. You haven't had Erickson up with any chance to do anything yet. Can Woodstock climb back in it?
He's a player right here too, Mathewson. Just the way he plays the game, like him. Just plays hard. All the Woodstock guys play hard. Same thing. I mean, always East Lyme, but it's just. Ooh.
And there we go. The wild throw to first will allow Karate to go to second base. And we had this conversation, me and Mike DeMoro, earlier. I was getting very frustrated because with a 6-run lead, Joyce was throwing over to first, throwing over to third. And I'm saying it's a 6-run lead.
Good visit right here.
And that is a good visit.
Good visit.
And that's one of the things, though, that the coaches need. It's 6-2.
Yeah.
Karate's run doesn't mean anything. The only thing you can do here is give them bases. Give them an opportunity at an inning. And he's lucky that ball pinned where it was, or else Karate could have been all the way over to third. But the
he took a wide turn too.
Now they're going to try to pick him off at second, and they throw it into center field, and Karate's going to go to third.
Yeah.
Somewhere, and I'm not going to say what coach, but he might share a last name with me. Somewhere there is a coach out there who is in his living room watching this at home and shouting things to his ceiling. Outside, 2-0. That run means nothing, but you put it in a spot where they can score it now with an out. And so a 6-2 game can become a 6-3 game without the benefit of a hit, which to me, when you're starting to get closer and closer, and there it is, high chopper, That's going to be a tough play. I don't love the
good
base
play.
running, but a nice play by Garrison Biggs.
Nice play, Big Z.
And that was a good job on that chopper for the second out. So there's a double. So that should have scored
Absolutely.
Karate.
He should have walked home.
Karate's got to recognize that if he's coming down the line hard, as soon as he sees that hop, right, go high in the air,
Walk home.
and also know that they're not going to throw home.
Big Z's going right there all day.
Right, so they're not going to throw home at you. So there's a chance to steal a run where it could have been a run off of 2 bad throws and a ground ball. But instead, LaMarche will step in. He's 0 for 1, a walk, and then a ground ball to short. And if Woodstock doesn't score this run, these are the little chip-aways that you need in order to get back into something.
Especially against a kid like Joyce, too. You know, it's like if they want to give you something, you got to take it because he's not going to give you too much. And
1-1 pitch to LaMarche. Fastball chopped softly to third. It'll be foul. And, you know, I've watched a lot of baseball this spring, and I've seen a lot of really good players, but I've also seen a lot of struggles defensively. Teams seem to have some weak spots, whether it's a rough outfield play, rough infield play. 2 sophomores on the left side of the infield with Cochran and Biggs. They've been playing together since they were 7 years old. As LaMarche takes that one in the shoulder, he'll head down to first on the hit by pitch. And here's a spot, Brady Erickson, the big 4-hitter. He's walked and he struck out, and that's going to get a visit to the mound from Jack Biggs. I don't think Woodstock's going to do anything here, first and third, 2 outs with Erickson up. But, talk about what it does for a team to have, 2 sophomores anchoring, that side of the infield.
well, I think of those guys, too. Older brothers, sports families. I think that, look at it, Liam, obviously AC and Liam. Biggs has been on a baseball field since, he could probably walk, right, the game is not, and they've played competitive ball for a while. They were really good in Little League, then they moved right up. So these games are good. AC made 2 good plays early, and those 2 of those balls could have ate him up. And not easy throws after throwing, how many pitches he threw. Again, you're playing on different size infields here too, where they're bigger, right? You're not playing at Vets Park,
That's right.
and so it's good. Now again, it probably helped them. You get true hops here, with this infield.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Biggsy's a gamer. AC's a competitive man. They're good kids. I mean, the future. I mean, Jack just the pipeline just goes and goes and goes. And think of the kids last year. The 12U team wins the state championship. So and they're a year away. From coming up.
Yeah, and they got some kids down there, including my Cooper Saragusa is going to be the next great catcher at East Lyme.
He is good. And Goose is in the dugout.
Yeah.
Right now, great kid too. Even better kid.
Well, I play golf with Grandpa Tony. Tony's one of my best friends at Great Neck Country Club. We play golf all the time, and all I hear about is Cooper. And I'm like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. The kid can absolutely play. And I've watched him a few times. There's the first and third pickoff.
Another, I can't you should
do
see him over here.
Oh my goodness.
Now I am surprised that there's nobody in the bullpen warming.
Erickson, high chopper.
Forget it.
Cochran nicely gets over there and gets LaMarche, and that's a big out for Joyce as they end the 5th inning with that 6-2 lead. That's a big out there for Joyce. Erickson, dangerous hitter, has pop and can run. I think Woodstock got a little unlucky there. LaMarche is not one of their faster runners.
No, that would have been a tough play if he had to come across the diamond.
And I don't think he gets Erickson, who can really fly down the line as that lefty down the line. So we'll bring Mike DeMoro in as well. Mike, were you surprised at all that he didn't have any action there going in the pen?
Oh, stunned case. I figured I would have thought that you start to look and see where Erickson would be coming up, and I'm going to have somebody ready for him, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was very surprised, but Joyce did great.
Now he's still, and there's still nobody warming up, which would seem to give indications that he's going back out. Dylan is for the 6th. Now his pitch count's low. Other than the 3rd inning, he hasn't had much in the way of pitches, so I think he's in a good shape there. I just am surprised that he didn't have anybody going. Now, on the converse, Coach, we're a little surprised that Mathewson gets brought into the game after you're down 6-0, if you're going to pitch him today, he's your number 2. If you're going to pitch him today, why aren't we starting him in this game? I'm in no way like questioning Coach Elliott, who knows his team 7 times, better than I do in his sleep. It was just it was a surprise. So the question would be like, were you planning on not pitching him today? Is this something that you were hoping to avoid and you kind of ran out of arms having to play? Because I think Erickson gave him those 6 no-hit innings, but then they had to do a little more at the end of that first game than they were expecting to.
Yeah, well, and it's so tough. Maybe he's on a pitch count. Maybe you're thinking on that, like, of what you want to pitch. But I was talking to Glennie in the booth, and it was like, man, if you're going to bitch him, why not start him? But again, everybody's got a different philosophy. Maybe he didn't want to throw it all, then said, hey, coach, I'm coming in. Like, like there's that type of thing. And he's been phenomenal all year, and again, you have to think too of, is this your goal? Is your goal to hang an ECC banner? Or is it, hey, I'm ready to go for the States? But yeah, surprised that he's still throwing now. Maybe he wants to get his work in. Maybe this is his throw day. And some guys want to get their work here.
Well, they got there. They both have 3 days before they play on Tuesday. Erickson threw a lot more pitches, obviously, than Mathewson.
Yeah.
Connor Tukey in the box, by the way, for the Vikings, the 9-hitter, who is, I think if you knew you were going to pitch him right, starting him seems to make sense. But maybe they also said, listen, he's not going to throw enough pitches to get us through here. Let's see if we can get through,
maybe close it.
A couple innings with O'Brien and piece together and let him go at the end with a chance to win it. As Tukey leads off the 6th with a walk, and that'll bring up the top of the order A.J. Montejano. He has walked twice and popped to second. It's an interesting philosophy, but for Woodstock, they're going into the state tournament with as good a 1-2 punch as anybody, but some question marks after that, and they had to use some arms today, and this kind of has been the theme for them over these past couple of years. Last year in the finals, same thing. They came in, East Lyme had Gavin O'Brien healthy and ready to throw. They had to go with some of their lower guys, and East Lyme walked away with a victory. We have not seen over the past years in the ECC finals, we have not seen teams best because most teams are prepping for the state tournament. So we've seen, in fact, JV guys come up and pitch. So getting a Dylan Joyce is a treat. Getting a chance to see Mathewson pitch today is a treat. We have not had that many chances. Montejano off the fists, caught by Mathewson, and that'll be the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and it is tough. Like, again, is this his throw day? And again, he could have been not ready to throw at all, and then he, one of the gamers and says, hey, I'm going in, coach. We're going. So there's so many things that go into it. And look at Jack. Jack's still got more pitching.
He's got 3 guys still he can throw.
Ready to rock,
Garrison Biggs steps in, right. 2 for 2 with also line drop to the left field, so he's 2 for 3 on the day, and he fouls it straight back.
He don't get cheated.
Biggsy, I go back to when these kids were 13, and there's a whole group of them here today that played when they were the first time they moved up onto the big diamond at 13. And at that time, Biggsy was tiny. He's still undersized so far, but he was tiny back then. And the ball jumped off his bat, and he had a rocket arm. Even as this little kid, Aiden Cochran, same thing. He was little, and Cochran. But you could just see their actions as 13-year-olds, and everyone was saying like, how are they going to make the jump? Because their little league team had gone, real far in the states when they were 12, and so then 13 years like, how are they going to make the jump to the big diamond? And they haven't had any problems, and the future is very, very bright for both of them. The 1-2 pitch to Biggs, fouled and spoiled.
And again, I think that's being little brothers, always on the field, right? Competitive kids, and they play the game the right way too, right? On, off, they're great teammates, and Biggsy's that ultimate gamer, And again, in that household, you better,
Well, with Blake, and the rest of the Biggs family pushing him, but I joked. You say, that Biggsy learned to walk on the field, and he immediately stole second. There goes the pitch, the strike 3, the Biggs, and the throw is late, and Tukey will steal second base on the strikeout of Biggs, but that's 2 outs. And that is another hurricane brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. That's going to bring the number 3 hitter, Dreyfus, into the box. And this is interesting. So I know it's 6-2, but I would say head on down to first base. I wouldn't pitch to him, but
He don't get cheated.
I love the matchup. Matheson breaking ball. Here's a common mistake that pitchers make to Dreyfus. He's such a good fastball hitter. He sees a lot of first pitch breaking balls, except he knows that and sits on
100%.
first pitch breaking balls. And that's the second one that he has been expecting and sitting on, 1-1 with a fastball. He did it in the previous at bat where he fouled it straight back in the screen. So he's such a savvy hitter. He knows he's going to see a lot of first pitch breaking balls, and he sits on them so well. There's a good. That's a good breaking ball.
That's a real good pitch right there. I thought we were going to see Mike. I thought we were going to see the old unintentional, intentional walk with everything away, away, away. I mean, look at where the catcher's setting up now.
1-2 pitch. Fastball is spun
Clutching
foul.
right there.
And that's a good pitch on 1-2. Inside, in on his hands. Not down where he can drop the bat, but, in a tough spot. And now it sets up in, out, up, down with 2 different pitches. So Matheson, we'll see what he wants to do here. I'll tell you what I wouldn't do is go back inside, which it looks like they're going to do on 1-2. The pitch. Fastball sailed high, 2-2. So they were trying to come right back with that same pitch, but it evens the count at 2.
And he gets right up on the plate, too. He's daring you to throw inside.
Oh, yes, he wants to turn on it like he did when he hit it over the Norwich utility sign.
I think that ball's still going.
Oh, my goodness. 2-2 pitch to Dreyfus. Breaking ball.
You got room?
Heading over. Got room and making the catch.
Play.
Nice play right at
Caleb.
the fence. Simenow makes the play, and that'll end the inning. So a chance for East Lyme to tack another one on, and Woodstock holds. And that'll send us to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 6-2. East Lyme on top. You've got your 5, 6, and 7 hitters coming up for the Centaurs. So if they want to get back into this thing, they're going to have to turn the lineup over again with the 5 through 9 hitters. They're going to have to get some guys on. And I think we're going to see the first action in the pen at some point in this inning. I think even maybe first guy on, or they're just going to send Liam Joyce down to the pen to start. From my days, I would have Liam Joyce in the pen sitting down with his catcher already. Like, just be down there. But right now, Dylan is locked in and pitching really well. So, Mike DeMoro, do you have any questions for our guest, Mike Wall?
Yeah, Mike, how many teams do you have this summer? Like 60?
So overall, we have 14 going this year. We had 7 in the spring and then 7 going this summer. So it's not there's no dull moments in the Wall household. And this is our busy time right now. I mean, I would say we're never always busy, but it's overlapping because the high schools are starting to get done. Because again, you could start your summer season next weekend, or you could start your summer season in 2 weeks. You never know. We have a good amount of East Lyme kids, good amount of Hannah Madison kids, right? There's Coventry, all those guys that can make big runs. In Stonington, I mean, who wants to play Stonington right now?
When we get to the Division II game, I've seen Stonington enough to never have to see them again, and that is the most talented team on the lower bracket as Simenow fouls it out of play. That Stonington team, we'll talk a lot about them because they're in the D2 final. They are immensely talented. You mentioned Coventry; they're the number 1 team in their class. So. And it's funny how many of our teams played Coventry this year. The ECC played Coventry a lot, which gave a really nice test against that team.
Really good test. Yep. And again, I think so. It's, once you never know. You want all these guys to win, right? You want them to go, especially in St. Bernard. St. Bernard's gets the right draw. They could go. I think it's all about the draw, too, when your season starts.
Well, 100% it is, and I'll give you a really good example. 2-1 pitch. Everybody's looking for that. If you're a high seed, everyone's looking for that. What kind of low seed do you get inside 3-1? So do you get the great program in the really tough conference that's 11-9 because you don't want any part of those, or do you get that team that's not short hop and it sneaks by Biggs into left field? We don't know what the official scoring is, but we're going to give that a generous base hit because we love the kids. That'll bring up Riley O'Brien. He's over 2
Garrison
with 2
saying thank you to
strikeouts.
Mr. O'Neill.
Bigsy, that's my gift to Bigsy for being a gamer. So everyone looks for the Tech school.
Yep.
And of course, there have been years, like for example, when Norwich Tech had the 2 great pitchers, Wolarczyk and
was O'Brien?
Ward.
That's right.
And they had 2 like Division II college pitchers, and everyone's going, "You're a Tech school."
Yep.
And they were
Norwich Tech.
So you can run into things like that, but for the most part, people are looking for Tech schools because the schedule's not as deep.
No.
0-2 to O'Brien. So if you're a high seed, you're hoping you get a low seed that you can almost take a game off against, save your ace, and pencil it in and go a little deeper. You love to. There's a ground ball up the middle. Cochran fields it himself, steps on second, throws hard, and Dreyfus can't dig it out. That would have been a double play, but it just came up short. Instead, it is a fielder's choice, cutting down Simino, and O'Brien safe on the
And it's so
fielder's
tough,
choice.
too, because you look at M. M is Catholic school, Tech school, right? Really Tech. But then you also look like Sheehan. Sheehan's 10-10 down there. He wants to face Sheehan right now. So there's you don't know who they got. I remember Jack had, 5-6 years ago, he was the 1 seed. I think they were 18-2, and they had 4 in game 1. And I think they were 8-12, and one kid was 7-1. So like, who knows what they have, right? Like, do you have a guy? And Woodstock, I believe, is playing Brantford.
Yes.
Like, who knows? Again, great school. You're in that conference. Do they have a guy? Did one of their guys? I mean, think of this. If you had to put the Joyces on a school, you want to face a Joyce? You want to face Dreyfus? You want to face Mathewson? So who knows? There's so many around the state.
Matthew Hernandez, 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly ball, steps in. I go back to when I was in high school, and we faced an 11-9 immaculate of Danbury team, and they had a kid who was 9-0.
Yeah, right.
So they were 11-9, but the one kid was unbeatable, and we had to if you get him in the first round, then Waterford got him in the second round and beat him 6,000-2 because they didn't have it. But we faced a kid that we couldn't hit. Throw down to first is late, but so that first the matchups do matter a lot. A great example is Lyman. So Lyman, with their high seed, gets Old Saybrook in the first round. Old Saybrook, who's not a great team, but has a UConn commit who throws 90 miles an hour. So you're getting somebody expected there. So
and that stuff too. Think Marty's got to now throw Don, right? So now he's got to throw Pont, right? Because you can't really take a chance. What are you going to say? Hey, we took a chance and we lost 3-2. And Dom doesn't throw. So it's tough, right?
So you want to talk about bad matchups? Let's talk about my son's school at Bacon Academy.
Yeah, who do they got?
So they were in line to face. Fastball is down, and that'll walk Hernandez. So he'll head down to first, and O'Brien will go down to second, and Graham will step in, the catcher. And yet, I think we're just now going to see some action. And there goes Liam Joyce down to the pen as pitching coach will come out, Jeff Joyce, and say to him, "Son, if you'd like dinner tonight, let's throw strikes." So Bacon Academy was all set to get Walcott Tech in the first round. Walcott Tech loses a game to a team that they shouldn't have lost to, and it flip-flopped seeds. So now Bacon went from being on the road at Walcott Tech. Bad news, you have to drive to Torrington. Good news is you're playing a Tech school. Instead, they get a home game. Sheehan.
Oh, no way.
They get Sheehan.
I didn't even know that.
Now, that's a terrible draw because Sheehan's very good in an impossible conference. Let's say somehow they beat Sheehan. All they do is go to Joel Barlow and go to Reading and face 22-0 with college kids all over the place. That's a bad draw.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, that's a bad draw.
And think of that, and you got the draw because somebody lost. You didn't even control your own.
They were like, "Hey, listen, we'll go on the road to Walcott Tech. That sounds great." Instead, we got to host Sheehan, and Sheehan's really good. So, and if you survive Sheehan, you go into Joel Barlow. So, it's just a really tough spot. Little bit of noise here in the bottom of the 6th for Woodstock. The 9-hitter Noah Sampson up. He has walked and grounded to first. Runners on first and second. Only one out action in the East Line bullpen as Dylan Joyce tries to navigate his way through the 6th here. A 1-0 count to Sampson. Fastball down. And I think if Joyce walks Sampson, that will be it for him. And he gets to say to his brother, Here's a bases loaded situation for you to come into. Big pitch here on 2-0.
Oh, he's swinging.
I'm surprised the 9 hitters got the green light, but
Especially been struggling a little bit here, finding his zone. I mean, he's got to be close to 100 pitches.
yeah, he's got this inning's been particularly taxing on him. It's 2-1, 1 out. O'Brien leading off second, Hernandez leading off first. The pitch just outside.
Did he give it to him?
I think he gave him the strike, 2-2.
Yeah.
Eddie Nena said, yep, that caught the corner, 2-2. And that's outside, 3-2. So now comes an interesting choice if you're Woodstock, right? Left-handed hitter, not typically an automatic go. It's your 9 hitter. Do you want to try to get him on the move here? 3-2-1 out. We'll see if the Centaurs go anywhere.
You're playing bad.
They do not. And it's fastball inside, ball 4.
He's definitely, I mean, and he's pitched a phenomenal game too. He was throwing hard early.
So that was, in fact, the 8 hitter, and they pinch hit William Bushy. So Bushy got the walk as the pinch hitter for catcher Graham. Now we got the 9 hitter Noah Sampson. Graham, in his 2 at-bats, had struck out and grounded out. The pinch hitter Bushy draws the walk, a good walk, to load the bases. Now you've got your 9 hitter up, and that's Noah Sampson. So Sampson up, bases loaded, 1 out. And if you're Woodstock, obviously you'd love to see your 9 hitter come up with a base hit. But if you can find a way to just get a run in on an out and let Karate get to the plate in a 6-3 game,
base hit changes this whole thing.
that's huge. Even if he just makes an out but a run scores, a productive out to get Karate to the plate, it also ensures strike on the outside part of the plate. It also ensures Mathewson, Lamarche, and Erickson in the 7th.
The bottom of the half has done great here. They turned the lineup over. Now
did.
let's see this case. Does that run of him not coming back? Nope, it's gonna stay up.
Soft line drive, left field, tagging at third, and coming in to score.
I think of what happened last time, him not going. We'd be 6-4 right now.
So Woodstock cuts it to 6-3. Runners on first and second, and now 2 outs. And the shortstop, Max Karate, will come to the plate. Karate with 2 hits on the day, a long double and a line single. So the other Joyce, Liam Joyce, is loose and ready in the pen. Dylan Joyce stays in the game. First and second, 2 outs. Karate up, Woodstock threatening in the bottom of the 6th. Fastball, base hit to left center field. Will it be enough? They're going to send him home. Here's the play to the plate, and it's not in time. A base hit for Karate, his 3rd of the day, and that scores Hernandez. It's 6-4.
And Case, did you see that right before? On that, look at Eden got caught out. Eden was going over to hold, and Joyce didn't really give him a chance to get back. And look at that, because that's right where AC was playing. That run in the 5th inning is going to be huge, because that was a gift.
That's right. And they were unable to score it. So that's going to be it for Dylan Joyce. Woodstock has cut it to 6-4 here in the 6th. They're not done yet. Mathewson coming to the plate. But 2 big runs by Woodstock to guarantee a chance here to get their middle of the order up now and in the 7th.
This is Liam Joyce now, right?
Yep, so Liam Joyce, brother of Dylan, the twins. Not quite the velocity of Dylan, but pounds the strike zone a little bit better.
Great breaking ball, too.
Hammer breaking ball.
Yep, look at that. So now this is Mathewson.
And Mathewson, who has lined out and grounded out twice with a chance to cut into the lead even more. I don't know how many fastballs we're going to see from Joyce with that breaking ball.
Hammer. It's a hammer.
So we're in the bottom of the 6th. It's 6-4.
Great fight here by Woodstock. 6-0.
Yeah, just chipping away, but that run last inning to me really, that's the kind of run you can't give away. And
imagine that. I mean, this was 6-5. It's still, I mean, they're still 2 hits away here. This is a big at bat right here.
So Graham will be on second. Karate on first. 2 outs, 2 on, and Mathewson will step into the box to face Liam Joyce, taking over for brother Dylan.
The pitcher, number 1, Eric Mathewson.
Big spot
This is real big.
for the senior Mathewson. He's been so good for the Centaurs all year. Breaking ball from Joyce.
Right out of the pen.
And that's the kind of the breaking ball, you can sit on it if you want to. I mean, it's you're not going to do anything.
He can tell you it's coming.
Breaking ball outside. You can see why he's tough coming in on the heels of his brother. And it's not like he doesn't have a good fastball to back it up, which off of that breaking ball is going to look, impossible. The 1-1. Fastball down, 2-1. But he is going to face Mathewson and likely next inning Lamarche, Erickson, and Simenow, all veteran hitters and all very good hitters. So the work cut out for him here. But this is Woodstock's big threat. Breaking ball down, 3-1.
4 straight.
And that's the downside of the breaking ball. Not always easy to get in the zone. So 3-1, 2 outs. Mathewson's going to be sitting fastball here from Liam Joyce. Fastball line right to the shortstop, Cochran, up with it, and he drops the baseball. He drops the baseball. It was not on the fielding part. He was going to flip to second, and he lost it on the exchange. And it's a bases-loaded situation for Keon Lamarche.
Designated hitter, number 20, Keon Lamarche.
Look at the size of this kid.
Oh, Keon Lamarche is, if he's not a middle linebacker, he should be.
I was gonna say, he might be playing the wrong sport.
Well, when he got hit in the shoulder on the last at bat, they had to throw the baseball out.
I was gonna say.
So how many times are you going to see an error like that? Cochran,
That's tough. He did everything right.
He even goes down to the knee to make sure he doesn't go through him, and then loses it on the exchange. And what a spot for Lamarche. He's walked, grounded to short, and been hit by a pitch. But a base hit here will tie the game.
God, yeah, in this outfield.
And if he gets one in the gap, it could put Woodstock on top, and that would be crazy. So Woodstock, who had a hard time closing out Fitch, in a chance to do the same to East Lyme. Breaking ball, strike 1 from Joyce, and that's a hammer. That's a good breaking ball in a bad spot. And Lamarche going to file that one away. It's 0-1. Ground ball up the middle. It's a base hit. And we are going to be tied at 6. Keon Lamarche drives in 2. And we're tied at 6. The Centaurs have come all the way back.
And this is why you don't start Mathewson. This is why you bring him in at the end. This is a phenomenal.
What a piece of hitting by Lamarche. He stayed on top of the breaking ball. Drives in 2. We're tied at 6. And Brady Erickson, who has walked, struck out, and grounded out, first and third, has a chance to put Woodstock on top. They're going to run for Lamarche. Hayden Rowland will run at first base. Now, if you're Woodstock, you're not doing anything here. You're
letting the big fella hit here.
Take a lead and stay there. But what an improbable 4 spot. I mean, Joyce was cruising to the bottom of the order, gives up the single to Simenow, but comes right back with an out, and then walk, sacrifice fly, single, error, single. Woodstock capitalizing. It is 6-6, and here is UConn commit Brady Erickson. Fastball, swing and a miss. And I promise you, Erickson was not thinking fastball there.
Nope, and that was great pitch call right there, because he was sitting hook. I think all 1,000 people here were sitting hook.
Fastball off the glove of Montejano, but no advance. Well, this has turned into an exciting baseball game off what started off I was thinking we might see a mercy rule today, the way East Lyme jumped out early. But instead, we've got ourselves a tie ball game in the 6th. Breaking ball, and let's not discount the work that A.J. Montejano is going to have to do. The courage to call breaking ball with knowing you're going to have to, at least twice, knock him down and block him.
How about, I think he did, it was the second one, Dylan threw a hammer curveball up the line, great play, and there was a runner on third. That's, again.
Well, that's the thing right now. Tie game, bottom of the 6th. You got to call breaking balls if you're going to get out of this jam.
I wonder if he sends him here.
I mean, if they do, you're walking Erickson.
Which is true. Yeah, right?
You're taking the bat out of Erickson's hand. Because I'm going to go righty with Simenow. I'm not going to let Erickson hit. So that's and I'm taking away I'm not going to take away his hole or the chance to hit. Breaking ball, soft.
Nope.
Flare, Cochran in the spot and out of the jam.
He hung that too.
He did hang it.
But
Woodstock puts up 4, so we got a brand new ball game as we head to the top of the 7th. Leading off for East Lyme in the 7th will be their 4-5-6. It'll be Cochran, then Canby, and then O'Brien as the Vikings are going to try to punch one across. Now here's where the advantage, Woodstock has the advantage as the home team, but East Lyme has the advantage of the arms.
Absolutely.
Because Mathewson's going to be.
I was going to say, how much more can you go with him, right? Yeah. And Joyce can go another 6-7 innings.
Knowing that he's got 3. You got 3 days rest before he comes back. So
and Jack's got his pitching lined up already for next week.
Mike DeMauro, you still with me?
I am here.
What are you thinking about that inning?
Well, the play that I would see over and over and over again is the error. That Joyce is supposed to be out of the inning right there.
Yeah.
And that's tough. But that's those are the ones that's why I could never coach.
Yeah.
And then the binding ball up the middle right after 2 pitches later?
Yeah.
Or no, did he walk LaMarche out? No, was LaMarche the one that did it?
Yeah, it was.
He had the one up the middle?
Yeah, LaMarche had the base hit right after the error on the ground ball from Mathewson, where Cochran did everything right and loses it on the exchange, which is like you're never going to see it. But Mike DeMauro at 6-6, East Lyme's going to let Joyce go. How much more do you think Mathewson is going to go?
Well, I mean, I think he's probably got plenty left in his arm. It's just how much does Elliott want to let him go? Yes, this is a big game, and yes, the games next week are way bigger.
Yeah.
Than this.
Remember, the goal is to hang the other banner.
Yes.
But it's so tough though, Mike, because how do you take the competitiveness? Now now it's go time. It's good luck getting these guys off the field now, Mike.
Well, maybe it'll rain.
I've got the great Lee Elsey is in the building. The sports doctor is in the building. Our game 2, Stonington and Lyman will have the full crew. As game day is bringing in the big guns for the Stonington Lyman Memorial Division II Championship game. But we've got ourselves a good one right here at 6-6, heading to the top of the 7th. Breaking ball from Mathewson and Cochran out in front of that one. It's 0-1.
And Mathewson seems like a guy that gets stronger. Look at him on the mound now.
That's Bulldog
he
style.
It takes the National Guard to get him off the mound right now.
Another change up that time.
Again, talk about another family. Another family. That's a sports family up there.
Yeah. You said that the Woodstock kids, they all look like they can play. Like just their body language, fastball up. Mm-hmm. If you watch them take infield, outfield, East Lyme's an incredible class program. They're but you watch Woodstock take infield, outfield, and it looks different.
They play the game the right way.
They really do. They're just hard. The way they go after it, everyone's run, but they all look. They're all athletic. They all look. And I love Mathewson with the stirrups. That's a great look. 2-2 pitch. Out in front, he gets Cochran on the strikeout, and that is another K brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricane.
I cannot say enough how big that run is. That in the 5th inning. Think of that.
Yeah, we'd be done. We'd be heading to the 7th with a run lead. We could be looking for this thing to wrap. Instead, we're going to get Nick Canby into the box. Canby has grounded to third, singled, and scored, and struck out. I didn't make my score sheet to go extra innings. I'm going to have to make some adjustments myself. Strike poured in on the outside part of the plate.
I love his rhythm and tempo. I mean, look, he is on the mound ready to go.
Yeah, there's no pitch clock worries for him. Fouled out of play, 1-2. He gets it. I mean, he's on the rubber when he gets the throwback from his catcher, and he's ready to. I mean, he is ready to go. I love that. As a hitter, you're never quite settled. Breaking ball, soft line drive, center field, and that'll be caught in stride for the second out. So 2 quick ones here. East Lyme, Tanner O'Brien, the right fielder. He has struck out twice and singled. And East Lyme's at the bottom part of their order right now. They're at the 6th hitter. So Woodstock, if Woodstock gets through here, they have not only a chance to walk it off in the 7th, but then they know they have the bottom of the order in extra innings and a chance to do it again.
And it's so tough as a coach to think of this, right? Like, say they don't score, he gets out of this, nobody scores. Do you bring them back out? Like, you talking about the competitive juices, right? Like, because your goal is next Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's your goal, right? And now is this awesome? You got a packed house. We got an awesome weather day.
Ground ball gets through for a base hit. O'Brien with his 2nd hit of the day. And that'll get Joyce to the plate. And the reason why that hit's important is it guarantees the lineup turns over next inning. If they can survive the 7th, that means that they're going to get to the top of their order in extra innings, which gives them a big chance. So Joyce will be up here with an opportunity to extend the inning. Mathewson delivers. Outside, ball 1. I mean, I think the ECC title is nice. I think Woodstock, having lost to East Lyme last year in this same game, sensing an opportunity to win this year, certainly wants to do that, but not at the expense of a state championship run. This is not a 10-10 team that got here and is going to go out and get knocked out in the early rounds of the state tournament. This is a team that is one in their rankings and wants to win. And that's the other thing, too, is that ball bounces. Great read and advance to second base from O'Brien. So a man in scoring position for Joyce. If there are teams that, may go after the ECC tournament knowing that their state tournament draw is not very good. And they'll say, this is maybe the best chance we have. As gets a fastball by Joyce, 2-2. But I think in this particular case, both of these two teams see state runs.
Oh, God, yeah.
East Lyme's going to have to do it on the back of their arms, as is Woodstock. But Woodstock hits a little bit more. Typically, they're a little more veteran than East Lyme is. East Lyme's really
future is bright over there.
Yeah, next year they're going to be even better, but they're going to have to replace. East Lyme's going to have to replace a senior catcher and their best player, which is not ever easy.
No.
Fastball peeled out, foul, 2-2. So the catcher's always tough. There's going to have to be someone who can step in next year. Montejano's been catching for it felt like 7 years. And they're going to have to replace him. And then Dreyfus, replacing that level of kid is always tough. Breaking ball hit in the hole. Will it get through? It was. They're going to try to send him. Here comes the throw home. It's on the line. Slides. Safe. Vikings take the lead. Huge base hit for Dylan Joyce. Scores Tanner O'Brien. The bottom of the order once again coming through. And Aiden Cochran will step into the box with a chance. Looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter.
Jack Hayes.
Yep, Jack Hayes is going to pinch hit for Cochran.
Think of the dirt ball read case, right?
That's a great point. Got to second base. Yeah.
Huge dirt ball read.
If you're looking to the 7th, 5, 6, 7 for Woodstock, which is where the lineup started in the 4-run inning in the 6th. So Woodstock got it started with the 5-hitter in the 6th inning. That's where they'll be in the 7th. This would be a huge tack-on run for East Lyme if Hayes can come through, the junior pinch hitting. Shadows just creeping in. I don't think they're a big deal yet because the ball's in sun all the way to where a hitter can see it right now. So the hitter's not seeing any shadow yet. Fastball down. When the next game starts, if it starts at, say, 6:45-ish, you might have that shadow right in the middle of pitcher to home plate, which could be a problem. But ground ball chopped, taken by Siminow. Throw across the diamond is in time. So that'll do it in the top of the 7th for East Lyme, but they do tack on the go-ahead run on a big base hit from Dylan Joyce. Joyce, who had a chance to be the winning pitcher, instead might have the chance to be the game-winning RBI and make his brother a winner if Liam Joyce can hold Woodstock here as we go to the bottom of the 7th. So the shadow right now, if you see it, is just in front of home plate. The batter is in the shadow, but the ball is never in the shadow for the batter, because by the time that ball is on you to hit, it's in sunshine the whole time. So that last foot is not a visible foot for the optical part anyway. In other words, when you're hitting, you don't actually see the baseball the last couple of feet that it's on you. You can't physically see the ball hit the bat, even though we as coaches like to tell kids, see the ball hit the bat. You actually can't physically see the ball hit the bat.
I have to run. Okay. All right, I'm getting summoned by Coach Orby. Hey, great to see you, Mike.
Thank
you're
you to
the
Mike
best.
Wall for joining us here.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
We'll have you
awesome
back.
Game.
We'll have you back in the second game, and we'll talk some more.
Thank you, guys. You're the best, brother.
And we head here to the bottom of the 7th. So Caleb Siminow, 2 for 3 with 2 singles. He got the rally in the 6th inning started with a base hit, and he's going to have to do it here in the 7th facing Liam Joyce. The 0-0 pitch is a ball high, 1-0. Breaking ball in for a strike, evens the count at 1. Breaking ball high, 2-1. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Siminow was on it, but just swung over the top of it, evens the count at 2. 2-2 from Liam Joyce. Fastball high, 3-2, and what a big leadoff opportunity for Siminow here if he could find a way to get on leading off this 7th. The 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball, line drive. Cochran gets it in the air. It looked like that was knuckling on him, but he stayed with it and made the catch for the first out. So hard hit ball from Siminow, but perfectly positioned. Was Aiden Cochran, and he got it done. That'll bring up Riley O'Brien. He is 0 for 3, but he has scored a run, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. And first pitch breaking ball in from Joyce. 0-1, another breaking ball. Cochran short hops it. Throw to first, not in time, throws it away. They have a play at him at second base. Montejano's throw can't get picked. And after all that, O'Brien's going to be in scoring position on the error by Cochran. So a hard play by Cochran. He knocked it down, maybe ill-advised to try to make the throw to first base, throws it away, and then Montejano has all the time in the world to throw O'Brien out at second, but he bounces it, and instead O'Brien is safe at second on the error, and with 1 out, Woodstock has a runner in scoring position trying to get this guy home to tie the game. Matt Hernandez, he'll step in the box. Hernandez is 0 for 2. He has walked and scored in that 4-run 6th. It's turned out to be quite a good one. Of course, on the other side of this, you're going to have Stonington and Lyman Memorial in the Division II championship game here at Dodd. And all the action will stay on game day. Matt Hernandez. Breaking ball. Low, ball 1. After this one, we will have the winning coach and the player of the game live on the field. Breaking ball inside, almost clipped Hernandez. It's 2-0. Big pitch coming here from Liam Joyce. Fastball catches the corner, 2-1. Fastball outside, 3-1. If Hernandez gets on, Graham will have the chance to do something for the Centaurs, and then Noah Sampson is the 9-hitter. Breaking ball on 3-1, and he swung over the top of it. How's that for a gutsy pitch? 3-2, 1 out. Fastball freezes him, strike 3. Hernandez was thinking breaking ball, and instead he got a fastball, and there's another Hurricane. A strikeout sponsored by the Connecticut Hurricanes. 2 outs, runner in scoring position, and the catcher, Tanner Graham, comes to the plate. We're going to get a runner at second base. David Bunning will take a chance for the run, and he'll be the tying run down there at second base.
David Bunning.
Big spot here, Graham, the junior catcher, against Liam Joyce, the junior reliever. Fouled out of play to the right. He tried to bust him in with a fastball and did. 0-1. Fastball just high. 1-1. Down in the dirt, blocked by Montejano. 2-1 on Graham. Two-one pitch, breaking ball high, and Joyce in danger of putting the winning run on first base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball is high. Graham walks. And that'll bring up Noah Sampson. The center fielder is 0 for 1. He's walked and scored. Sacrifice fly drove in a run, and he's grounded to first. If Sampson can get on, 3-hit Max Karate is on deck. The pitch from Joyce. Fastball, strike. Go-ahead run on first, or actually the winning run on first. The tying run on second is Bunning. Joyce deals to Sampson. Fastball, strike 2. 0-2 on the senior, Noah Sampson. Bunning leads off of second. Graham off of first. The 0-2 pitch, they go. Line drive, left field. That's going to score the tying run. Over to third, heads Graham on a double from Noah Sampson, and we are tied at 7.
Scoring on the goal, number 2, David Bunning.
Bunning was on the go on the pitch. The ball was sliced away from the left fielder, Cochran. That allowed the tying run to score. Graham to third on the double from Sampson. They're going to put Karate on intentionally. And that's going to bring Eric Matheson up to the plate with a chance to make himself the winning pitcher. Bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game. If you're looking at the scoreboard, The number that jumps out is the error column, 5 for East Lyme. Seven runs each, 7 hits each, 5 errors for East Lyme. So Coach Biggs is chit-chatting with Ed Nenna, and something's going to give here as we got the bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game, and Eric Mathewson, the pitcher. He's lined to left, grounded to short, grounded to third, and got on a crucial error that led to the 2-run base hit by LaMarche that originally tied the game. The Vikings are going to come in and say to each other, don't do anything bad, do something good. 'Cause I'm not sure what else you could, what else you would say to each other on that mound visit right there.
The pitcher, number 1, Eric Mathewson.
What a way to start the championships here in the ECC Baseball. A 7-7 game in the bottom of the 7th. Joyce from the stretch to Mathewson. Breaking ball, strike 1. The Vikings hoping to find a way to get another AB. The Centaurs want to walk it off and avenge last year's loss to the Vikings. Mathewson, line drive, base hit, Centaurs win! Eric Mathewson, the senior, makes himself the winning pitcher and the hero of the Division I ECC Championship. The Centaurs mob him. They are the champions. They found a way to beat the Vikings, and East Lyme is going to look in the mirror hard tonight as they gave up a 6-run lead, but the Centaurs come away with the victory, 8-7, improbably, spectacularly, and to the dismay of the defending champs. We will have interviews on the field with winning coach Connor Elliott, as well as our outstanding player of the game. But let's take a moment to thank our sponsors for today's game. First, we want to say thank you very much to the Connecticut Crush. Today's game sponsored by the Connecticut Crush AAU baseball program. The Crush was founded by Mike Wall in 2005, and over the last 19 years have coached over 1,000 players, earning college baseball scholarships. Contract to play professionally. The Crush has 14 teams ranging from 9U to 18U, players 6 to 18 years of age, and the mission of the Crush is to build strong baseball players. Also, a high priority on character, family values, and giving back to the community. So go to www.ctcrushbaseball.com. Also, to Batter Up Baseball Camp. Batter Up Baseball Camp, the premier sports camp in Eastern Connecticut for boys and girls ages 5 to 13, in its 31st year. All I can say is it's the single best baseball camp you can send your player to, boy or girl. If you want them to learn skills, meet new friends, and get coached by the absolute best, contact Camp Director Bill Bassetto or go to batterupsports.com for the Batter Up Baseball Camp. And the Connecticut Hurricanes. Every strikeout today was a hurricane. And the Hurricanes were brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes, the premier AAU program of Eastern Connecticut. If you want to find out what the Hurricanes are all about, contact Scott Chasen, or you can go to www.cthurricanesbaseball.com.
And ladies and gentlemen, if I can continue to direct your attention to the home plate area. This year's 2024 ECC Baseball Tournament Most Outstanding Player goes to Woodstock Academy's Eric Mathewson.
happy group of Centaurs hoisting the ECC banner, the player of the game and of the tournament, senior Eric Matheson. Head coach Connor Elliott is going to talk to our own sports doctor, Keith O'Brien, down on the field. He's going to talk to Connor Elliott as well as Eric Matheson. And of course, we're going to have game 2, the Stonington Bears and the Lyman Memorial Bulldogs coming up. But first, we want to talk with Coach Connor Elliott after his team came all the way back and took care of the East Lyme Vikings, the defending champions. Last year it was the Vikings. This year it's the Centaurs. What did it take to overcome those Vikings? Sports Doctor.
Well, Coach Connor Elliott, 3rd victory this year over East Lyme. You guys played a lot of baseball in a couple of days. You were down with 6-0 at one point. What's the mentality at that point?
Yes, sir. Mentality's never quit. That's what great leaders like Eric Matheson, Riley O'Brien, who didn't have his best stuff on the mound, but came up big at first base and in the lineup when it mattered. And it's just resiliency. It's knowing.
It always happens to me, Coach.
I love that. And as you see now, it's to stick together. We know with our pitching and our defense, we're never out of a game. It's like we have a bad inning or two, we can hold them there, let the offense get going, and we can swing the bat pretty good 1 through 9 too. So we just knew, hey, let's cut it to 1, cut it to 2, cut it to whatever we need to, and give ourselves a chance to make that today.
Consistently throughout the course of the season, you guys been on top of the ECC. What does it say about this program and this season?
Yeah, I mean, we know there's great baseball down here in East Lyme, Waterford, Fitch. I mean, so many great historic programs, and we're just trying to make a little mark up in the quiet corner, us, Killingly, a couple other good programs really trying to set the tone. And, I mean, geez, it's our 3rd time in a row in this game. It's about time we win one.
3rd time's a charm.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the state tournament next week?
I mean, brand new tournament, brand new season. We're going to enjoy this. They're going to have a nice weekend off, but they're going to understand Monday that they're going to hear the story of a couple years ago when the 32 seed beat the 1 seed in the state tournament first round, and it's a whole new tournament, whole new approach come Monday.
There you go. Eric Matheson today, our player of the game. Listen, 5 innings out of the pen, and you came in at the right time and really calmed things down for your team. How did you feel taking the mound then?
I felt great. I had a lot of success leading up to the year so far, and I had success against these guys earlier in April, and I knew if I came out with no fear, I'd do good.
1 run over the course of that time on the mound. What's it feel like when you come in down 6-0? Is it a bit of a panic mode, or is it let's just right the ship a little bit?
I just got to do my best. I have faith. I have the utmost faith in the world that they're going to get the runs when we're going to get back in this game, which we did.
Great job tonight. Timely hitting, the whole 9 yards. What do you say about this team this year?
There's nothing like it. This is the best team I've ever played on, skill-wise, chemistry. We're just brothers. Like, we hang out every night. And we're such a close team and family.
A little Gatorade splash. Enjoy this one. Hey, Casey, happy group from Woodstock. Big come from behind win here at Dodd Stadium.
They found a way to overcome the Vikings in the postseason. They've done it during the regular season, but a big comeback win for the Centaurs, 8-7. It's 6:35, and there's going to be awards given to all the ECC All-Stars in the middle of games 1 and 2, and then we'll be back with the Stonington High School Bears and the Lyman Memorial Bulldogs. So we're about 20 minutes away from the first pitch. Lyman and Stonington, and all the action will be live on game day on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
As the sun sets over beautiful Dodd Stadium in Norwich, Connecticut, it's time for the 2024 Division II ECC Baseball Championship, live on game day. The ECC Baseball Championship is sponsored by the Connecticut Crush AAU Baseball Program. The Crush Baseball Program was founded in 2005 by Michael Wall, and over the past 19 years, the Crush have coached over 1,000 players, with many of them earning college baseball scholarships and college contracts to the pros. The Connecticut Crush currently has 14 teams ranging from 9 to 18U, with players 6 to 18 years of age. The mission of the Crush is to build strong baseball players who excel on the field, but with a high priority on character and family values and giving back to the community. Go to www.ctcrushbaseball.com for more information. Casey O'Neill, along with the great Lee Elsey, welcome and thank you for joining us on game day. And you got here to the end of a very exciting Division I game, Division II, featuring Lyman and Stonington. You're going to see the number 1 seeded Bulldogs and the number 3 Bears. Thank you for joining us. Talk a little baseball tonight.
I can't wait, Case. I'm honored that you guys asked me to come out. Mike and Peter and the sports doctor, it's like the dream team, getting the chance to hang out with you guys at like I said, beautiful Dodd Stadium. And I hope I don't disappoint, because I think from start to finish, the last high school baseball game I watched, I played in. I think so.
I've seen you come out this year to support my son and others, and you made it 3 innings one time. I really appreciate that. Now, what's fun is that you're no stranger to being on air.
Right.
Number 2, you're no stranger to Dodd Stadium.
Dodd Stadium.
We'll talk about that, and you're no stranger to championship level high school baseball. They didn't have the ECC tournament like this back in your day, though. So the third member of our broadcast team is going to be lurking out there. We're going to play Where is the Sports Doctor, Keith O'Brien.
I'm waiting for grounders down here, Casey, in the dugout. I tell you what, I feel not worthy, because there's 2 state champions, there's a couple all-stars, and then there's one guy who once turned a double play at Stonington High School, part of the broadcast crew. What a beautiful night for baseball. Division II title on the line of a very young Lyman team against a very, very good Stonington team. Should be a good matchup here tonight, guys.
Lyman, of course, broke the sports doctor's heart by beating Wheeler to get here to the finals. So the first batter of the game is going to be Stonington third baseman Aaron Lepresto, and that means it's game time. And that is brought to you by Batter Up Baseball Camp, the premier sports camp in eastern Connecticut for boys and girls age 5 to 13. Batter Up is entering its 31st year this summer, so if you want your player to learn great skills from some of the best coaches and players in the state while having tons of fun playing and competing and making new friends, send them to Batter Up. For more information, contact Camp Director Bill Bassetto at billbassetto@gmail.com or go to the website batterupsports.com. Batter Up is a fabulous camp, and I'm thrilled to say that I sent my son through there, and I have coached there as well. And what it has done over the years, it's a lot of these players that we're seeing tonight have all gone through the same youth camps, and they haven't, even with the AAU circuit, they all play together now. Right. They kind of all know each other. I don't know if it hurts the rivalry a little bit, but tonight these guys are very familiar with each other. The difference, Stonington coming in super hot, knocking off Bacon Academy 9-3, and then mercying Griswold, who they had problems with 12-1. Lyman shut out Plainfield, but had to sneak by Wheeler 4-3 to get here. So they're going to be sending out normally one of their best players and 3-hitters, Jared Russo, but he's not one of their top 2 guys normally, and he's going to be facing a sophomore hard-throwing Cam Ogden on the other side. Lee, you've played at the highest levels. I'll be very interested to see what you think of the arms. You got a chance to see a couple in the first game. I feel like the ECC has more arms than it's had in years, and that's including sending a lot of guys to the major leagues.
Everything I hear about the ECC this year is pitching. So I'm looking forward to seeing both these guys throw. And I will say one other thing before we start. Playing in a field like this as a high schooler, I know they play in it from time to time, but it's always a thrill to play in a minor league park.
It is. I mean, you're not going to get anything more beautiful. Makes you feel like a pro. The first pitch to Lepresto is a big breaking ball high for ball 1. The umpires, Leo Bowser and Anthony Corsella, out on the bases, and the legendary, the fabulous Sarge, Rick Pasqualini, 31 years. This is Sarge's final game behind the plate And we can't say enough about him. He umpired for me, for gosh sake. He probably umpired you.
He did. He did.
Lepresto, line drive, made by Bobby at short, fires over to first, because if you don't go first, you go last. And there's your first out of the first inning. Lepresto hit it hard, but right to Bobby.
So one thing to look for too, Casey, as I'm looking out, scanning the field, it looks like at least for the first inning or two, you're going to have a tough time in left field seeing anything that comes off the bat that way. So look out for that too.
Alex DePerry, the second baseman, will check in. After DePerry, it's Dylan Samini, the center fielder, Wyatt Verberidge, the first baseman, Jace Wolfrat at catcher, Finn Eck in right field, Cam Ogden on the mound, Austin Linekus in left field, and Michael Keefe, the shortstop. Rounding out your lineup for Stonington High School for Lyman, we had the pitcher Russo. Chalifo is the catcher. 2-0 pitch from Russo. Line drive, ground ball to short. There comes Bobby again. Charge, throws across the diamond. Strong arm, back-to-back, 6-3s, 2 outs in the first.
So everything but that so far has been up. So that's something to look for as far as pitching goes. Everything's up, up, up. So you don't want to stay up.
Yeah, Russo, you're not going to be able to live there, right? It's a nice place to visit, but
every once in a while.
Dom Pomprian over at first base. Isaac Cohn at second. Bobby, the shortstop. Connor Hawkins at third. Massey in left. Sanchez in right. And the center fielder, Alex Ortiz. 2 outs here. Russo delivers breaking ball to Dylan Samini, the center fielder, and the ace of the Stonington staff. He pitched a gem against Bacon Academy a couple days ago. Samini has had a great year at the plate as well. Back-to-back breaking balls for Russo. And you can tell he needs that big breaking ball to be a strike pitch for him, especially with the fastball, not with the velocity that you might see from other guys.
Things never change. It seems like, you go through the first 2 guys, you throw mostly fastballs, you get to number 3 hitter, breaking ball, breaking ball. This will probably be another breaking ball, 2-1.
Fastball chopped to second. Up with it is Cohn over to Pomprian, and a very smooth first inning.
Piece of cake.
For Russo as he sets the Bears down 1-2-3. Couldn't ask for a better start. And coming off the field, I'm always interested in playing the nightcap from an energy level. These teams were here for a long time. The first game went extra innings. And you've just been itching to play, and you're itching to play. And, sometimes you come out a little flat. How did you as a player tap into, what did you have to do to get yourself sort of in the right frame of mind when you had a long wait?
It's funny. Personally, I just love to play. So whenever you get between the lines, it's just that competition always elevated. Just so the wait was always tough. I do remember sometimes though, like if you had a long rain delay or something like that, it was tough to sort of restart the engines again. But that first game, as you mentioned, was really exciting. I got here about the 6th inning. It looked like it was going to be pretty much 6-2 in the 6th, and then all of a sudden, bang, 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 they're right back in it. Eastline makes a couple of errors, a couple of walks. And there's a new ECC champion. So these guys have a heavy lift to be able to get a game as exciting as the first one.
Sports Doctor's down in the Lyman dugout. Sports Doctor.
Coach, 1-2-3 to start the first. What'd you like to see out of your pitcher Russo there?
That was good. It was a good start for us. Big plays by our shortstop, Bobby, who hasn't played over there much during the year, but because of injuries, he's there. And Russo set the tone for us, so that was a good start for us defensively, pitch-wise, and a couple nice plays.
3 up, 3 down, Coach. Go get them.
Absolutely, thanks.
Case.
Where else but game day do you get the live look into the dugouts down there, Sports Doc?
The best, you don't call him the best sideline guy in the game for nothing. I can tell you that right now.
The Lyman Memorial Bulldogs will be heading to the plate. They're going to send Isaac Cohn, the second baseman, up first. The catcher, Nick Chalifo, will hit second. Jared Russo, the pitcher, third. Ortiz, the center fielder, hits cleanup. Dom Pomprian at first base, batting 5th. Jeremiah Bobby, the shortstop, 6th. Connor Hawkins, third baseman, batting 7th. Owen Massey, the left fielder, hits 8th. And Hunter Sanchez, the right fielder, hits 9th. Defensively for the Bears, at first base is Wyatt Verberidge. The second baseman, Alex DePerry. The shortstop, Michael Keefe. Third baseman, Aaron Lepresto. Out in left field is Austin Linekus. Your center fielder, Dylan Samini. Right fielder is Finn Eck. And doing the catching, Jace Wolfrat. And on the mound, the hard-throwing sophomore, Cam Ogden. we go to the bottom of the first here at Dodd Stadium. Isaac Cohn, the second baseman, will step in, and crowd starting to pick up, and then Lyman is a very chatty team. We've known that. You see them top step of the dugout. First pitch from Ogden. Fastball misses inside. 1-0.
So I was told, what, mid-80s, maybe high 80s as he gets loosened up into this game by the time it's halfway through?
Yep, sits around 84 usually, touches up to around 88 when he's feeling it. We know that he touched 90 inside over the winter. He's one of a group of kids that got to 90. We heard the word that Dylan Joyce in the first game touched 90 live out there. So, I mean, these guys do have some arms, but he'll sit around 84 to start the game.
Hello.
Just a bit inside. He tried the corner and missed.
So, Case, I'll ask you a question. You've watched a lot of games. These guys throw harder than they did when you played, or is it the same, not as hard for as long?
That's a great question, and I've had this conversation. I don't want to be one of those back when I played baseball because I know better.
Yeah.
Breaking ball outside 3-1, and I know, for example, that hitters are better now, top to bottom, than they were when we played, because there's so much work put into it.
Right.
But I don't think the best hitters now are any better than Norman Tanucci or you or Johnny Grant. I mean, great hitters just hit 3-1, fastball poured in 3-2. So I think there are, just like you see everywhere, there are more guys throwing hard. I don't know that any of these guys threw harder than Dave Menhart or Bubba Kirsch or Brian Mercado, the guys like that.
Right.
But there's more of them. Ground ball to short. Keefe surrounds it, gets the hop, and kicks it. And it's a tough start. Cohn will get on with the error.
Ball hit him in the heel, bounced right out. But I don't know. I guess I think you're probably right. It does seem like there's more emphasis, though, Case, on just flat out throwing as hard as you can.
When we get a break in between innings, I'm going to bring Mike DeMoro's. He has a great quote from Brady Erickson, the hard thrower who's a UConn commit from Woodstock, who could be trying to touch that 90 mark right now, but sits 85 and has a really insightful comment on what he thinks about high school and velocity. Shalafo, the catcher, shows bunt, ball in the dirt. Wolfrat knocks it down and holds Cohn over at first base. Throw behind him, nothing there. So I think there are more guys that throw hard, but what I've seen this year is I've seen more guys sitting 84 than I've ever seen before. It's like we went through a run at Bacon Academy's at Division III in the ECC, and we saw 3 guys at Stonington and 2 guys at Griswold and 2 guys at Plainfield, and like every game we're finding some guy throwing 80 to 84. I don't feel like there's ever a day off from that, but I don't know that the pitching's necessarily better than when Matt Harvey and Jesse Hahn and Bono and Epps and those guys were in the ECC. So, but I do feel like more guys are in that spot. Again, Shalafo shows bunt. This time swings away. Base hit to left field. So the old fake the bunt, pull it back, slash it, pays off. And Lyman has a little something going here to start the first.
I've been watching baseball for 50 years. I think it's the first time that place actually worked, been successful.
I mean, it drew the third baseman in, and he hit it right past the third baseman. I mean, that is
magic.
Clearly how you dial it up
That's
there.
the way Honus Wagner drew it up about 112 years ago.
Jared Russo, the pitcher, batting third, has a chance to help his own cause here.
Now, if he squares the bunt, I'm going home.
Yeah, we'll do the broadcast. Mike and Keith will finish it up.
Well, you're a 3-hitter in the first inning and a square? No.
Breaking ball blocked by Wolfrad. Now, the last time I saw Ogden pitch, he came in against Bacon Academy and had some problems locating, and the Bobcats got to him on a walk-off win. So he does have some problems in the zone at times, even though the stuff can be electric.
Well, he hasn't thrown a breaking ball for a strike. That was a slider. He's 2-0. He hasn't thrown one curveball for a strike. Anything that's been close to the plate's been a fastball.
And I think that's another thing that I have found as the hitters have maybe gotten better, but I think pitchers, I see way too many breaking balls.
Right.
If I threw 85 miles an hour, locate your fastball.
I totally agree.
Pitch to contact. Fastball misses 3-0. I mean, look at what we've seen. So you throw your best fastball. Most hitters, 6 of the 9 guys, are going to hit ground balls to the infield or pop-ups.
Yep.
And, yeah, you might have a guy here and there who can, turn around a fastball. But I just see guys throwing hard, and they fall in love with breaking balls because you get more swings and misses with breaking balls. But I don't think you are effective.
If you can locate your fastball, it's a deadly weapon. And if you're just heaving it and you're throwing it, it's not going to work out as well.
3-0 to Russo. Ball down, and that's going to load the bases. And the best hitter, I think, statistically, on the Bulldogs is coming to the plate. Alex Ortiz, the center fielder, who I think has made 1 out in the tournament thus far.
He's hot.
He is hot, and that's going to send the coach out to the mound to talk to Cam Ogden.
So let me ask you this. So we know maybe there's no difference with how hard they throw, although you start climbing the ladder. Clearly, the guys in college and professional baseball throw harder now than they did, let's say, when I played. But I just think the training is so vastly improved. You got all of these places where these guys are either getting stronger, getting faster, bat speed is going up. Like you had said earlier tonight, these hitters are just better because they're better trained.
Yes. Well, let's go back to you in 1985, me in 1990, for example. We'll keep those 5 years apart. You played multiple sports, but you played multiple sports in part because what else was there to do?
That's a good point. In fact, we were talking about this today. When I was in high school, because I was a baseball player first, lifting weights was discouraged.
Correct.
And now, that's it. To think about it like that's insane.
Well, so I played soccer so that I could get into shape for baseball. I wouldn't have played soccer. Although in the today's baseball, I may have been different. Full bases loaded. Ortiz up. First pitch from Ogden. Breaking ball. Snaps over for a strike. Infield in the bottom of the first inning for Stonington.
Well, you got to cut that runoff.
Now they're going to they're going to move the middle infield
They
back.
heard you. They heard you. The sarcasm.
Breaking ball. Ogden has Ortiz out in front, 0-2. So after the visit to the mound, 2 very good breaking balls from Ogden, and he's got Ortiz down 0-2. Pompriant waits on deck for the Bulldogs. Time.
So, Case, I do have a question because I haven't watched as much. There's no pitch clock at all at this level. Nothing like that.
No. And there is, however, a pitch count. There is pitch limits for the kids. Breaking ball hits Ortiz in the leg, and that's going to force home the first run of the game and keep the bases loaded for Pompriant. So a bad mistake there on a breaking ball hits Ortiz, and that's going to bring in the first run. So back to the thought about these kids and hitters, right? So imagine if you had a facility that you could go to year-round where you could face live pitching, you could face live BP, you could face pitching machines throwing 90 miles an hour, you could work on your defense, and you could lift and train year-round.
I would never leave. I mean, that's just the sort of the attitude. And I'm glad a lot of kids have that attitude. That's why they're better. They're good.
And with access, fastball in there for a strike, with access to great coaching. Guys who can, it's not just you going in there and pounding away, it's getting instruction. So, I think for that reason, you are seeing better players. 0-1 pitch to Pompriant. Fastball high for a ball. Now, here's the rare bats right-handed, throws left-handed.
Well, okay. That is a Ricky Henderson.
We don't often. You always see the guys that throw right, hit left, but this is a reversal. 1-1 from Ogden. Fastball by Pompriant. Strike 2.
So the last batter got hit by a pitch. They checked first base. I thought he swung, actually. Even he got hit, but I thought he swung, so tough break.
I thought he did too. Fastball just misses. Jim O'Neill would have said if he hit it, it would have doubled down the line.
That's a good point. Sarge obviously does not have a dinner reservation tonight.
No. Oh, that zone is a little tight. 2-2 pitch from Ogden. Breaking ball high, 3-2. That's tough to throw a high breaking ball to a 6'8" kid.
So again, breaking ball has been all over the place. Fastball has been his only reliable pitch. As you're a hitter now, 3-2, bases loaded, no outs, you're sitting fastball. Dead red here.
Ogden delivers. Fastball fouled straight back, and Pompriant was on that one. So this is where we talk about fastball command, though, right? So you see that, and as a pitcher, you go, I can't throw another fastball. Well, you can if you can throw one down and away, as opposed to just putting one at his letters. Fastball command, Ogden throws. Fastball high, popped up on the infield.
You can't
First
see it.
baseman settles under it and brings it in. So Verberidge gets the out. No advance as Pompriant pops up. And the shortstop, Jeremiah Bobby.
So now ground ball, he's out of it.
Bobby, that's probably a 50-50. Bobby can run. The infield much bigger than you get in the normal high school, right? There's a bigger infield than you get, a little more range. So I don't know that you can turn 2 here.
Get another breaking ball outside. I think only 1 breaking ball for a strike. So actually 2 breaking balls for a strike so far in the first. So he's struggling with that pitch.
And regardless, a lot of pitches here for Ogden.
Yep.
1-0.
Just a bit outside.
Fastball, I think that's up and out, and Ogden's not pleased with it, though. That's a beautiful picture that we have tonight. Beautiful night here at Dodd. But look, that's just, for those of you, that's a beautiful sight right there.
I got to say, you guys do such a great job with these games.
Fastball by Bobby. It's 2-1. Well, this is one of my favorite nights because, obviously, I'm a baseball guy. I mean, last night we did the lacrosse. I love lacrosse. It's fun. But I feel like I could just sit here and talk baseball forever and ever. And unlike lacrosse, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about. Fastball, Bobby on it, 2-2.
All right, so now he digs down. He makes a big pitch here, gets the out, comes back, gets the 3rd out. They get out of this. That would be a big boon to Stonington right here.
I got to think you're going to see breaking ball here, 2-2, after those 2 fastballs. The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball high.
Can't throw it for a strike.
And that's the danger of it, right? If you're not going to get a swing and a miss on a high breaking ball like that either. You would have tried to put that high breaking ball over the Powerade sign in left center field. 3-2 pitch from Ogden to Bobby.
Out.
Fastball up and in. He walked him. And Cam Ogden struggling right now with his control. Lyman taking advantage. It is 2-0.
So, you already used your trip to the mound, so you can't really go back and do that. He's got to stand out there. He's got to take a deep breath. He's got to make a big pitch here. He's got to try to get that ground ball, get out of this thing before it breaks open. You don't want to base it here in a gap. It's 5-0.
Fouled out of play by 3rd baseman Connor Hawkins. And if you're Lyman right now, you can't come out of this with 2.
Right.
You've got to put up. Similar to East Lyme, who in the first game had Woodstock on the ropes, only scored 2. Then they scored 4, and then never scored again until the end of to the 7th inning. Right now, you're not going to get a better chance to get some runs early against Ogden. He is not feeling it, and Stonington already has some action in the bullpen here in the bottom of the 1st inning. You got to trust your offense, but if you're Stonington, you got to get out of here. Fastball, strike 2.
Maybe bounce this one. That's what I'll do with the breaking ball. Otherwise, you got to keep pumping fastballs.
So, I agree with you 100%. High school baseball, bouncing anything is always a tough spot. Down 2, you got to trust Wolfrat behind the plate. High fastball. Ball. 1-2.
But see, now he's going to come back with a breaking ball anyway, you would think. But all over the place.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if maybe new mound, what have you. But he's been all over the place so far in the 1st inning.
Yeah,
inside, outside, up, down.
Yeah, you're right. He's missing everywhere. Foul out of play. Remain 1-2. That's interesting because see pitchers sometimes missing in the same spot over and over. Okay, that's a mechanical adjustment.
Yep.
Just fix it. You see a lot of times the right-hander pulling down and away because they're this is. The breaking ball, he threw those 2 off the visit to the mound for strikes, and then he hasn't been able to throw another one.
He's mostly high arm side fastballs, but like I said, the breaking ball's either been flat, has been just not as sharp as I'm sure he wants it to be.
And the thing is when he's throwing his breaking ball for a strike, it makes him so effective because the fastball, you can't look breaking ball because his fastball is legit.
Yeah, he throws hard enough to get away with that.
There's a real good breaking ball for strike 3, the best one he's thrown tonight.
Hawkins knew it.
Hawkins, and that strikeout there is our first Hurricane of the 2nd game. Every strikeout tonight brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes, the premier AAU program of Eastern Connecticut. If you want information about them, go to www.cthurricanesbaseball.com. Big 2nd out for Ogden, and he comes right back with a fastball strike to left fielder Owen Massey. And if they can get out of this with just the 2, they'll consider themselves very fortunate. But that was a big time to throw your best breaking ball. Fastball chopped to third, wide. Lepresto gets it in foul territory, so it'll be 0-2.
To the defense of Ogden, I mean, it did start with an error here, and you could have made the argument that the hit by pitch batter was a swing and a strike. So he has been all over the place, but hasn't gotten any breaks either in the first inning.
Fair point. Has a chance to help himself here. 0-2 on the 8-batter Massey. Ground ball to short. Keith up with it. Flips the second, and that will end the first. But Lyman jumps on top, 2-0 at the end of one here as they push two across. Stonington will come up with the 4-5-6 and a 2-0 game here after one, the Division II ECC Championship game.
You ever play in this field?
I have never played here. I have coached games here. I have thrown out the first pitch.
Wow.
Here.
Strike?
Yes. Now I threw out the first pitch here alongside Steve Elsey and my wife Michelle. I threw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
I will say that two of the three of us threw strikes.
Okay, my brother was what?
Your brother bounced his. Bounced his. I'm like, you played baseball.
I mean, he only weighs like 107 pounds, right?
Yeah, he bounced it. Wind blew him back on the mound as he was trying to throw it. But Michelle, with the lefty, dropped down through a little cut piece.
Michelle's lefty?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it really does.
That explains a lot about
It
Michelle.
does.
Yeah, okay, now I get it. Now it makes sense to me, my friend.
So yeah, but I haven't played here. Now you have never played in a game here either.
Not a game.
However,
yes.
There is a story which I'm just going to tease it right now. This is what's called tease.
Right, let's tease.
Tell me when I say something that's not true.
Okay.
Dave Winfield was here.
That's correct.
George Brett was here.
He was.
You were a DJ, not even a radio host. You were a
shock
DJ.
jock.
You were a shock jock. Yeah. And you were in the lead and denied an opportunity.
That's not true.
To win?
That's actually not true. And I was tied.
You were tied.
I was tied.
Well, tied for the lead.
I was tied for I guess that's true.
So, okay.
Yeah, all right.
And we're denied an opportunity.
I don't want to give my friend Dave I don't want to take anything away from David.
All right. So we're going to tell that story later on, how it came about. But I will say there were 2 home runs hit in the semifinal game between Killingly and East Lyme. The Killingly right-hander yanked one right down the left field line.
Okay.
And Alex Dreyfus hit one over the Norwich Public Utility sign.
Dreyfus can play, can't he?
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
D1 commit as a pitcher.
Where's he going?
Can hit. I believe he is now going to Central Connecticut State University.
All right.
And he hit one. I mean, that one he hit was legit. To get one out of here, period.
I totally agree.
But you can hook it. I've seen some people hook it around the line, but out in that that's a poke.
They want to do there's a charity event that's in the works, and we could talk about it a little bit later on. But the guy who's trying to put it together wants to be part of it. His name is Filippo from Whaling City.
Yeah, sure.
And he thinks he's going to hit balls out of here. And I said, "You're not hitting any home runs."
All right, well, I'm going to tell you two ways you can do it. Russo's first pitch to Wyatt Verberidge, the first baseman, is in, breaking ball for strike. A, you can either let him hit driver with a Titleist, or you can let him hit from second base, and even then, I'm not sure you can get one out of here. Breaking ball, strike 2 from Russo.
That's a generous call from Sarge.
Sarge decided at the pace he was going, he wouldn't even be able to get to a drive-through tonight. So 0-2 pitch here to Verberidge. Breaking ball chopped slowly to third. Across the diamond. And in time as Hawkins starts us off. And that's 4 up, 4 down.
And 4 ground balls.
Which is what Russo's going to do. We hear soft toss left-handers all the time.
Sure.
He is going to throw fastball, breaking ball. He's going to be around the zone.
Right.
And until someone stays on it and hits it the other way,
it's that comfortable 0 for 4 that you would take against somebody.
And he comes in on a fastball, gets in the kitchen of Jace Wolfrad, the catcher, and Wolfrad grounds it to Cone, and 5 up, 5 ground balls.
Minimum pitches, too. He is just sailing along here in the second inning.
Well, a great wisdom advisor said to me, strikeouts are boring, and beside that, they're fascist. Throw more ground balls, they're more democratic.
Yeah. The great quote from Bull Durham.
That'll bring to the box Finn Eck, the right fielder. Russo delivers. Breaking ball just missed. 1-0.
So you got 2 quick outs and 2 quick pitches. And you throw a fastball there? I mean, come on. He's not swinging. There's no way he's swinging there.
The pitch. Fastball in. 2-0. We saw in the first game, we saw more 2-out walks.
Yeah.
Drove me crazy. Guys would get 2 quick outs and then walk the next guy. That drives me nutty. I don't care if you put it up on a tape. 2-0 pitch from Russo. High, ball 3.
And Russo shouldn't be walking anybody. That's not his game, clearly. So he's got to stay around the plate, get those ground balls. So far, so good, but 3-0 here.
And Ogden, the pitcher, waits on deck. Fastball for a strike. Ogden, who has multiple home runs this year, again, I don't think he's getting one here tonight, especially now that the flags are dead out in the outfield. Nothing's carrying tonight. 3-1. Good swing by Eck, but he pulled the foul.
Where did Dreyfus' home run go over?
Right over the Norwich Public Utility
That's a good
sign.
poke, man.
Right on top of the 94.5.
My competition. My direct competition.
He was trying to hit the sign and knock it out of the play for you. 3-2 breaking ball. With a 2-run lead out to the 6-hitter. We'll walk him. And that'll bring up Ogden, who can help himself out here as we head to the 7, 8, 9 part of the order for Stonington. Ogden, Linekus, and Keefe. Big lead over at first base for Eck. Russo from the stretch delivers. Up and in, ball 1. I can tell you already you can run on Russo. He is slow to the plate, and you could definitely get a significant jump. Stonington does like to run.
And both these teams are in the tournament.
Yes. Stonington will be in Class M. Lyman is in Class S.
And Lyman's a high seed, right?
Yes, they are, but they have a tough draw. 1-0. Russo delivers. Swing and a miss from Ogden.
Tied him up a little bit there. Fastball.
So Lyman drew Old Saybrook, who I believe is 8-12, 9-11, something like that. But they have Connor Lane, UConn commit, who throws 90, and that's what they're going to get. So you're going to see if Lyman, Old Saybrook,
right,
in the Class S first round, 2 kids who throw 88 to 90 miles an hour.
Really?
Yeah. Don Pompriant being the other one.
Well, that'll be a great game. That'll be a great game. A great game to watch.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see Pompriant, like his father, pitch professional baseball.
Yeah. You made that call to me earlier on before we went on the air. You thought that.
Yeah, I mean, his left-hander, 6'5". Ogden stayed on the breaking ball nicely, but high fly ball to center field. Settling underneath it is Ortiz, and that'll do it for Stonington in the second. No hits, no runs, 1 left, and we are heading to the bottom of the second inning, 2-0 Lyman. If you to finish our thought on Don Pompriant, you got a 6'5", 6'6" left-hander. You've got the pedigree looking at the father, who pitched professionally, and you see the body on the dad knowing he's going to fill out. You know Pompriant's going to fill out. So, Sports Doctor down in the Stonington dugout talking with the coach. Sports Doctor.
Coach, your sophomore pitcher takes the hill for the second inning. What do you say to him to calm his nerves down after a shaky first?
No, the first inning sometimes our toughest has been our toughest all year, but we've bounced back for the most part, and I think he's all set. We had the unfortunate error at the start of this off. He struggled a little bit. But we have all the confidence in the world in Cam.
You're settling good, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Coach. Thanks a lot. Casey?
Thank you, Sports Doctor. So Don Pompriant, if I'm a pro guy, I'm seeing him. We saw him live, sit 85, 86, then bump up to sit 87, 88, touch 90. At that frame, waiting for him to fill out, left-hander,
Yep.
he's gonna get a chance to pitch somewhere.
And it's such an advantage having somebody, in your family, in this case your pops, that had played at the highest level. I mean, Matt was a hell of a pitcher and a great competitor, and I'm sure his son is exactly the same. So that is such an advantage because you sort of know how to navigate your way. Because it's not, you get to that level, it's not easy. That next level is not easy. Now I don't know. He's a junior right now.
He's a senior. He is, by all accounts, heading to prep school next year. And if that is not public knowledge, I don't know that. I don't know that.
All right.
I don't know
well,
that.
there you go.
Well, I don't know it for sure, and I haven't heard a college.
Loose lips.
I haven't heard a college commit. I'm under the impression that that's the setup for him.
Well, I was kind of getting at. I was trying to wonder where he was going to go to school.
And I think that's going to be the next case for him. Sanchez will lead off here to start the second inning for Lyman, the right fielder, Hunter Sanchez. But on the other side of things, Lane is late to pitching. He was a position player for Old Saybrook who does not have the most typical mechanics. He's going to UConn. But, that's a terrible draw. I talked about that with Mike Wall in the first game. Like, you get to the tournament, you look at your draw.
Yeah.
And I said when we played Immaculate of Danbury back in 1988, they were 11-9, and the pitcher we faced was 9-0. So, and then they played Waterford in the second round. Mike Susie, Timmy Burrows in that group, and they Waterford mercied them because they faced some kid that couldn't break a window pane. But our guy was a lefty, and at 9-0 and beat us in the first round. So, draw could be tough, and Lyman, that's a tough one. But if they can survive that, and Pompriant will certainly be tough. I mean, they can make some noise in a class where you're not going to see many guys that throw like that.
So Ogden needs to jump back and have a quick inning. He threw a lot of pitches in the first, taxed the arm a little bit. And you said there's a limit on every pitcher. Is that what we're? Yeah.
So there's a pitch count. That pitcher's 100 is. He's a sophomore though, so I'm not even sure he has that for a pitch count. And I normally hate that, the whole fake bunt pullback thing. But when you have a pitcher like Ogden who's struggling right now, I almost want to say like anything to just mess with his head a little bit and make him earn it, and come right back with a swing and a miss. But I think that was one of those poking the bear kind of a thing. But Sanchez is not. I mean, if you're a pitcher and that rattles you, then you got bigger problems. So the 1-1 pitch from Ogden takes a little off and gets the strike. And that's the thing about Ogden is he can take a little off, and get his fastball in the zone and still have a lot of success.
Well, Sanchez is the 9 hitter. You would think stay all fastballs, which is what he did. Gets a strikeout to start out the first.
Fastball up high for the strikeout, and that is a Hurricane, sponsored to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. Get you to the top of the order, Isaac Cohn. He got on an error by the shortstop Keefe, leading off the game. He came around to score. Pitch from Ogden. Breaking ball misses.
So you go 1, 2, 3 with 3 fastballs, 4 to the 9, and then you come back with a break. Listen, I get it. You got to mix it up a little bit. But when you're having trouble throwing the pitch for a strike, stay fastball.
Which he comes right back with the first strike. Like I get it too. If Mike Trout's leading off, but again, what are we trying to accomplish, right? If we want to do what we got Cone to do leading off the game, hit a ground ball short.
Sports Doctor said 38 first inning pitches, so heavy load.
Fastball poured in, strike 2. So Ogden definitely looks a little more comfortable with the fastball control here in the second inning.
Absolutely. Getting ahead, throwing strikes, not up, arm side again. Now you can throw a breaking ball low and away. But he's not. Fastball in.
1-2 pitch. Sawed him off. That's a good pitch. Right back up towards us.
So he's got his confidence in his fastball right now, Case, so he's throwing that a lot more, which I think is good. He throws hard.
I think you're right about breaking ball here, though. After back-to-back fastballs, I'll be surprised if he doesn't go to the breaking ball here. 1-2. And he did. Went on the breaking ball, tried to carve him up inside with it, just missed. I think that's a mistake. I think that just came out of his hand a little funny. So 2-2 pitch coming up to Isaac Cohn. Ogden winds the pitch. Breaking ball freezes him, strike 3. And Cohn goes down looking for another Hurricane. That strikeout brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes.
When you batted your first at bat, what were you trying to accomplish?
So it's a great question as Nick Chalifo, who singled, comes in, the 2-hitter, the catcher for Lyman. And that's popped up down the right field line out of play. So I was the number 2 hitter.
Right.
So that's a really hard question because I was the definition of situational hitting when I got up. So if I got up with a runner on first, I knew that we like to run a lot, so I knew that I was probably going to look for a pitch early in the count. I'm probably going to get fastballs with a runner on first, something that I'm going to look to hit something the other way because I'm going to want to try to play that way. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball, just misses 1-1. Now, if I would often try to let my guy steal second,
right,
and then try to hit one hard the other way, at least to move him over, but with the idea of a base hit. 1-1, strike two. But if I got up and I'm up with nobody on base in my first at bat, I was looking for a fastball in, and I was trying to hit something as hard as I could somewhere, because I wasn't a big power hitter. Strike three, Ogden. That's a good fastball. Ogden strikes out the side. He's starting to feel it. No runs, no hits, no one left on base. That's another Hurricane sponsored by the Connecticut Hurricanes. We're through 2-0 Lyman.
So there you go. Back to what you were talking about really quick. You had said get him early or don't get him, and that you could see that happening because he's definitely throwing like 100% better than he did the first inning.
And those 2 runs needed to be 4 runs.
Right. No, that's I agree.
Because you get the impression that he's going to be tough here for another few innings. Yeah. And I think this is one of those things where the trajectory of the 2 pitchers are going to at some point intersect in different directions. Because Russo's, you talked about a comfortable 0 for 4.
Although it does look like are they taking him out? They may be taking him out of the game, Case.
It looks like Russo's coming out of the game after 2 solid innings. They're going to turn it over. Nope, Russo's still out there.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I mean Stonington's pitcher.
Ogden
may be coming out. It looked like they were taking him out. I don't know.
Well, we'll see what happens when it comes out. Russo's going to stay in the game. So you talked about the comfortable 0 for 4. Yeah. And Russo, even though he's right-handed, reminds me of those left-handed pitchers that gave you those comfortable 0 for 4s. Left-handed pitcher that you hit a hard ground ball to short, and you hit a long fly ball to left center field, and you walked away and you go, how'd you do today? I'm like, that guy stinks. I'm 0 for 3.
I totally agree. Those were so frustrating and infuriating. And again, it was also infuriating to have somebody throwing, mid-90s blowing you away as well. But you get the guy who's just sort of soft tossing balls up there. And I'm not necessarily saying he's a flat soft tosser, but you hit a couple balls hard, you hit a couple balls on the screws, down the ground, and you're out 0-3, and it can be very frustrating.
Mike DeMauro asked me how, what it was like facing tall guys like Pompriant. Brady Erickson from Woodstock is 6'8". Right. And I laughed. I said, it's funny because I got hits off of Scott Burrell. I did very well against Mike Blay. I got hits off of Matt Pompriant. I did well. It was the guys that came after them that gave me fits. When everyone else was, Mike Susie was going, today's a 3 for 3 day, and I'm hitting the ground balls and popping them up on the infield. Those were the guys that were tough for me.
Yeah.
Guys that would challenge me with velocity were better for me.
Right.
Because, as my father would often say, if left to my own devices, I would get myself out.
So when you were, that sounds like what Zink would say. I can tell you that. We could talk for 3 or 4 innings just about him.
We're at the top of the 3rd inning. Austin Linekas will step in, the left fielder for Stonington.
I forget who he said this to. I'm talking about your father now. I think it was Danny Vendetto had said, how come I'm batting 9th? Because your father said there's no 10th.
Well, so that was actually fouled out of play, 1-1. The thing with Danny was hitting second, and he slid him down to, and he said, Coach, why am I hitting second? He said, this is my team, Dan. When you're the coach of this team, you can bat yourself anywhere you want.
I remember that too.
1-1. Fastball just misses, 2-1. I'm pretty sure it might have been me that he said that about hitting 10th.
It's an all-time great line.
It is an all-time great line. 2-1 from Russo. Chopped foul out of play.
So he's moving the ball in and out. I mean, he moves the ball away, back in, back out, up and down a little bit.
I wouldn't call him crafty, but I would call him
deliberate. How about that?
Deliberate's a good word. I was almost going to say poised. Like he clearly has an idea. Chop to third. Hawkins has it, throws across the diamond, and makes the play for the first out. And if you look at his outs, 6-3, 6-3, 4-3, 5-3, 4-3, 5-3, right? He's that ground ball guy. And We faced Lyman, Bacon Academy faced Lyman during the year. We lost 1-0. We faced Pompano. They will not hurt themselves much. They defensively are very solid. They're going to make plays as Michael Keefe, the shortstop and 9-hitter, steps in for Stonington. So I think Russo, deliberate's a great word. I think he's got some savvy to him. Like, he has an idea of what he wants to do.
Well, what would be interesting was when they turn the lineup over, if they start to put the barrel on the ball the second time around.
The first thing that someone has to do is stay back on a ball and hit it the other way. I mean, any more ground balls to the pull side have to be no-nos. Inside, 2-1 on the 9-hitter Keefe.
Like you said, 6 of the 7 outs so far have been ground balls. All of them but one have been to the left side.
That fastball missed up, 3-1, and there has to be a $5 penalty about walking the 9-hitter, right?
You can't walk the 9-hitter. Not after throwing so well in the first 2.5 innings.
And he pulls that one and walks the 9-hitter Keefe. And that's going to get the lineup back to the shortstop, Lepresto. He grounded out 6-3. And of note, he's the lefty that tried to stay on the ball and hit it the other way. He hit a hard ground ball right at the shortstop. This at-bat, to me, is going to tell you a lot about how the best hitters in the Stonington lineup are going to approach Russo here. Keefe steps off. Now, 2-0, I know you're down 2-0, but I could envision Stonington trying to get Keefe, move him around a little bit, try to run a little bit. We said Russo's very deliberate to the plate.
Well, he's only pitched from the stretch once and didn't have to throw a lot of pitches in doing that with the fly ball to center, so we'll see if pitching from the stretch is a little bit different for him.
Does not have, a move that would make you think twice about taking a big lead. He does have the big slow leg kick. He didn't go slide step when we saw him. Has that big leg kick. Strike to Lepresto. Lepresto thought it was outside, didn't like it. But I would definitely try to run. I think manufacturing a run here would be really helpful to get Stonington on the board. But 0-1 pitch. Keefe's not going. Breaking ball inside to Lepresto.
So forcing him to throw a few more pitches here in this inning. Again, walking the 9th hitter, as you said, is the ultimate sin. I mean, if you let him put it on the tee, how far is he hitting it?
I mean, this field, he's certainly
That's
not
what
going to
I'm
hurt
saying.
you.
That's 90% of it. This field is impossible.
Fastball high, 2-1, and now Russo just a little bit out of sorts here. And you got the big hitters coming up behind him, DePerry, Samini, Stonington heading into the part of their lineup. 2-1 pitch, Lepresto drills it in the gap, but over to make the catch, the right fielder, Sanchez. I said Lyman will not hurt itself defensively. Sanchez makes the play. Lepresto's hit 2 balls hard, but he has nothing to show for it. He's 0-2.
Hit that ball right on the screws again. Good play by the right fielder. I actually thought for a second that was getting in the gap, but held up, big park. And
Alex
again,
DePerry, second baseman. He also grounded a short. He's up next. Keefe with a good lead off of first. Not going anywhere. And there's a ground ball on an outside pitch.
Yep.
And Bobby takes care of it, flips it over to the second baseman, Cone, and it is a 6-4 fielder's choice, which gets Stonington done in the third. So
that's the old wasted at bat. You know, when I used to have coaches talk about you swinging a bad ball, swinging a ball out of the zone, which he clearly did. Ball was outside. You get yourself out. That's like the worst feeling ever. You weren't even competitive in that at bat.
And trying to pull that ball, which was not even on the outside part of the plate.
Right, which tells me he had, and listen, I don't know the kid, but it tells me he had really no plan going up there. He was going to hack it the first thing white and see how hard he could hit it. Unfortunately, he was low and away.
So you were a great hitter from the time that you were, a teenager. You went to the Babe Ruth World Series. You were on Legion teams that dominated. You went to Old Dominion for a team that was ranked nationally. You played professionally all over the place. At what age did you start to strategically hit?
That's a great question. Wow. I would say You know, it's funny. I read the Ted Williams Science of Hitting book, honestly, about 100 times in my life. I don't remember who gave it to me, but in that book, basically, you know, Ted Williams talked about the most important things to look for as a hitter and what to do as a hitter, and the most important thing was to get a good pitch to hit. So even as a young hitter, I didn't mind walking. I didn't mind taking pitches. You know, as I moved up the chain, I would take pitches my first at bat every single time, to the point where people who knew against me would just lay it in there. But I want to see what you have. So I would say it began for me probably 13, 14 years old. Actually, it's funny. It probably began from your father. Your father instilled the cerebral part of the game in me, where, you know, you would think, you would watch, you would see how the guy threw in warm-up, so you'd see what he had. If he had a sharp breaking slider, you would pay attention to that. If it was more of a rolling breaking ball, you would actually want that pitch to be thrown to you. So I would say 13, 14 when you really started it. But I was always, like, I was more of a thinking player. Believe it or not, it seems hard to believe, but I was more of a thinking player than someone who just got up there and hacked at something white or tried to throw the ball through the backstop.
Got an equipment malfunction on Wolfrat, the catcher, so we'll wait as Russo is going to step in here, leading off the third inning, the pitcher and three-hitter.
And I was wrong about Ogden staying out there. It looked like he was taking him out, to be honest with you. That's what I thought he was doing, but he's back out there. And I think his second inning was so much better than his first inning. He's settled in now. Maybe, listen, he's a high school kid. Maybe he's a little nervous.
Sophomore.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Young high school kid.
It's a big game.
He's not driving. So, you know, I ask you that question because in the first game, we talked about Dreyfus and the long home run.
Yep.
Dreyfus is one of the rare high school kids, and I think you did this later in life, and I don't know if you did it in high school, who will target breaking ball and sit on it early. He sat on a breaking ball in the championship game. And not a lot of kids have the confidence to sit on that pitch,
right?
Especially early. But it's almost like, as Ogden delivers breaking ball high, it's almost like, you know, the ultimate elite hitters set up pitchers.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's funny you say that because, you know, at any level, most pitchers' best pitch are their fastball. So when they're throwing something else, whether it be a changeup or a breaking ball, even a slider in some cases, it's their second or third best pitch.
Chopper down the third baseline. Great play by LaPresto. Long throw across the diamond. He got him. LaPresto changeo, one out here in the third.
Nice play all around. Short hop that. Way to the right-hand, backhand side. Made a good throw, good dig out by the first baseman. Nice play.
That backhand play down the third base line, man, that's a pro play. That's a play we've seen countless major leaguers make and throw away, too, by the way. That's a long throw across the diamond by LaPresto. That'll bring up Alex Ortiz. He was hit by a pitch, driving in a run in the first inning. Breaking ball.
Even though he swung at it. So the pitch count is down to a reasonable level now. He's starting to get guys out, which is good for him to go deep in this game.
Fastball misses inside, 2-0. So clearly he will go to a 3-ball count now because
because I said that. I know. I jinxed.
Pitch. Chopped foul by Ortiz. I remember the next level, Manny Ramirez, right? So Manny Ramirez, who I think maybe had the IQ of you know, an avocado,
right?
But was a hitting savant. So I don't know that he could even explain to you why he did the things he did. But he would intentionally swing and miss at a breaking ball by a large margin to get the next one to crush it. And that's like some
it's next level stuff.
That's some like spider web kind of stuff right there.
Yeah, listen, I don't know if I've ever played with a guy who intentionally would do something like that, but yeah, I can see Manny doing that for sure, and I can see a lot of some big leaguers doing that for sure.
3-1 pitch to Ortiz, strike. Will make the count full, 3-2.
By the way, probably one of the most underrated right-handed hitters in the history of baseball is Manny.
If it weren't for his antics and for the late issues with substances, it would have been much different. Ortiz fists it, and will it stay fair? Yes, right on the line. That's going to be a fair ball and a double for Ortiz down the left field line.
A little inside, stayed inside the ball case on that. kept it fair down the left field line, gets himself a double out of that. Nicely done.
Normally that ball slicing away,
Right.
That's how you can tell how well he stayed inside the ball, because it didn't have that slice to it. It really just kind of floated down the left field line and stayed fair. So Ortiz with 1 out will be at second, and Pompriant.
The first baseman, number 11, Dominic Pompriant.
Pompriant grounded out to short his first time up. Big spot, get a chance to drive in a run here.
Just off the end of the bat for a strike.
Looked like a little cutter there. A cutting action on that one.
So I watched Manny Ramirez swing and miss at a breaking ball like by 6 feet.
Yeah.
And then on the next breaking ball was so clearly sitting on it, hit it over the monster. And it felt like, cat and mouse.
Right.
I don't know that we have anybody like that, but I love seeing hitters going up who have an approach, even if the approach is wrong,
Right.
if you will, but there's clearly a strategy to it. 1-1 pitch to Pompriant. Line drive, that's going to sit down for a base hit. Ortiz had to wait and see if that ball would hang up, so he's going to stay at third, but Lyman right back at it. Pompriant singles, first and third, 1 out, and Bobby coming to the plate.
What used to kill me, Case, is the guys who would, you hit a double or something, they hit the ball hard, they'd come back in the dugout and you'd say, what'd you hit? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Was it a slider or fastball? I don't know. So you just swung at something that was near the plate. You don't really, yeah. And I play with a lot of those guys.
I just want to say that the lights in our part of the press box went out.
And it's only going to get worse.
So I can't see anything right now.
Yep. I don't know what happened. I turned it on. Doesn't matter.
Beautiful night for baseball here at Dodd Stadium.
I guess they didn't pay the electric bill.
Everyone else works.
Eversource is expensive, Case.
We just need some light bulbs. How many radio hosts does it take to change a light bulb?
We outsource it to someone else. Ouch.
Fastball misses in 1-0.
All right, so he was cruising through the last inning. Obviously, had a tough first inning. Now back struggling. A couple pretty hard hit balls this inning. So he's got to try to get a ground ball here, get out of this thing, save some pitches.
Little surprised to see Stonington with the middle back, honestly, to try to turn 2, down 2-0. Thought maybe you might see them come up to try to cut this off, but outside, ball 2. Bobby in great position here. He walked in his first at bat. He has a chance to extend that lead for Lyman. Action in the pen for the Bears as Pompriant leads off a first and Ortiz leads off a third. Good fastball. Great hack by Bobby.
So it's really heating up in the bullpen. You may see a change. He doesn't get out of this inning, Case. You may see a change here pretty quick. I don't know how many runs you can go down by before. And the lights are back on.
For no reason at all. We got a ghost. Got a ghost in the booth. Strike. Good
that was
pitch.
definitely a cutter. He may have a cutter. I didn't know he had a cutter. He's throwing a little bit of a little tail on that, a little Mariano cutter.
2-2, 1 out. First and third here in the bottom of the third for Lyman, trying to add to that lead. Breaking ball high, full count. So will Lyman send Pompriant here? 3-2 and 1 out. Wolfrat's got a good arm behind the plate. See if they got something going.
I think you got to run here.
Ogden to the set. Pompriant goes. Fastball high, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And you can see the frustration on Cam Ogden because he knows that that's probably going to be it for his night. Coach heading out to the mound.
Always interesting, the conversations between the coach and the pitcher doesn't want to come out.
And
we are going to get changed.
And Wolfrat is going to have some equipment issues. Now, Wolfrat is one of the guys who also pitches, but I don't think they're going to be moving him from behind the plate. But he's going over right now because I think he got a thumb ball, and he's going over to get looked at. So Wolfrat needs his thumb to get taped. That's the worst thing ever as a catcher when you get that thumb ball. And you know that. You caught big-time baseball, and that jammed thumb can really be bothersome.
You know, it's funny when you're really young and I was catching, and you have a guy throwing really hard. You know, every coach would, oh, well, here, do this or do that, and put a little pad in there, do that. None of that.
None of it works.
None of it works. You just got to suck it up. Catch the ball on the web.
Catch it. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So in to pitch for Stonington, Grayson Dull. I'm very excited about him being on the mound. It's a tough spot to come in.
They don't call him the best play-by-play guy in the business for nothing.
That's tough. You know, a tough spot coming in. Bases loaded, 1 out. Team already trailing.
Kid sharp as a knife, I can tell you that.
I'm not going to try to trade him with you. I'm not going to.
So, who was in high school, who was the guy you hit behind most? Rajay?
No, I'm older than Rajay.
Okay.
So, in high school, I hit down in the lineup behind, Nenna, Bobby Nenna, David Vidal, guys like that. I hit on the inside of that. Where I had the most success as a young player was hitting in between Chris Podeswa and Robbie Simone, with Mike Susie hitting 4. Because
pretty
I
good
got
lineup right there.
Jeff Fletcher hitting on the other side of that. Jeff Fletcher, who before he won an Academy Award was actually a great athlete. Fletcher was 1 hit away from hitting 500 in Legion
I bet
ball.
you he would trade his Academy Award for that hit.
I asked him that question once, and he said, "No, not that hit."
No.
But he said if he could have just won one more game against Baltic, he would have traded that Academy Award. But that when I hit between, Podeswa had a 500 on base percentage. Simone hit 400. Susie, I was going to get nothing but fastballs. It was a delightful spot to be. Here we are, bottom of the third. A lineman threatening again. Bases loaded, 1 out. Connor Hawkins, who struck out in his first at bat, is up with a chance to break this thing open. Dull's first pitch is high, ball 1. Dull, a junior. And it's his game right now for the Bears. Oh, that's tough.
That is a tough pitch.
If the first one was high and that one was low, unless they're both off the plate, which is possible. 2-0. Love this for Hawkins. Can't think of anything you'd rather have right now as a hitter.
Just box it up. See a fastball.
Line hard ground ball to second, to short for 1, over to first.
Huge.
Double play. Dull comes in, gets the double play. 4-6-3, and the Bulldogs leave the bases loaded in the third. We're going to head to the top of the 4th inning. It's 2-0 Lyman. Stonington still looking for its first hit as we will head to the middle of their order, 3, 4, 5. How big was that?
So, you're 2-0, bases loaded, new pitcher. That pitch was a little low in a way. I would have, if I was coaching the kid, I would have told him to look for a better pitch to actually either drive up the middle or pull.
Sports Doctor, you're down on the field. What do you got?
Yeah, Coach Gomez, spoiled opportunity there with the bases juiced and 1 out.
Fault the kid, he's got to pitch the hit and hit it pretty hard, but they turned a double play. So that was an opportunity that wasn't actually only squandered. The game of baseball sometimes isn't there.
Yeah, Guy Russo's done a really good job of keeping them off bases. No hits, a couple of walks. What do you like to see out of him so far in the first 3 innings?
He's attacking. He's got command of his curveball, and he's spotting his fastball pretty good, and he's just competing well. And so he's in a good rhythm, and I like the way he's competing, and he's using both his pitches, so he's been effective for us so far early, so that's great.
All right. Casey?
Thank you, Sports Doctor. We're going to the top of the 4th inning. No hits for Stonington thus far. They're going to have Samini, Verbridge, and Wolfrat, 3, 4, 5. All 3 have grounded out in their first at-bat. So I agree with you, though, and not to disagree with Coach Gomez. Yes, he absolutely hit the ball hard, and hard enough to turn a double play, 4-6-3, which doesn't happen a lot. But 2-0, I don't know that. And I actually like that he stayed on it and hit it the other way. But 2-0, I want something that I can hit, the hardest ball that I can hit. Whatever.
Agreed.
It's got to be. You said box it up.
Yeah.
Literally, it's got to be that
Right.
in the size of a box.
Because you're fighting now to stay in. You're fighting to break the thing open, and doubling the gap there. It's 5-0, and it's a completely different game. So it's not the worst thing in the world to go 2-1 in that situation, because you're going to get the same exact pitch 2-1 that you got 2-0. Again, if it was middle out, if he's looking middle out and he hits a hard ground ball to second, that's a different story. I would not have coached that way. I would sort of want him to something that can really drive to the left center field gap or the right center field gap.
Well, you mentioned as a hitter, you weren't afraid to walk.
Right.
Well, you also can't be afraid to strike out.
Right.
So if you're afraid to get into those 2 strike counts because you're afraid to strike out, then you can't be a good hitter. So you got to be willing to go to 2-1, knowing full well that might mean you're going to go down and get 2 strikes.
And it's a new pitcher, right? He hasn't thrown a strike yet.
Yeah.
You got to get deeper into that count, I think. Yeah,
And Cimini gets one off the foot, starting the 4th. So leadoff batter on base via the hit by pitch, and that'll bring up Wyatt Verberidge. He grounded out to 3rd in his first at bat.
So a big inning for these guys to bounce back here if they can. As we said last inning, this is the sort of the spin around, turn over the lineup here, give these guys a second chance to get a look at this guy. You can make the excuse to first go around, second go around, you got to start to square the ball up a little bit more.
Yeah, so far the second time through, Stonington has hit the ball harder.
Right.
I think Russo, this is the key inning to get through. If they get through 5 with him, they'd be thrilled. So if he can get through the lineup here one more time. Cimini does like to run, takes a big lead, and Verberidge takes a strike on the outside part of the plate.
Key is get ahead. I mean, if you look at numbers, just pure numbers, what guys hit 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, it's astronomically higher than what you would hit 0-1, 0-2.
Good take on a curveball, 1-1. So in between innings, I want to get Mike DeMoro available because Mike had a couple of questions that he wanted us to talk about on the air. And
all right.
I want to get that quote from Brady Erickson about velocity. I can get your take on it, as that's fouled out of play by Verberidge. I definitely want to go over those things with you, and then I gotta get everybody involved in the story that involved Dave Winfield, Mike Schmidt, and a shock jock named Lee Elson.
Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench. Yeah.
Carlton Fisk.
1-2. Breaking ball high, 2-2. Yeah, I didn't include Bench because he was 100, and I didn't include Carlton Fisk because he walked like he was 100.
Yeah. Bench was sort of a jerk to me too.
Well, that's no good. But Winfield looked like he could still play.
Schmidt was sort of that way too.
Ground ball down the third base line, foul.
Just foul.
Hawkins made a good effort, but it goes foul. Winfield seems like a good guy.
He was a good guy. Brett was the best, as you know, if you get deep into the story later on. But Brett was, I spent literally an hour and a half talking to Brett. Not even counting what we talked about on the field. And the stories that we talked about on the field, I probably can't say.
Nope, can't recount those. 2-2 pitch to Verberidge. Cimini leads off at first. Breaking ball lined over the head of Bobby. Tough bounce over the shortstop. Look at Cimini motor and go first to third. And with a bad throw behind the runner, good heads-up base running by Verberidge. Moves up to second. Stonington's got something brewing.
Just like that, Stonington's one hit away from tying this thing. Hard hit ball, tough bounce for the shortstop in the left field it goes, and now you got second and third with nobody out.
So you got a bad break as the ball bounces over Bobby. Which is the better base running? Cimini going first to third, or Verberidge following him up, getting to second? I mean, that's both.
I would say Verberidge going to second. I certainly don't want to make the first out at third base there. But he knows the outfielder's throwing arm and where he was.
Wolfrat grounded out to second base, his first at bat. He has a chance here to get Stonington on the board. That was the first hit for the Bears. Verberidge's tough hop single. But that ball was hit in on the barrel. Now Wolfrat, with the infield back, has a chance to get a run in here with an out.
Yeah, do you subscribe to the positive out here case?
My 5-hitter, no out, second and third. A positive out would be a ball hit in hitting the screws. That's a positive out. But I'm not looking for a ground ball to short.
Right. Well, a lot of coaches are, unfortunately.
And I question why that guy's batting fifth.
Exactly. I mean, if it's an 8-hitter, it's a different story.
100%. Right, listen, if they had 8-9 right here, I would take 2 ground balls in a tie game.
Right.
But my 5-hitter, I want him to hit one in the gap. 3-0 pitch. Does he have the green light?
No.
And a strike. On deck is Finn Eck, who walked in his first at bat. So big 3-1 pitch here from Russo to Wolfrat. The pitch. Fastball. That was a good pitch by Russo. Got into Wolfrat's hands. Sawed him off on a 3-1 pitch.
So, clearly what we had talked about earlier, the second time around, he it's a much different a bunch of looking swings that they're taking in the second time around. Much more confident swings, putting the barrel on the ball.
3-2 pitch from Russo to Wolfrat. Open base. Breaking ball. Freezes him for strike 3. Wolfrat thought it was outside.
Let me tell you why he thought it was outside.
Because it was outside. It was outside. But that strikeout is sponsored by the Connecticut Hurricanes. It's a hurricane. And that'll bring up Finn Eck, the right fielder. And now Stonington's looking at, we got to get one of these across at least here. Now, Eck has the advantage of being able to yank one as a left-handed hitter to score a run. Breaking ball high for ball 1. And I would be absolutely, if I were him, I would be sitting on a breaking ball. I would want to get one where I could just.
Well, it's interesting, even if he'll throw him, a pitch to hit as he goes down in the order.
Fastball fouled straight bet.
In other words, I wouldn't be shocked if he pitched around him a little since he's left-handed to get to 7, 8, 9. But the 7-hitter is a good hitter as well, so maybe he won't do that.
Yeah, Ogden on deck has
more power, right?
Except Ogden was out of the game, and they didn't make a direct switch. So Grayson Dull is in for Ogden, and I have no idea if Dull can hit at all. I do know that when he does a lot of work and has no play, fill in the rest of that.
I got that.
Thank you. So 1-1 pitch coming up to Finn Eck.
So there could be a re-entry rule case. We'll follow that.
But we see Dull with the bat. Fastball line center field. Ortiz with a good arm out there. Makes the catch. And wisely throws it back to the cutoff man. Gives up the run. Sac fly from Eck. Gets Stonington on the board.
Scoring on the play, number 4, Dylan Samini.
So Samini scores on the sac fly by Eck.
Again, every ball hit this inning case has been hit pretty well.
The pitcher, number 9,
Pitcher,
Grayson Dull.
Grayson Dull. Ball just outside from Russo. So the 7-hitter is the new pitcher, Dull. Runner on second. Stonington has cut the lead 2-1. So we talked about Lyman not being able to capitalize as Dull pops it up. Slide in an effort by Chalifo, but it's off the netting. So we talked about if this game, by all accounts, should maybe be 5-6 nothing.
Right.
Lyman had the chance early. They only scored 2. They probably should have scored 4. Then they leave the bases loaded there, and they don't score there. And so maybe this is 6 nothing. It doesn't feel the same, but now you get that one run from Stonington, and it's 2-1. And as the great coaching legend Mr. O'Neill said, who wins close games? Anybody. Breaking ball chopped. Bobby comes and gets it, has time, throws across the diamond, strong arm, and that'll do it for Stonington in the 4th.
Case, you're 100% right on all accounts when it comes to the feel of this game. It feels like Lyman should be up 6-0, but it's 2-1. In fact, Stonington only has 1 hit. So despite having all these opportunities to blow this game wide open, you would think down the road as this game progresses that Lyman is going to rue the day that they didn't put more bodies across home plate.
So it's funny because sports in general have a rhythm to them, right? So why do you just know that this is the time for the run? You just kind of know. Sports Doctor, what is Stonington's coach thinking about where they are?
Well, Coach, you're down 2-1. You guys finally broke through and scored a run, but you got to feel fortunate right now at this point.
Turned a hell of a double play there. I mean, that was really big, picked me up. I think we came right back in here, get some of the momentum. That was a big run to score there.
You've had some hard hit balls too that haven't fallen through a little bit.
No, I mean,
but
we've crushed a couple. Give their outfield credit. They're playing deep, and they go get them.
all right, so you feel good about your chances right now, Coach? Only down 2-1?
Absolutely.
All right, good luck. Case.
Thank you, Sports Doctor. So, how do you know in a basketball game that you call the timeout after the 6 point? Because you just know the run's coming. You feel it.
Right.
In football, there's a drive, and for whenever you're like, this is the drive, you can feel it.
Right.
In baseball, it always feels like you should, when you look up and you should have had a bunch of runs, and you don't. And right now, if you're a lineman, you're coming up with your 8-9 one-hitters, right? You got to get a couple guys on, turn over the lineup into the mid, and try to get your best hitters up again with Dull, because the longer the lineman lets this thing linger, because you get the feeling that Stonington's gotten better swings each time through.
Absolutely. You can feel that Stonington is beginning to zero in on Russo here, and you can certainly think that the next go around they're going to put some runs on the board. Listen, if you were asking me now if I think that's going to happen, I would say yes, just considering how many hard balls they hit last inning and even the inning before they took better swings.
So here we are in the bottom of the fourth. Owen Massey, the left fielder, he grounded out to short in his first at-bat. Grayson Dull came in, got the double play to end the third, and he's back out there in the bottom of the fourth for the Bears. Bears outfield playing much more shallow. And pop up on the infield. Pitcher's calling it. No one's taking it away, and Dull makes the catch. Now, I would be talking to my first baseman, Wyatt Verberidge, and I'd be saying, you take that away. We were always told that pitchers, even if that pitcher is your best player, as soon as they're a pitcher and they're on that mound, they become
the worst athlete on
in history. So you gotta call them off. I had something about that, right?
I don't know why that is. Yeah.
Hunter Sanchez struck out in his first at bat, and now he's back up here.
The Butcher Boy play.
Sanchez likes that move.
I guess so.
And he swings the next pitch and floats it. No man's land. That's going to drop foul. Good effort by Keith and Lepresto, but no one was catching that ball. You couldn't have placed it out any better than that. It was just about 2 feet foul. But it is funny how you can take your shortstop, great best athlete in the whole field. You put him on the mound, and he suddenly becomes incapable of any athletic maneuvers in terms of fielding.
Maybe it's the little decline screws everybody up, gets everybody off their normal kilter.
Well, Dull made the play there. 1 out, and the 1-1 pitch to Sanchez. It's strike on the outside part of the plate.
Dropped down a little bit, threw a little slider there. He's around the zone so far.
Yeah, good, exactly the kind of guy I want in relief. Come in and, throw strikes. Breaking ball up top. It was flat, but it got Sanchez swinging for the strikeout, and that is a hurricane brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. Strike 3 brings the top of the order. Isaac Cohn here in the fourth, and we talked about getting into the big hitters, Chalifo, Russo, Ortiz, right? So with 2 outs now, though, less impact. So Cohn, who got on an error, scored, and then struck out, comes up here with 2 outs in the fourth. Fists one into right field, but playing shallow, and there to make the play is the right fielder, Eck. And that will be a quick 1-2-3 inning for Lyman, and you can feel it right now. It's going to be the 8-9 hitters for Stonington, but do we have Mike DeMoro on the line with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Mike, can you tell Mr. Elsey that quote from Brady Erickson, the 6'8", hard-throwing UConn commit from Woodstock Academy?
Yes, I will, but I have a talking point.
Okay, talking point first.
When did black become a school color for Stonington? There's my talking point.
I'm not going down this road. I've got coaches yelling at me all over the ECC because
they
can
yell at me now.
Because they say it's a get off my lawn topic.
That's
because,
right. Everybody knows I don't want anybody on my lawn either.
Listen, I would say this. For 99 schools, it's a bad look. Stonington traded brown for black. It's an upgrade.
Okay, all right. That's good. All right, so Lee, Brady Erickson, 6'8", UConn-bound, junior left-hander. he probably sits 84, 85, never walks anybody.
Okay.
As long as I can locate, I feel like I'm just being smart. A lot of guys push 95 in high school, and they get hurt. Unquote.
Right.
Now that's pretty insightful
Sure
for
it
a 16-year-old.
And he's right too, Mike. You know,
He is right.
That was part of what I was trying to get to early with Case is that, you know, they're throwing harder, but guys are getting hurt. Everybody gets hurt. By the time they get to the next level, somewhere along the line, if they're really good and they're throwing, you know, give me one guy who's throwing 95 plus who doesn't have Tommy John surgery somewhere along the line. It's almost unheard of. Every one of them. So, you know, good for the kid. He's got an idea of what he wants to do, and he's you know, looking for a little longevity.
Linekus, the left fielder, grounded out to third in his first at bat. He'll lead off against Russo. Fastball, swing and a miss. Well, it's become almost accepted that you push 90 earlier and you get your first Tommy John before you're 21 years old, and you reset your pro career off the Tommy John because the medicals are so good, curveball high, because we're so good at repairing them. You can have you can have 2 and 3 of them.
Right.
So but you know, I think that Erickson, to his credit, the 1-1 pitch, high pop up on the infield. Pompriant calling for it. He's in foul ground, and he makes the catch for 1 out here.
Sports
in the fifth.
Sports Doctor is relaying Stonington is ultra confident in the dugout right now. They should be.
Well, they're going to need to get some base runners on. Michael Keefe, who walked in his first at bat. So you look at Dom Pompriant, for example. He has gained 4 miles an hour on his fastball each of the 3 years he was in high school.
Okay.
When he came into high school, he was sitting at 80. When he was a sophomore in high school, he was up to 83, 84. As a junior in high school, he was up to 86. He's up to 88 miles an hour now.
Right.
And he hasn't filled out yet. Right? A natural progression, free and easy, not pushing the velocity.
Right.
2-0 on Keefe. Erickson, completely different frame. He's a basketball player.
Right.
He's bigger. He's already filled out, but he's a junior, right? And he sits 86 with a good breaking ball. And his point is, my velocity is going to keep going up, you know, through the natural evolution of things, rather than sitting here trying to put ultra torque on my junior's body. As Keefe lines one down the right field line, slicing away from Sanchez. It's down. That's going to be extra bases. Keefe round second. He's heading to third, and he'll be in standing up with a triple.
Good job backing up. But I'll tell you, in that case, you got to catch that ball. If you're going to dive, you got to catch it. You got to keep him off third with 1 out.
Yeah, that is a great point, Lee, and some awareness. That's your 9-hitter. Either you accept it, you let it drop, you give up the double, and you make them earn a run through a base hit. But you're right. If you dive for that, you absolutely have to make that catch, or else it's a triple. And that's what it is, triple. And now the top of the order, Lepresto, who's had 2 very good at-bats against Russo, has hit the ball hard twice. He's up with a chance.
So I want to go back to what you were talking about as far as throwing hard, though. You know, here's what's an interesting, and I don't have the answer for this, but, you know, in having conversations, actually we'll cite your father again, too, with this. A lot of times, Case and Mike, guys throw as hard as they're ever going to throw 17, 18 years old. The wear and tear on an arm, it doesn't, just because you're getting older doesn't necessarily mean you're going to throw harder. In fact, you know, when I played in, like when you're playing in low A, or even when I played rookie ball, those guys threw harder than the guys on the AA roster a lot of the times. Just AA guys just threw the ball where they wanted to, right? So it was different. But these guys who are really young, a lot of times they just throw really, really hard, and they don't have any idea where it's going. So I'm curious if there's been any studies done as to when the average maximum velocity for a pitcher is. I would guess it would be 18, 19 years old.
I would guess probably a little older. I would say 20 to 22, because I think you get that last late little bit of a growth spurt. But I don't know. It's a great question. Lepresto takes a fastball down 1-0.
Well, he's got to drive this run in. He's taken some good swings, good at bats so far. 2 good at bats. He's got to try to drive it. I'm surprised they're not up here. The infield, that is.
Fastball lined backwards to the screen. Foul, 1-1. Well, I have one final thought on pitching versus velocity in a moment. But we're going to wait here on the 1-1 pitch to Aaron Lepresto. Breaking ball outside and high, 2-1.
So as a pitcher here, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to attack? Trying to get him to hit a fly ball, take a swing at a bad pitch maybe?
Well, I think, since they're playing back, he's got to not try to be perfect. He's got to try to make a pitch that they're conceding the run.
Right.
So what you want is to not give up a base hit or a
Right.
double. You want to, make him pitch to contact here. Like on that breaking ball, that's a really good example. That would have been a great. Now that's a tough play. He can run, but if I give up a chopper to the infield and I give the run up, I'm okay with that.
I'm throwing this ball though at his hands.
They're creeping in, but
yeah, they're halfway and creeping in, but still, ground ball to deep short, he's going to score. Deep second, he's going to score. I'd throw a fastball at his hands right here.
See if you can tie him up and maybe get one of those little fist pop-ups or ground ball. Russo from the wind with a 2-2 to Lepresto. Breaking ball down. Great job by the catcher, Chalafoda. Knock it down and loads the count full. Here's the downside. Lepresto will absolutely run. So you're putting a go-ahead run on second base if you walk him here. 3-2 pitch. Smoked to Pomprion at first, and that is just the luck of baseball.
I tell you, he's had 3 good at-bats. He's got nothing to show for it.
If he hit that ball a foot in any direction, it's a hit. I don't know that Pomprion can go down and get that ball. It's literally, if it's not at his glove side, that'll bring up DePerry, and man, will Stonington kick themselves if they can't get this run across. Curveball down to DePerry.
Amazing. Baseball's just a great game. There
Line drive in the gap. That's going to tie us up. DePerry comes through with the base hit, and we are tied at 2.
Just a lot of good swings, Case, here in the last 3 innings by Stonington. Eventually, it was going to catch up to Lyman, and eventually it was going to catch up to Lyman and Russo here. Now you got the better part of the order coming up. He's just got to try to hold it here, keep it 2-2, give them a chance to come in and score some runs.
Wasted opportunities for Lyman, and there's a great 2-out pickup by Stonington to tie us at 2. Cimini. Swing and miss at a breaking ball, strike 1. Cimini grounded out and was hit by a pitch. And that was, I think, he was looking breaking ball there as a lefty for something he could yank.
So the third time around, Case, they're seeing that there's really not a pitch that they're afraid they're going to get, right? So, I mean, if he's moving it in and out like he has been and successful, that's one thing. But still, if you don't have a pitch, a hard fastball, a slider, a good changeup, it's tough to get these kids out consistently.
Fastball down, 2-1.
So now the count goes into the favor of the hitter, 2-1. Maybe the guy runs here. This is a perfect time for him to run on 2-1.
Most important pitch in baseball, 2-1. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2, the most dramatic. And there it is. So that's why that is a huge pitch. The difference between 2-2, where the pitcher is completely in control, versus 3-1, where the hitter is completely in control. The pitch of decision, it's called, the 2-1 pitch.
And now you got your best hitter with a 3-1 count, game on the line.
Russo deals. Fastball line up the middle. Sneaks through for a base hit. Going first to third because, remember, Lyman was playing the outfielders deep.
Here we go.
Ortiz muffed it, but no harm done. DePerry goes first to third on the single by Cimini, and that'll bring up Verberidge. He singled in his last at-bat, and Lyman has no one warming up, but you got to think they got to get some action soon as well.
So, Bobby, this is interesting. So, normally on a play like that, you're not going to ask your shortstop to get dirty, but because the guys are so deep and this field is so big, he's got to try to keep everything in front of him as best he can. He wasn't going to throw the guy out, but he keeps him first and second instead of first and third. Not a huge difference.
I think that's
still a difference.
I think that's a fabulous point, and I guarantee you it's not something the coaches discussed. That's a strategy thing, and this is the kind of thing where in the big leagues you'd have all that synergy because, hey, Bobby, we're playing deep. People can go first to third on anything, so you got to keep things in the infield because that's
Because he quit on that a little bit.
He did because it was just a routine base hit, but he's got to forget how deep Ortiz is. Fastball up, 2-0. Whereas Stonington's been playing the outfield shallow, and challenging the opposite here. Lyman's playing him deep, deep, deep. Any ground ball is going to be an easy first to third. I could go first to third on a ground ball. There, Samini goes, throw down to second, and that was a either really well executed first and third play or a mistake they got away with because he threw it below the pitcher so that the guy on third couldn't make a decision, but you really have no chance to throw out the runner.
I don't think they made they called a play. You know, usually they'll call some kind of a play on first and third. I don't think they did that on that play.
3-0 to Verberidge. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded, and again, no action for Lyman, and I think Russo is...
He's cooked. I'm sorry. He's not throwing nearly as hard as he was in the first inning. I mean, give Kid credit. He's battled through 4 and a third, but he's definitely lost a little bit of velocity and a little bit of bite on his breaking ball here. And he's just playing with fire.
Wolfrad grounded to second and struck out. He has had runners on base. 2 outs with the bases loaded. Russo deals. Fastball, high, ball 1. You ever feel like you're on an island? Well, Jared Russo appears to be on one right now. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball down.
Well, here you are. You're a hitter. You're the 5 hitter. Pitcher's struggling, bases loaded. You just got to look for a ball literally middle in. Give it your best swing.
Ball 3, and there's
too.
just nothing left right now for Russo. He's trying to gut through it, but the one thing he had was some command, and he's lost that. The 3-0 pitch to Wolfrat. Stride. 3-1.
Same scenario goes 3-1 as 2-0. Zone it up.
And because of how deep they're playing, it increases the gaps. Look at the gaps out there in left and right center. 3-1 pitch. Wolfrat pops it up on the infield. Catcher Shalafo settles underneath it and makes the catch. Another wasted opportunity for Stonington, but they do tie it at 2. And as we head to the bottom of the 5th, tie score.
He may have swung at ball 4. I think that ball was a little bit up, Case. So,
and give Shalafo credit. That was not an easy play for the catcher to make, and he hung with it. He'll get the first AB. So to go back to the velocity, talk about velocity a little bit. I think there's a sort of like an intersection between velocity and command or control. Let's take the Greg Maddoxes of the world out of it. We're not going to talk about the greatest pitchers of all time kind of a thing. We're talking about the average guy, right? So why do the major leaguers push for 100 miles an hour with all kinds of crazy movement? And the answer is because, sure, if you could command 94, that's better. But 100 miles an hour with crazy movement where you're throwing it in the vicinity of the plate is more effective than 96 without that command. So they're saying to some of these guys, get it up to 101, cut it like crazy, and throw it near the strike zone, and it'll take care of itself.
Plus, they're not asking anybody to go 7-8 innings anymore.
That's true.
Everyone goes 2-3 innings, so dial it, let it go. And listen, I don't care what anybody says. I would much rather hit a guy throwing 91 with decent movement and good location as opposed to trying to hit a guy throwing 100.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I mean, I can, as a hitter, you can make adjustments to 91, 92, 93, even if the guy's moving it around, unless he's got like a devastating, split or, great change, great slider, which is the great equalizer. But if you're throwing 100, you got to make a decision on what to swing at before the ball even comes out of his hand. These guys are not hitting off the breaking ball at 100. Nobody's doing that.
No, my son and I watch video every day called Pitching Ninja, where he does the filthiest pitches of the day. And we sit there going, how does anyone hit?
No, I don't know.
How does anyone hit? Because we talk about tunneling, right? Fastball, sweeper, and, cutters are all coming out of these same things. They're all going in different directions at ungodly
Who's the
miles
kid
an
for
hour.
Oakland? The closer for Oakland?
Mason Miller.
I don't know how anybody hits the guy.
Mason Miller throws 102 miles an hour with a hard breaking ball and a changeup that falls. I don't know anyone.
It's like the sports doctor at Griswold.
That's exactly what it's like.
Same kind of movement.
Dull with the first pitch to Shalafo. The catcher has singled and struck out. He's 1 for 2 here in the bottom of the 5th in what is now a tie ball game. That one was by Chalifo, a little late life.
Dull
from
throw's
Dull.
good. I like Dull. Dull throw's good. He's around the plate, all strikes, little movement.
Got that little three-quarter, little sling action to him. Doesn't seem to throw much of a breaking ball. But he froze him on the outside part of the plate. That is a great, though, 0-2 pitch. That is a great 0-2 pitch. Even though it was a ball, that's a great 0-2 pitch.
Just off the plate.
I'd throw it in the same spot. There's that breaking ball that we don't see much of, and it's fouled out of play to the right. So, yeah, I think, unfortunately, like soldiers sent into the attrition kind of a thing with, like, we're willing to let hundreds and hundreds of kids blow their arms out to find the group who can get to 100 miles an hour.
Well, just look at how the kids train. They just throw every pitch they throw as hard as they can, and
fouled again.
Do you subscribe to the notion of I only have so many bullets in my arm, or do you think there is something to be said about building up arm strength? I mean, there's got to be something about building up arm strength because the guys do throw harder.
Yes.
But I still think for some people there's only so many shots to be fired.
I would agree. 1-2 pitch from Dull. Fly ball right field. And that's an easy play.
Unless your name is Nolan Ryan.
For the right fielder, Eck. Yeah, no kidding, right? So I think, as the pitcher Russo comes to bat, I think that for some people, it's their body's mechanisms, right? They're going to break down no matter what. It's a thing. But I also think for even the guys building up arm strength, that there comes a tipping point of the torque you can put on your body to throw that hard that limits the amount you can throw that. Good pitch for Dull to get on top.
Dull is low. He's in the zone. Everything is sort of on the same type of difficult plane to pick up. This is a good relief pitcher for them.
Yeah, it really is. Stonington's got arms like you wouldn't believe. As he fools
slider.
Russo there, 0-2. So Samini's their ace, right? Lepresto is a great pitcher for them as well. Ogden's been more of a relief guy from them. Wolfrat is supposed to be in the rotation, but they had to make him a catcher. And that's created opportunities. We faced them 3 times this year. We saw 6 different pitchers for them. They could all throw.
Right.
I mean, so, there are teams who are like.
You beat them twice, though, didn't you?
We did, yeah. Bacon beat them twice. I was like, we'd love to find one guy that could throw. And they got like 6 guys throwing out. And strike 3. Slider to Russo. Gets him swinging, and that is a Hurricane, sponsored by the Connecticut Hurricanes.
And Russo's talking to himself as he goes back to the dugout. How many times has that happened to somebody? You think you've got a beat on the pitch, and all of a sudden it disappears on you.
Alex Ortiz has been hit by a pitch and gotten on a double down the left field line. Ortiz a good hitter. This is the guy that Dull has to be careful with. Only because you just don't want to give up another extra base hit to allow Pomprion a chance to score the run. So just be careful with Ortiz. 0-1 pitch, and he hit him again. And he's not going to be in scoring position doing that.
No, he's not. He's not.
That's their first base runner against Dull.
First base runner against Dull, Case.
And I'll bring up first baseman Dominic Pomprion, so Dom will get a chance here. And one thing we haven't seen is a lot of guys running. We have not seen much in the way of the running game. And there's an area that has improved, by the way. The catcher throwing has improved. The catcher throwing has improved a great deal. So you don't see as many guys running as you used to, in part because catchers can throw.
Yeah. Well, again, that goes back to training. I mean, you have coaches who coach. I'm not saying that we didn't have coaches that coach, but you're out there. It's a 12-month-a-year sport now.
That's great. And it doesn't prohibit you from playing things. But with these AAU programs they've all gotten their own facilities, and so their guys can work out year-round. So even if you play, say, high school basketball, you can still go work out and hit and do all that stuff all winter long. There goes Ortiz. He stole that one on Dull.
Yep.
Wolfrat has no chance, and stolen base gets Ortiz into scoring position for Pomprion. 1-1 count. Pomprion singled in his last at bat. He'd love to do that again.
So in the break, I want to ask you about AAU, Case, since you're closer plugged into that. The difference it's made here.
1-1 pitch to Pomprion. Fly ball right field. Eck settles underneath it, and the steady Eck makes the play. And that'll end things in the 5th. So we're through 5. It's 2-2 as we head to the 6th.
I can't stop or help but think about Dennis Eckersley whenever I hear
Every time.
mention Eck. That's because that's the Eck's nickname. But I know AAU has done, I think, wonders for a lot of kids and giving them a chance to play a lot of games. We were spoiled, right? So we played 60, 70 games anyway, even more than that if you count high school. So when I was younger, we played 100 games counting Legion. So it's different. But AAU has had to rob Legion of what once made Legion great, right? I mean, Legion can't be nearly as good as it once was.
Legion's mostly dead. 16-18's gone.
Yep.
But that just is the evolution of where we are, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying.
I don't have a problem with AAU. I used to. AAU. So now instead of high school to Legion, or instead of when it used to be the best players played Legion and the kids who loved baseball played 16-18.
Right.
Now everyone plays AAU instead, and Legion's kind of gone. And
right.
there's still Legion teams around, but it's not the same. But that's okay because it's the evolution of and it's very much like Legion. They play a lot of baseball.
Right.
Kids from all over the place come together and play together, so that's
right.
their chance to do that. What I don't like is the whole showcase circuit. There are kids who don't even play Legion. They just go to showcases on the weekends. Matt Harvey did that his last year. So all they're doing is going to showcases, throwing off a mound,
right.
Showing everybody they can throw 93, maybe face 3 live hitters,
right.
and that's their baseball. And the showcase circuit bothers me. But the AAU team doesn't, because what we've seen is these AAU programs investing tons of money into the community. So I talked about, the facilities that some of these AAU programs open. They open all year long.
Right.
They've renovated fields. They've put together. So I'm good with that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have a serious issue with AAU, but it seems like it's very similar to Legion in its heyday, just with a different name.
That is correct. So up here is Finn Eck, the right fielder, takes the ball from Russo. One of the problems some people have is that it feels like a bit of a cash grab for some, and
right.
it feels like, hey, you want your kid to be an elite baseball player, you get $1,000.
Right.
Pop up, second baseman Cone. That one drifted on him, but he makes the play, and there's one out in the 6th.
And if you're paying that $1,000, $1,500, and your kid doesn't play, now you've got all kinds of different issues. And I know people who are in that category. They spend money and their kid plays maybe 25% of the games.
Yep, and so that that I know is some people. But again, I think that is. Is that different than a Legion program where I'm saying where not every Legion program was run like New London Legion was run.
No, in fact, New London Legion was run unlike anything I think ever prior, and certainly since.
1-1 pitch coming here to Dull. Russo still gutting it out. Ball high, 2-1.
I tell you, he gets through this inning case. He's showing me something. He definitely has guts, this kid. He's battling. Last inning I thought was going to be his last. They don't even have anybody throwing yet.
What's that song? On my own.
They did have somebody throwing while they were hitting.
Okay. They had somebody, I guess, in last inning, but he sat down, so we'll see if they get him back.
Yeah, but
up.
he didn't even go to lineman.
Right.
So 3-1 pitch popped up on the infield.
Yeah.
Shortstop Bobby settles underneath it. He puts that one away. And there's another 3-1 pitch, Lee.
Shake and bake. The doctor just told me he threw 20 pitches yesterday, Case, the pitcher.
Russo did. Yeah, he came in and closed that game yesterday for him.
All right. Well, you know what? College is overrated.
Big, strong kid. 2 outs here in the 6th. Russo deals to the number 9 hitter, Michael Keefe, and it was Keefe's triple. That was key last inning. That got things in a spot where Stonington was able to tie this thing at 2. Strike, 1-1.
Mariano did that a lot, close Thursday, start Friday.
Yeah, Mariano Rivera would occasionally close a game, then come back and start the next day, throw 100 pitches.
Pop up foul and out of play. 1-2.
Speaking of Mariano, greatest closer of all time?
Yes.
Not even close,
No.
right?
Nope, not even close. Because
I agree. I'm not arguing.
I can count on one hand the number of blown saves he ever had.
Right.
Oh, they do?
So,
I gotta stay here, so you guys can stay.
so it's I'll give you an example. Trevor Hoffman, greatest closer of that generation, along with Mariano, and I can think of strike 3 as he gets Keefe with the high fastball for another hurricane. We're through the top of the 6th. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, and Lyman looking to try to break this 2-2 tie. So I can think of games that Hoffman blew.
Yeah.
Other than Gonzalez singling against Mariano, and then like Ortiz had the one, like I mean, when you can actually think of the times that he blew a save, he's the greatest.
And you know what's incredible too? I mean, got through one pitch. One pitch.
Yeah, I know. So we're gonna bring Mike Wall back with us. Coach, you there?
I'm here. How's it going, guys?
Good. So you're in a unique position to answer this question. We were talking about.
Talk to me.
We were talking about AAU.
Yep.
Obviously, for a long time, I think AAU was a controversial topic for people who, felt like it was going to be the death of the baseball that they used to know. Now, you were a Legion baseball player.
I was.
And you run an AAU program. Talk about the what people don't know about AAU baseball and the evolution to where AAU has sort of replaced Legion in 16-18 as the place for elite players to play, but not just elite players to play. Just talk about some of the things that people don't think about when they think about AAU.
Absolutely, and it's a great question. I mean, Case, when we grew up, it was so different. You didn't play anything else. You played Legion. You played 40, 50 games. I mean, how many games did you guys play at New London?
70.
Yeah, that was it, right? And it's all we did. And when I was starting to get out, when I was in my last year, AAU started to go, and there was 1 or 2 teams, but it was different. Everybody played Legion. We made fun of the kids that played AAU. Because you couldn't play in your Legion team.
Right.
That's what it was.
If you could do something different with AAU, what would it be? I mean, would you set it up? Everyone being in this like a same division, fighting it out for some kind of a local trophy. I mean, what would you do different?
Lee, it's so tough because if you think of this, it is 100% watered down, right? It is, and across the board. But when you get the right teams and the right guys, and you're playing against the good coaching, it's awesome baseball. It is old school Legion. I don't care that it's AAU or not. It's old school Legion. It is different. I think you could get. The biggest thing is you could play in a tournament and there's 3 games on a day and there's 4 or 5 games on that field, and you got 10, 11 colleges that are going to sit there and watch, because they get to see 6 or 7 teams, so it's easy on that, which is different than with Legion. You're not going to travel to Plainfield or this. It's a different, it's not the one game here, one game there. It's all kind of there, and it is. It's tough, And again, I'm an old school Legion guy. I love it. I love Legion.
Right.
But I don't know what you could change. I mean, it's.
Well, I guess the question is, would it be more locally centric if there was a local angle to it where you played against local teams and somebody won some trophy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean it's tough. There's so many. everybody's tournament happy. Yeah. Everybody is. And you want to do it. And again, we run tournaments, so I totally get it. And if you look at the kids now, I think the game at the younger age has changed so much. Of you get like a mix-in doubleheader during a regular season. And mix in 2 tournaments and a doubleheader. It's so different to get up for the kids on that doubleheader. It's like, it's just a doubleheader. Oh, we played back in the day with doubleheaders. There was no tournaments and stuff like that. So it's. I don't know. I don't know how you change the concept. And there's more teams than ever.
Ground ball over to the first baseman.
He's going to take
himself. Going to have to. Dull's going to get there. Nice play.
Good play.
He retires Hawkins 3-1 with a pitcher covering for 2 outs after Bobby flew out to right field. So Dull has come in and settled this thing down for Stonington in a big way. He's down at the bottom of the order with Massey coming up and 2 outs. We're waiting for Russo to literally implode and combust on the mound. And, at some point he's just going to catch fire.
Case, how great has he been?
He's been unbelievable.
How great is he? Just throwing it up there.
Well, that's what we said. This has been these 2 kids right here. Dull has come in, and we've credited him with being like the perfect middle relief pitcher. He's come in, pounded the strike zone, kept people off balance, and just stabilized things for Stonington. And then on the other side of things, Russo is like I feel like when I used to play, we used to play fast pitch tennis ball at Waterford High School. He's just, it's 207. He's just throwing it up there like whatever he needs to do. And I mean, he's gonna run out of pitches. They got some action in the bullpen now, but unbelievable that he gave them 6 innings tonight.
Oh my God, you can't get Lee. He's like the old summer lefties.
Right.
Right. A little soft and softer.
Right.
He's a catcher.
Well, we were
pitching.
talking about how it's that comfortable 0 for 4, right? So you took a bunch of swings, you didn't see anything that was unhittable, but you found yourself be 0 for 3, 0 for 4.
Well, he's walking back out there to start the 7th.
He's not.
He is.
Oh,
he's
man.
moseying back out there. Stonington's going to have the top of the order. It was a strikeout there to end the 6th as Massey struck out, and that's a hurricane for the Hurricanes.
He has been phenomenal. And how about the catcher play? He's not even there because Jared's their catcher. How about the pop-up with the bases loaded?
Shalafo, yeah, that was we've mentioned that was a great play. Yeah, because
Phenomenal.
Russo's normally the catcher.
Yeah.
So they got, yeah.
So can we get is there a pitch count on this kid? I'd like to know. He's got to be north of 100.
No, he's probably not much. I don't think he is.
I don't think so.
All right.
He got some quick innings.
Because he would be out of the game.
Okay.
Unlike, and listen, high school at least tries to have some counts. When I read some of the box scores and articles regarding Mitchell College's run to the regionals and saw some of the pitch counts on some of the kids pitching in those games. 144.
Oh.
I'm like,
Hey, listen, I'm not saying that's right, but who made 100 the magical mark? Like, why is it 100? We got to get him out. He's got 100 pitches. I've always been curious
How about
that.
the feel, Lee, right? Like, what if he's stronger at 100?
Hold on, guys. We got the sports doctor down in the lineman dugout.
Got to give way to the sports
Right,
doctor.
Coach, what do you think about the performance of Jared Russo so far?
Heck of a job, to get out of that one inning, the last inning. He was struggling, but he made pitches. Big play by Shalafo to end the inning to stay with that tough pop-up. But, Russo's just being a warrior tonight, and he's got 10 pitches left, and we'll see,
The two runs you put up in the first inning have held true. I mean, how do you find a way here in the last couple innings to get one across the plate?
Hopefully we can get out of this inning and then 2-2 and then figure out a way how we can produce a run.
All right, good luck, Coach. All right, Casey.
Thank you, sports doctor. So
he's got 10 pitches left, Case.
Yeah.
So that means, is he at 105? Casey, is it 115 in high school?
Evidently, yeah. It's just north of 100. So.
Oh, where did I hear that? Oh yeah.
So 110 is the number?
I believe so, yeah.
But he pitched 20 pitches yesterday. Does that factor in? It must.
I think now, is that the pitching rules? I think, is that under? If he's under something, there's no rest.
Correct.
Right.
So Keefe's going to lead off here, the 9-hitter for Stonington, and then they'll have the top of the order against Russo. So to answer the pitch count thing, I don't know why 100 is it, but we need to have, in whatever, if that's the arbitrary number, it's the number. We have to, and it goes backwards from there the younger that you are.
Yeah.
And we have to have some number. But I know that studies have been conducted over the years to see where that comes from. What I think is more important, ball one to Keefe, is you got to treat, it's not just the pitches on that day. It's how much you give the guy rest and what you do with him in the days following. So it's not that Russo throws 100 pitches, but if he's, they don't play till Tuesday, but if they had a game tomorrow and he was catching, that's a problem. Or if he was catching 2 days from now, that's a problem. Also, we don't do enough to measure strenuous pitches. Like cruising for 3 innings is great, but when you throw 25, 30 pitches in the 5th, those might as well be 70 pitches because of the stress behind them. As Keefe flies at the center, Ortiz settles under it, and there's a routine out to start the 7th.
But even in the big leagues, 100 seems to be this magical number.
Well, that's the new thing, the new analytics thing, right? Like, oh my God, imagine, it's just so different.
Well, in the big leagues, it's less about 100 pitches, and it's more about third time through the lineup.
Right.
So if you can get through, they really want to avoid that intersection between high pitch count, third time through the lineup. If you're low pitches, then you can try to give it a go. But that's really what it is, which is why, as Lepresto, by the way, who has had 3 brilliant at-bats, hit 3 balls on the button and is 0 for 3 tonight, he'll come away, and that will not be a happy 0 for 4 if he doesn't get a hit here against Russo. Ball too high.
The unluckiest guy in the building tonight.
Now, Casey, can I say one thing?
Yeah, of course.
Lee? So game one was over with you. I want to give a huge shout out to Peter and Mike because it's 212 degrees over here in this room. I can't. It is ridiculous. I've lost 6 pounds just by in one. Oh, he got it. He caught it.
What a great play out in left field by Owen Massey. Now, if you're LaPresto,
no, hey,
you
Lee
can't.
called it. The most unlucky.
You've hit 2 balls on the button. And then that one the kid lays out. You're not your night. Oh my goodness.
That is a tough 0 for 4 right there. I'll tell you. Oh my gosh.
DePerry comes up. He has a hit in 3 at bats, and Russo is improbably.
This is unbelievable. The kid's going to get through.
Look at it. Under 10 pitches.
Grounds to Hawkins. And how about Jared Russo? 7 innings pitched, stays under the pitch limit. And here comes Lyman with a chance in the bottom of the 7th to win this thing. They're hitting 9-1-2. Oh, my goodness. What an effort from Jared Russo.
Gutsy. Send him back out.
I can't. For the 1 pitch he has
He's probably
left.
got 3 pitches left.
By the way,
you only got 1 left?
Case, how about I leave you? Because Phil goes, come on, get to the field. I go there. How unreal was that 7th inning?
That was unbelievable. And, this game, we have rarely. So, first of all, the 2 games is a relatively new thing, obviously. And so this is new for us to do the 2 games. We've had some competitive ones. But the fact that we were 7-7 going into extra innings heading towards extra innings in the first one and then get the walk-off instead. And then this one, we're 2-2 going to the bottom of the 7th. You couldn't dial up 2 better games than the 2 that we've had in terms of the competitive nature. I think this one's got a Lyman walk-off written all over it just because of the way these things have gone.
I'll tell you something else, too. The first game was riddled with errors. This game has 1, and they played good defense.
Lee, was it the first play of the game?
It was.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So essentially 7 innings, almost error-free. Pretty good.
This has been a really good game.
It really has been a good game. It's been a fun game to watch. It's been a fun game to talk about. And I'll tell you, Lyman has really they showed they got guts.
Yeah. It's now, again, you got to think of this, right? Because he throws Russo out. It's the old school, like we were talking about, Lee, right? Like, you got to throw what you got left.
Yep.
Right? Because your goal ultimately is to win on Tuesday, not on Friday night.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
look at what he's giving you. That's the thing I love about the tournament. Though.
Right.
Some people are like, I'm just going to kick it and not play. This is awesome. This has been 2 phenomenal baseball games.
We got a pinch hitter in Mitchell. Gladue is in to pinch hit. Number 19, Gladue will pinch hit for Hunter Sanchez. Interesting, though, no, Russo needs to stay in the game. He's their 3-hitter. So if this thing continues to next inning, he's got to go, and he's normally the catcher. He's not doing that either.
Yeah,
so where are you going to put him?
Right? First base, but then where do you put Dom?
Exactly. So they're going to have to figure something out. Now they can re-enter him, so they can put somebody out there, and he can re-enter when it's his time to hit, but only if there's somebody, only if someone has to go and take somebody out of the game.
Oh, did he get him?
Nope, inside, ball 1.
Now, Case, so I was with Sarge before the game. How about this is his last game?
We talked about that. 31 years. I said he umped me.
The best. Oh, God, yeah. The best.
Yeah, but I'm really old. Remember, you're old, and I make you look like you're a kid. You're a kid in my mind, and I'm really old. And Elsie, I was his bat boy, so I'm not even going to tell you how old that makes him.
And he umped me. He umped some games I played in for sure.
City League games, 100%. 100%. 1-2 pitch. Dull has been fabulous. And Gladue stays tight.
How great is this, though, to send off? Right? I'm so glad it's not like some 6-0 blowout. There's error-fested.
Well, you know how you knew it was his last game? His zone was so tight he wanted to keep us here for 4 hours.
Early on.
Hey. Did you think he was going to have a wide zone?
No chance. And a fastball by Dull by Gladue for strike 3.
A lot of late life on that.
Because he comes from different angles.
Dull is good, man.
Comes from different angles.
That strikeout is another Hurricane brought to you by the Connecticut Hurricanes. And that'll bring us to the top of the order. Isaac Cohn, the second baseman. And I'll tell you what, I've said to you, Lee, that Stonington is just filthy with arms. They got more. How many teams can take a top rotation arm, turn him into a catcher, which is what they did with Wolfrat. Right? And then, bring out 3 and 4 different relief pitchers, all of whom can throw, And we faced him 3 times this year. I didn't see Dull yet.
Right. Oh, yeah, okay.
No, it was my first time seeing him. Like they probably called him up. And they got arms all over the place. 1-0 pitch to Cone. High fly ball, center field. Should be an easy play for Cimini. And just like that, 2 quick outs.
That was a good pitch to hit. He had a really good pitch to hit, a little flat slider. He got under it a little bit. That could have been a double in the gap. Listen, I don't want to knock this, and maybe this is going to be Debbie Downer. And I do like the game's been 2 great games. But does it take anything away knowing that you got the state tournament literally on, this is on the shadow of a state tournament?
It's tough.
Yeah.
Right? It is tough.
Well, I would say, is it any different than the basketball tournament, which has the same format?
Right. Well, I'm just questioning the format.
Because
don't you want the aces thrown in this game? Or,
would you go earlier?
Yeah, maybe.
Earlier? Like don't you want the finals on like a Wednesday or a Thursday?
Well, don't you want the ECC to mean? It really should mean something. Not that this doesn't. Again, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but.
So you know what? We're gonna wait and talk about that because I actually have talked about this topic. We've seen better arms in this game, these 2 games, than we traditionally see in this one because of that, especially when we've gotten rain, and this has been pushed back to Saturday before. But I'll tell you what my thought is in a minute here, as Dull is high 2-1, because I happen to agree but there's a couple of obstacles that are sort of at odds with each other, which we'll talk about here after this at bat. 3-1.
So now he's got to get a pitch to hit, get a double, get in scoring position,
and then let Russo walk it off.
That's it. That's the way it's got to be.
100%.
That's the script.
Anything less than that is wrong.
It's baseball season.
3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a high fastball, but Dull's not gonna go easy.
He tied him up a little bit.
He didn't get cheated on that one, Lee.
No. Got in on him a little bit.
He did. Great 3-1 pitch.
Oh, he came after him with a 3-2 breaking ball, popped up to the second baseman, and that's going to send us into extra innings.
I only have 7 lines, Case.
Yeah, me too.
So now I got to add another line. This is unacceptable.
Lee, what year did you do the home run derby here?
It's funny. I was looking at that. I think 2002. I have some pictures with some dates on them. It's either 2002, 2003, I think. One of those 2 years.
Does anybody know how old the stadium is?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. But I think, we're coming up. I mean, it's got to be coming close to the.
I remember watching David Cone, Hideki
Arabu
here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would think. Let me think of. If I think about it.
Mike thinks it's 30 years or over 30. 30 years.
I want to say 91, 92, and 93, somewhere there. 95.
1995.
Okay.
1995.
Yeah. And I remember in the beginning, man, when the Yankees were here, they used to get great crowds.
Oh, my God. Remember when guys would come to – I still remember.
Okay, so that is actually not true. The crowds here were only okay.
In the beginning.
No, even in the beginning, the crowds here were only okay. They got crowds when guys came through on rehab assignments.
Oh, my God,
They sold out then.
Hideki Arabu was here.
On a normal night, you could still sit behind one plate.
But it's minor league baseball.
Yeah,
you're not going to get – but in the beginning when it was the Yankees, I bet you they averaged 1,500.
Yes, that's probably accurate.
Yeah, which is okay. I mean, it is AA baseball. They should get more than that. But, yeah, you couldn't get near the place when Clemens threw. You couldn't get near the place
David Cone, Dwight Gooden.
But I don't know. I don't know if it has a shelf life, guys. I don't know what they're going to do with this place. I don't know how you can fill money.
We gotta talk ECC tournament before we switch over to Dodd Stadium.
Hey, think of this. There's nobody going out to catch. Is he putting him at catcher?
No, he better. He can't. If he does that, I'm gonna go tackle him.
There's nobody going out to catcher right now.
Well, looks like number 8 for Lyman, who is you know why? Because the catcher Shalafo is going out to pitch.
All right.
And so who's going to go to catch?
Oh no.
Sports doctor.
No.
Jared Russo is going to catch.
You can't do that to the kid.
No, it's.
That's player abuse. All right, I'll just be quiet.
I wish I was in the other room with you right now.
We're gonna change topics right now. So ECC tournament. So first of all, I have long been an advocate for it'll never happen. It'll never happen. But baseball should be a fall sport in Connecticut because baseball and soccer should switch. Soccer's not dependent on weather. Baseball is. We keep We put the single worst month of weather in New England is April. And we start a baseball season where kids need to throw a baseball and run, and we stick it in April. And inevitably, every year, we play a month in awful conditions, and then we cram games together at the end so that we can get a season in. Soccer would be great in the spring because that weather matters not at all. But that's which is never going to happen. But baseball should be a fall sport. If it were a fall sport and you had better weather, then we could talk about alternatives to the tournament. Okay. The reason you can't make this tournament earlier than what it is, guys, these teams were all finishing their seasons on Monday because of weather and games being backed up. So all these teams had to try to sneak games in. Teams were playing double headers Sunday and Monday just to be able to finish their season.
Well, I'm getting a message from Isaac Lazaro, who agrees with what you're saying 100%. Case thinks that it would be a great flip.
Saki! But and no one knows more baseball than Isaac Lazaro.
So,
the best.
So here's my issue. Why force a tournament if it's really not the most important thing? Yes, you're the ECC tournament champion. Are you the ECC champion? If you win your league, is there a crown for that still or no?
This is the champion.
This is it. So if I go,
Lyman won Division 4.
Yeah.
Stonington did not win Division 3.
Okay.
Lyman can put up and say that they were the Division 4 champions, but there's only 2 tournament champions, and this is the one that matters.
But if I'm 19-1,
okay,
and then I lose in the first round of the tournament, I don't win the ECC.
Well, you may have won your division in the ECC, but it doesn't mean you won the ECC. Woodstock won the ECC Division 1. One of these 2 teams will be the ECC
so which
Division
holds
2.
more weight, the tournament winner or the?
That's going to be up to the individual schools to determine that. I don't know that either of them matters much more, but so that's where my solution comes into play. I'd like to see the regular season matter more, and I'd like to see this become a 4-team tournament, semifinals and finals.
Yeah, but you didn't have a tournament when you played. Mike, did you have a tournament when you played?
Yeah, top 4.
You did.
And there you go.
Top 4.
You're
like only top 4.
So you're like 12 years old.
2 and 2.
You had to win. It was the small, medium, large winners.
Yeah.
And then the second best.
I mean,
What would this have been like if Griswold, Stonington, Lyman, and Wheeler were the only ones in that tournament? Then you would have seen Pompriant and their best. You would have seen everyone's best because you could, but you can't move the tournament.
I'm just saying the coaches are telling you that it's not that important to them because they're not throwing their aces. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they threw their aces early in the tournament.
Yeah.
But I mean, Erickson threw today.
And Erickson did throw today. All right, so we're going to start here in the 8th inning. We're in extra innings. Dylan Samini in. Shalafo to pitch. And that's down to Samini 1-0. I still think I just want to see baseball played in where the weather's not brutal. April in Connecticut is the absolute worst.
What would you do with the rest of the country, though? What doesn't matter? So it wouldn't matter because the rest of the country plays early.
Yeah, but this should be. I mean, if Connecticut led the charge, New England would do it because Maine doesn't want to play spring baseball. Peter Walpe knows about shoveling off of a baseball field.
Yeah.
Just a bit inside.
Just a bit outside.
2-0.
A little bit more life on the fastball here, but all over the place.
Well, catching 7 innings and then coming into pitch is. Who's more tired right now, Shalafo or Russo?
Russo.
Russo's got to be exhausted.
Yeah. Hey, Jared, you're still 110 pitches. Why don't you go catch?
Where are you going? Disneyland? No, I'm sorry, to L&M.
That's laughter and merriment. Strike on the outside part of the plate to Samini. 2-1. Samini will be followed by Verberidge and Wolfrat here in the top of the 8th inning. Shalafo, the pitch. Hard chopper in the hole, and it sneaks through. There's that infield of Dodd that these kids are not used to. That top spin ground ball, the second hop, gets Samini a base hit.
Especially no water, right? That infield's hard right now.
And I got to say, both times, both things that I've noticed with both middle infielders, one with the non-dive and that one, it's sort of like lackadaisical going after that ball. It's the 7th inning, or 8th inning now.
I just think they're not used to that ball jumping, and so
sure
they went,
right.
and so they were trying to be,
Get there, though.
Yeah.
Get there, square it up.
Verberidge
Now do you bunt? No, you can't.
You can't bunt your four-hitter. I
This is
will
a
go home.
four-hitter, right?
I will go home.
I didn't know what part of the order they were.
I will go. You understand? I will walk out. I've seen things tonight that have already gotten me on edge. I will walk out of this booth here if he bunts his four-hitter.
Casey is definitely agitated. Something has been said in the last 90 seconds or 3 minutes.
Oh, no, not so much said as much as done, but we'll.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, I got a ghost in the booth. The lights keep going on and off. I can't see. I got extra innings.
Is it too cold over there?
No,
Because
it's
it's only
beautiful.
99 over here.
There goes Samini. Pitches low. Throw from Russo.
So Lee, I was going to say,
his
how do you not run on?
throw.
How do you not run on Jared?
Of course.
Right?
you got
right
to.
away. That's tough. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to.
So now
do you bunt, Case?
No. Now you got a 2-0 count with my four-hitter. I tell him, sit on something and hit it in the gap. Listen, you don't have to win this thing 3-2. You know, you can win it 8-2.
2-0's a perfect bunting count, right, Lee?
First of all,
Yep.
that is of all the four-letter words Lee doesn't know. There's one of them.
You think Lee looked down to check the signs? Had too many 2-0 counts?
Actually, if I was the coach and my kid looked down at me at this point in time, I'd bench him.
Strike on the outside part of the plate. This is, by the way, I'm not even looking. My coach,
that's what I'm saying. If I'm the four-hitter, I'm not. If I'm the coach and you're looking down at me, I'm going to bench you. No.
He's gonna have to come tackle me out of the box. 2-1 here to Verberidge. Samini leads off a second. The pitch from Shalafo. Line drive in the gap.
It is.
Base hit. Samini rounds third. He's going to score. Verberidge holds up at first, but the Bears have taken their first lead of the game. It's 3-2.
Flat breaking ball, Case. Didn't bite. Up in the zone. Single hard to left field. There you go.
And lead. Casey wanted to bunt him. I can't believe he wanted to.
Well, Casey will bunt this guy.
Five-hitter, Jace Wolfrat, the catcher, up to plate. Wolfrat had a tough night. Grounded out, struck out, and popped up. He's had runners on base, and he would love to keep things chugging along here for the Bears as they are up 3-2.
My guess he goes first pitch here.
Shalafo from the stretch. No go. Fastball fouled out of play.
So you felt this all game long. There was a little bit of a swing back momentum-wise. Russo was amazing in just getting guys out, but you could feel Stonington just getting ready to get a big hit or two.
I happen to agree. We thought it was coming. I will say that when Massey in left field makes the diving catch on Lepresto,
Right.
Yeah.
I thought for a second this thing was just going to go Lyman's way.
Right.
But the difference has been Stonington has gotten big hits. Lyman really didn't. Lyman, had those 2 runs when they probably should have had 4. And then we talked about them with a double play with the bases loaded. With the first and third double play. How many runs should Lyman have? Maybe 4 runs, 5 runs. And Stonington, talk about dull. Dull has just been fabulous.
Been phenomenal. I mean, think of that. He came in, bases loaded, 1 out, gets a double play right away.
He's got to be the player of the game. I mean, he's got to be in consideration for the player of the
100%.
game.
2-1 pitch here coming up to Wolfrad. Let's see if Stonington puts something on here. This would be not surprising for me for them to send Verberidge here. Lyman thinking the same thing.
Now, Wolfrat had a big at-bat. He popped up to the catcher, bases loaded.
On a great play by Shalafo, the now pitcher.
Heck of a play. And that was coming back on him, too.
That was high. That was a pop-up, Major League style. There he goes. Hit and run. Light fly ball to right field. And that'll send Verberidge scurrying back. So Wolfrat, tough night tonight. He's 0 for 4. And that'll send Finn Eck, the 6-hitter. Eck has walked, hit a sacrifice fly, and popped to second base. Also had a really solid outing out in right field. Eck has played well.
So the 5, 6, 7, and 8 hitters are, looks like 0 for 11.
That's tough. Let's see if Verberidge takes off again. Not on that pitch. And a strike.
I would think you got to run here.
I would have run already.
Right. I mean, just for the simple reason alone of how many pitches he's thrown.
High pop up. Hawkins at third.
That's trouble.
And no chance. Foul ball. So 0-2.
Lyman will have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up in the bottom of the 8th inning.
I mean, the baseball gods got to give Jared Russo a base hit, right? Like, they have to.
0-2 pitch. Burbridge leads off first. Shalafo delivers. Fastball down, 1-2.
Lee, that was close to a balk.
That was close to a balk. I was just going to say the same thing.
Quick, really quick there.
Sarge getting extra, a little extra duty for his last game.
You think Sarge is calling a balk on his last?
I don't think so.
High fly ball, left field. That's not going to get it done. Second out of the inning, and Burbridge heads back to first. So back-to-back fly balls. 2 outs in the pitcher.
Yeah.
And man of the hour right now, Grayson Dull. Because if Dull, I don't see any indication that he's not going back out there to pitch the bottom of the 7th.
I'll tell you, that ball was hit pretty well. It shows you how big this field is.
This field's cavernous. But not for Lee Elsey.
Unless you're Lee Elsey and it's tiny.
So after this inning, when we go to the bottom of the 7th, bottom of the 8th rather, I'm going to finish the home run derby story for the people at home because it's fabulous, and we've set it up thus far with everyone knowing that Dave Winfield, Mike Schmidt, George Brett, Johnny Bench, and Carlton Fisk were all there, and some shock jock named Elsey.
Gary Carter too.
Gary Carter as well. They had all kinds of old broken down catchers.
They sure did. They sure did.
0-1 count to Dull.
I got a chance to interview both. Rice was in town but Mike Schmidt and a couple others. Brett. It was a heck of a weekend.
Burbridge not going.
Still not sending.
Fastball on the outside part of the plate. 0-2 on Dull. Yeah, there's no reason to keep him at first. If he gets thrown out, so be it. But you got to get him into scoring position here in the bottom of the order.
Maybe Cohen just feels bad for the catcher.
Well, the fact that he didn't get a double out of that ball in the gap, maybe he's not the.
That's a good point. I was actually thinking that, but I didn't say it.
Ball in the dirt. If you're not going on that one, we could just, you know what? We don't see the anchor tied to Burbridge's left ankle out there, but he's not going anywhere. One-two pitch coming from Shalafo.
Another balk.
Yep.
And that one's going to let him go to second. Russo is going to eat that one smartly. And now Burbridge is in scoring position. 2-2 count to Dull, who could give himself an extra run here.
This would be a big run to pick up. Take a lot of pressure off when he goes back out there.
Oh, sure.
Uh-oh. Something's happening.
We're going to run for Burbridge now that he's in scoring position.
Is it Keith O'Brien?
I think they're going to send Mateo Pansiera out there. Yep, Mateo Pansiera is going to go run at second for Burbridge, which is a smart play.
That sounds a little bit like a character in The Sopranos.
Mateo Pansiera?
Yeah.
He was the cook at Satriel's. He's the
pork store
assistant butcher.
That's exactly right.
Assistant butcher. And he was the sous chef at Vesuvio's. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to second. Up with it.
I need him up, Lee.
It's going, and there's your third out. And we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Can Lyman figure out a way to push one across?
You know this is destined for a 9th inning.
Oh.
You know that, right?
Well, hey, I'm gonna go jinx it like I did the other one. I'm gonna go down and see Phil.
All
Lee,
right.
you're the
All right,
best.
kid.
Casey,
Thank you,
you're the
Mike
best.
Paul.
Thank you, guys.
See you, Mike.
So, true story, folks at home. A huge crowd for this event, and they all watch Winfield hit, and they all watch Schmidt hit. They're all watching everyone hit. And then they go, oh, ladies and gentlemen, next up, local radio DJ Lee Elsey. And 95% of the crowd got up to use the bathrooms and or the concession stands.
True. It's true.
And there was 7 people watching Lee get up. And the first pitch, the people heard, schwack! And it went out to left center, gone. And all of a sudden, people went, wait a minute, who's that? Now, I don't want you to correct me.
All right.
Because the story doesn't matter if you hit 4 home runs or 14 home runs. Right. You hit a tying amount. You had the lead tied with Winfield.
Right.
and you hit bombs where the other people really had no chance whatsoever to get anyone out. And you got a tap on the shoulder.
That's true.
And they said, you're all done. And he said, what do you mean I'm all done?
No, I wasn't mad.
They said, what do you mean I'm all done? They said, you're barred for being too good a player.
Too good a player. Yeah. That's why I threw my watered-down drink.
Right in his fat face.
Yeah.
Barred you for too good a player. But that is true, Lee Helsey. And what did Brett say to you?
Brett hugged me and said, man, you can rake. I'll never forget that. It was probably, of all the things I've done, it's certainly one of the top 3 coolest things that ever happened to me. And you're 100% right. Like, I could feel the crowd leaving.
Yeah, they did.
As I'm walking out. Like, I could feel them leave. Like, we don't care about this, whatever. And, I was fortunate enough to I think I hit the first ball, like, it went, like, just to the right of the Marlboro Man when the Marlboro Man was up. So it sort of stopped everybody. And I ended up getting 5, which was kind of cool.
Russo has done everything tonight for Lyman. He's leading off here in the 8th. Chopper, that's going to be trouble. And Russo's going to leg out a base hit leading off the 8th for Lyman.
Here we go, Case.
That'll bring Ortiz to the plate. Lyman's best hitter on the night. Ortiz has been hit by a pitch twice and doubled.
Been on base all 3 times. Mike DeMoro.
Fastball inside to Ortiz.
Echoing how great this game has been.
Dude, you rake from the last guy that almost hit 400 is the best compliment ever.
It is really gave me a chill. And I talked to him. I can point to the box that we were in. I talked to him for at least an hour about hitting and just baseball and just stuff. And Brett was such a great guy. I mean, Fisk was good, and even Winfield was great. But Brett was something else, man.
The pitch to Ortiz, check swing, foul ball. Now, I'm going to tie this back. Zach Susie, the former UConn catcher and part of the great Susie family, has a shirt says "Wake and Rake." Okay. It's got a coffee mug and 2 bats crossed across it.
Cool.
It's a great logo. And I'm bringing this into play because I want to share the difference between George Brett and the great Mike Susie, Zach's uncle.
Oh, no.
Mike Susie's good friend Joey Finaro.
Who's getting married, by the way, Mike Susie.
Mike is. Joey Finaro was playing in the Marlins organization with Mark Kotze at the time.
Okay.
Mark Kotze had just come off of his season at Cal State Fullerton where he hit like 750. And Ortiz is hit for the 3rd time tonight.
Mike, get a sleeping bag, kid.
Now it's going to be interesting to see what you do with your 5-hitter Pomprion here, 1st and 2nd. But we're going to get a mound visit. So I say to Mike Susie, he goes, I'm going to see Joey Finaro play.
Right.
And I go, if you see Mark Kotze, tell him I said he rakes. Now, George Brett has the confidence to look at you and say, dude, you rake. Mike Susie approaches Mark Kotze and says, hey, my friend wanted me to tell you you rake, but I don't sweat you.
That sounds like Mike.
Mike, giving him a compliment doesn't automatically mean.
Yeah. Well, Mike wants to make sure Kotze knows that Mike's a good hitter. A real good hitter. A great hitter, as a matter of fact.
Oh,
man.
Mound visit for the Bears. Now, normally I don't advocate. I really think bunting is stupid.
Can't bunt here.
And this is your 5-hitter, right? So you're not going to bunt your 5-hitter.
I wouldn't.
But.
Then you can bunt him.
But. Who do you want? I mean, if you're trusting Bobby, your 6-hitter, to get it done, then that might be okay. But seeing what we've gotten from Hawkins and Massey and the 7, 8, 9 guys are 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts.
Right.
So I got to go after it here with Pompriant and Bobby, right? I got to find a way to get a run here with my.
Yeah.
And I don't want to play for 1. I want to win this thing right here.
No, I can't bunt here. I mean, I can't bunt my 5-hitter to get to my 6-hitter or my 6-hitter to get to my 7-hitter. And I listen, I know there are people out there listening to us who are like, yeah, you got to bunt here. No way. You only have 27 outs in a 9-inning game, and you can't waste one. I wouldn't bunt a 5-hitter to get to a 6-hitter, but they're going to.
They're going to bunt, and they had him picked off for a second. Now, Mike Wall, before he left here, said, that Russo had to get a base hit because the baseball gods are going to reward him for 7 innings pitched and then catching the 8th. And he did, by the way,
That's right.
get a seeing-eye Baltimore chop hit. Imagine if he scores the tying run. Pompriant gets the bunt down. That's a good one. And they get him at first, but he does succeed in advancing the runners.
So they both go up 90 feet, Case. 90 feet away from tying this game up. 1 out in the 8th.
And that'll bring up Jeremiah Bobby, the shortstop. He's walked twice and flown out to right. If he flies out to right, it will be tied. If he walks, the bases will be loaded. Infield in for Stonington, which means Ortiz can get a huge lead off a second. He will score on a base hit, and this game will be over.
So I got to question that play.
High pop-up.
That's in play.
That's coming back for LaPresto. Can he stay with it? He does. He makes the catch, and there's 2 away.
Big out. What an out.
It's going to bring up the third baseman, Connor Hawkins. He's 0 for 3. He struck out, hit into the huge 4-6-3 double play.
Right.
How about if he ends the night having hit into the double play with the bases loaded and left runners on second and third? That's a tough night for a kid who's played great down at third base. But you want to know why you don't bunt your 5-hitter to your 6-hitter? We just watched one.
There you go.
What can Hawkins do, or will Dull be the hero? The pitch to Hawkins. Swing and a miss on a slider on the outside part of the plate.
Good slider on the outside, like you said. Breaking ball here. All the pressure now on the hitter. 0-1.
Wolfrat needs to be nimble behind the plate here. Dull from the stretch. The pitch. Breaking ball chopped. And these breaking balls are not as sharp as they once were.
100% right. So I think knowing that, if I'm catching, watching him throw a couple of balls that are up and with very little break, I got to throw a fastball in here. Actually, a couple of fastballs in.
I want a fastball above his letters, and he'll chase or not. But I'm not throwing another breaking ball flat in the zone.
Nope. Right out of his
0-2
hands.
pitch from Doe.
That's what he got.
And guess what? That's a really well affected. I'm doing it again. I want this one in the zone up, like a ball.
Yep.
But I want it over the plate because that one was in too much.
Right.
He'll chase.
And I have no problem actually pitching very carefully to this guy to go to the next one. Not saying I'm advocating that, but I make real good pitches here.
The pitch from Doe. Breaking ball down. Wolfrat smothers it. It's 2-2. Well, if that doesn't set up the fastball up now, I don't know what we're doing here.
You got to think. I don't know what kind of length this kid has as far as pitches thrown and how many pitches he normally throws, but he's got to be getting up around 60 himself.
Yeah, he's got to be at the end of his night as well. He's not going anywhere. This inning is his.
Right.
But yeah.
But you're right. His breaking ball is more flat now. He's not throwing as hard as he was when he first came in.
Yeah, he is also. I mean, as gutty as Russo was, and he was, this kid is gutting it through as well, stabilizing the game like you would not believe.
He's at 57 pitches. Thank you, Sports Doctor.
The 2-2 pitch. Fastball freezes him for strike 3, and Stonington wins the Division II ECC Championship. Grayson Dull stabilizes the game and earns the win for the Bears. Lyman walks away disappointed. In 8 innings, the Bears are your champions.
I got to say, what a gutty performance by Dull. Came in, got the biggest 2 outs of the game, Case, and just kept throwing strikes. Inning after inning, just gobbling up hitters, strike after strike after strike, and he showed guts at the end as well. Big situation, couple guys on, tying run 90 feet away with less than 2 outs, and just bowled his way through it. I'm impressed by that kid.
So your ECC champions, Woodstock wins 8-7, walking it off. And Stonington 3-2 with the comeback in extra innings. Outstanding effort. Now, the Sports Doctor will have our post-game interview with the Stonington head coach as well as the player of the game. But we want to say thank you to our sponsors. First and foremost, thank you to the Connecticut Crush, the sponsor of tonight's game, the Crush Baseball Program, founded by Mike Wall in 2005. 19 years, 1,000 players to college and the pros, the Crush, with 14 teams, servicing kids from 6 to 18 years old. You know, you want to become a good baseball player, but a good person as well. The Crush are a program committed to doing those things. Contact them at ctcrushbaseball.com. You'll find all the information that you need. Also, to Batter Up Baseball Camp, the premier baseball camp in Eastern Connecticut for boys and girls ages 5 to 13, entering its 31st year. I can't say enough about Batter Up. Bill Bassetto, go to batterupsports.com. It's a fabulous camp, and I'll tell you, if you come out this summer, you might get me as one of your camp counselors. I did it last year. I love doing it again. Batter Up Baseball Camp. They are the premier camp in Eastern Connecticut. And to the Connecticut Hurricanes, every strikeout tonight was a hurricane, and we want to thank you to Connecticut Hurricanes, the premier AAU program of Eastern Connecticut. Scotty Chasen, you can go to cthurricanesbaseball.com and learn more about the Connecticut Hurricanes. But, Lee, a lot to like tonight, also a lot to reflect on. A lot of these kids are going to go back tonight and reflect on what could I have done differently, what could I have done better. I think coaches are going to reflect on what they might have wanted to do differently tonight. But, you know, that was a well-played baseball game.
I agree. I thought it was a crisp game. I thought it was a well-played, certainly defensive game. Again, linemen let too many opportunities slip through their fingers. And I think, you know, Stonington had a great performance from Dull and just gutted it out in the end. And they showed they had a few more sort of bullets in the gun, pardon the pun, or the acronym. But listen, I think Stonington has enough arms to do some damage in the state tournament case. So we'll see what happens with that. And again, I think Lyman was gutty, played well, and just unfortunately didn't score when they needed to score a couple of runs. Didn't put enough runs across when they had the opportunities to do so.
I'm guessing when Grayson Dull woke up this morning, he was not expecting to be in a position to be the Division II tournament player of the game, but in fact he is. He stabilized this thing, and really, I can't say enough about the job Dull did. Now, Jared Russo, who's normally the starting catcher, closed the game for Lyman yesterday, and comes in and throws 7 innings tonight. You can't say enough about what he did. Really, the story of this game, the two pitchers, Dull and Russo, but at the end of it all, it's Stonington had a few clutch hits when it mattered, and Lyman just couldn't get those runs across.
So Dull pitched 5 2/3 and didn't give up any runs. Gave up a couple of hits, struck out, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in that 5 1/3. I thought he pitched really, really well, man, and well deserving of that player of the game.
So down on the field, the sports doctor has the coach, and he'll talk to the player of the game. Sports doctor.
Hey, Coach, what a fantastic baseball game tonight. I almost said basketball. What a fantastic baseball game tonight. Talk about the emotions from the beginning to the end.
Oh, that last out, wow. Grayson, great job. I mean, he came in, did the job, shut him down. I mean, unbelievable effort. Cam started, gave us a good effort. Stayed in the ball game. We battled. We've been talking about that all year, and we battled to win tonight.
You guys dodged a lot of bullets early. They got guys all over the base pads. You know, the clutch pitching when it counted.
Oh, absolutely. Grayson's done that most of the year, especially the second half of the year. He's come in and put the fire out.
Champion is a champion tonight. Grayson, did you wake up this morning think you'd be in this position as the MVP of the tournament?
Well, maybe not MVP, but I'm not joking. All day.
You come into 2 biggest outs of the game for the last one, and then you came in with the bases juiced, and your double play got you guys out of the inning. You settled things down from that standpoint.
I knew my infielders would have me or double play. And I just knew that we kept our heads up.
It was just pounding the strike zone. What does this mean now for this team in the state tournament?
We've gone through a lot of ups and downs this year, but I think this is a good win for the team, for our players. We've worked hard, and I think we're going to the state tournament with a lot of momentum.
I don't know, but I am going to change his from great here at Dodd Stadium. Stonington Bears, ECC champs, Casey.
Thank you, sports doctor. Well, it's been an exciting day here at Dodd Stadium. Woodstock Academy and Stonington, both exciting winners of the ECC Division I and Division II champions. Before we sign off with Lee Elsey, I want to just say thank you to all of the crew that put this thing together tonight. All the ECC, everybody here at Dodd, all of the game day camera crew, Mike DeMauro, Peter Wappy. This was great. Thank you for Mike Wall for joining us. Lee, I can't thank you enough. I could talk baseball with you forever. This was great. Thank you so much for this. I just loved having you.
I had a blast. I wish I did a little better job for you as far as the color commentary, but maybe, down the road, like to know little players a little bit better, get a better idea. But I had a blast talking.
First of all, you sell yourself short. You're a tremendous slouch. And you did fabulous. This was an absolute
it was
joy.
Fun. I had a
joy
blast.
to have you.
I had a blast.
The only issue is that you had a really tough gig to follow because I did my own color in the first game.
Right.
And so, it's tough to be better than me.
I listen, of the two of us, I came in a distant second.
Only one of us hit a home run at Dodd, and that wasn't me. So, and I'm not even sure I could hit driver wedge out of here. This thing is a long field. But it's 10 o'clock. Some of these players have been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
What?
For the kids that stayed. They've been here all day.
Wow.
No school tomorrow, but practice. And the state tournament starts Tuesday. All of our locals involved. So you can want to check out because game day might have some more action left to come. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you championship week from tennis to lacrosse to baseball. For everybody involved in game day, thank you for all your support. I'm Casey O'Neill. Good night, everybody.